Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Heiskanen and Ben the assist. Here's Eichel to the backhand. Passes to Marchessault, and they score! What a play by Jack Eichel. Brought all the attention to his left. An easy pass for the tuck home by Marchessault. And the Golden Knights have the equalizer.
And the Golden Knights have a commanding 2-0 series lead, and they got it off the road. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. It's NFL Draft Day. You can tell by RJ's extra excitement. To kick off the program, we got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we got a major problem. Big time.
Oh, I do believe, this is not breaking news, I do believe we are in trouble. We are in trouble, man. That's a good team. That's a really good team over there, and they got about 3 or 4 guys that seem like they are involved in everything. They got a handful of players that they're good all around, they're deep, but they got 3 or 4 guys that are just gamers, and they just get involved with every scoring opportunity. And Marchessault and Eichel are just 2 of them, but they're involved in everything. Do they not make line changes over there? Because it seems like those 2 are on the ice the entire time, like the entire time. And I don't know how they do it, but that is a very good team. And there is, like, if you want to say, and if you want to dispel the notion there's no such thing as championship pedigree, I give you Exhibit A as the Vegas Knights. I mean, holy cow.
That's why I asked Spittle. I'm like, did they get really unlucky with the draw? And I thought he gave me like an insulting moment of hesitation. Like, dude, did you see the season that they had? They're not the same team. They're hurt. They're banged up. But you kept saying you want to avoid Vegas. Give us the Kings and not the Knights. And look, if you're wounded and you're missing guys, I'm not dismissing you as a championship type level contender because I don't know how many they were missing and to what.
Well, they lost some guys in the offseason, and their goalie situation's not ideal. All right, the Stars have a much better goalie situation, but I mean, Logan played well last night. He played fine last night. Otter kept him in the game. That easily could have been 5-1, easily. But it could have been 3-3 too. I mean, Thompson kept them in the game a little bit as well. Kept them the Stars from scoring as well. I mean, he had a really nice right after the Otter had back-to-back great saves.
Back-to-back.
Yeah, Logan had a really nice kick save where he kind of stoned and kept that side of the net that was open from getting in. So he had a much better bounce back game. It's a good, solid hockey team, and they don't beat themselves. They beat themselves twice in game 1, where they allowed the Stars to get basically 2 open ice goals. But in this one, I mean, they clamped down. I thought the Stars had a lot of chances in the second period. Didn't take advantage of it. And in the third period,
I thought for sure they were going to score in the third. There was like a 5-minute flurry. It felt like. I'm like, this thing's about to be tied.
Yep. And then this is the second time where and now in this game, when the Stars pulled Otter, in game 1, the Stars had a lot of chances at the end. In this one, I mean, once they pulled them, Vegas did a really nice job of clearing the puck, making sure they didn't get in their offense. They put on a clinic in these 2 games.
Pepe playing the depressing music to start off the program. You were there for game 1. Your thoughts on game 2?
Well, I won't be there for game 5 because I don't know if this series goes back to Dallas. I mean, you go down 0-2 and you're going back to Vegas, going to Vegas. It's going to be tough. Give them all the momentum. It just looked like a defeated team yesterday. I mean, they had so much going their way, missed opportunities y'all talked about. But Vegas, they have the Stars' number. 9 of the last 11 games, Vegas has won over the Stars. Including the season series. They were at 3-0 last year in the playoffs. Yeah. They have their number.
Now, the Stars had 26 wins away from Dallas. Mm-hmm. That was tied for the most in the league with Florida. So that's good.
It's very good. It's very good. Vegas is a pretty decent home team. That's the downside. This is good. This is a dog. Vegas is a 500 team on the road.
They had 27 wins at home.
Yeah, and they only had 18 wins on the road this year, and they came in here and won them both. So this is a movable force, and a movable object, whatever the hell it is. So it's still gonna be good games. But now you put yourself in a position you got to win 4 or 5.
Thoughts, Tolos, on the 0-2 deficit on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Pete DeBoer after the Game 2 L.
Loved our first period. We make one mistake at the end of the first. Probably deserved to be up. That was probably a critical point in the game. The Eichel, we wrong guy gets in behind us at the wrong time. And that's what they do. They make you pay. So you come out of the first after playing a great period and you have nothing to show for it. And, I thought, I think that was probably a momentum swing. And then, we got to find a way to score 5-on-5. We generated some chances. You're not going to get a ton against them, just like we're not going to give up a bunch. But we got to finish them. I thought their goalie made a few saves. I thought, we had some looks that we just got to stick in the net. The puck was on the right guy's sticks a few times. You just got to stick him in the net. You got to bear down.
There is a point there. There was a couple times where, the Stars had a really good chance around the net, and for whatever reason, the skater was falling down. One of the Vegas guys got their stick in the way. They just weren't able to They weren't able to get the puck. They weren't able to get the stick to the puck, and that happens, right? It is such a game of inches. But in this series, Vegas has taken advantage of their opportunities, like they just did. They had that breakaway. Eichel makes a nice pass. Marchessault's there. There's no stick. There's no poking away from the stick from the Stars. None of that. It was in a perfect position. It was a good pass. They took advantage of their opportunities. Stars haven't. They just didn't take advantage of chances they had in the second period and parts of the third.
Tolo Jake weighing in early. Second period, much better, but my goodness, way too many missed opportunities. Series over. I've never watched a team down 1 goal skate and aim like they're down 6-1. Pack it up. Jamie Benn should be on a milk carton. Tyler Seguin should be selling merchandise. So some harsh criticism coming in on the fan text.
2-1. And listen, that was 2-1 for a long time. 2-1 felt like 3-1. It really did at times. Like that, as even though it's 1 goal, the way they play defense, if you don't get them on the power play, then it's tough. It's tough to score on that team. They're very, very good.
Other game that took place last night ended with a thriller.
Ferrander sitting up the wall. Byfield tipped it, moving in, shot, score! Andrei Kopitar! Overtime winner! Game 2! The series is tied at 1.
The Kings with a 5-4 win over Edmonton.
That's everybody wanted the Kings. Like, okay, I mean, there's guys on that team that have that were on those Kings teams that won the cup, like Kopitar, who had the game winner. It's they're not nearly the team Vegas is. I would much rather the Kings than Vegas, but Edmonton has not done it. They've been a disappointment, right, in the playoffs. They haven't broken through, and they've got McJesus, and they've got to find a way to get him in the finals. Like the league absolutely wants McDavid and Edmonton at some point to make an NHL Finals again.
And the Bruins doubled up the Maple Leafs 4-2. The Massholes lead that series 2-1.
Yeah, and Toronto is another thing. They can't get over the hump with Boston, especially. That's another situation. Boston's been around forever, and they were talking about this on the broadcast. Just some of the mental mistakes Toronto was making in that game that really cost them. Messier went off on him. Not off on him, but he kind of was like chiding him, like, dude, y'all can't make these kind of mental mistakes in the postseason. That boils down to execution, of coach, and all the things. So that was a sloppy game for Toronto.
Game 3, 9:30 start, Saturday night in Vegas. 9:30 puck drop. Right now, Vegas is minus 120 to win that and go up 3-0.
Well, you know what? 9:30 start on a Saturday night. I can deal with that. We'll be home, we have baseballs at 8:15 that night, so we'll be home.
What? That starts?
Yeah, so we have, let's see, Luka plays at 11-1.
Is this the $20 per person tournament to get in?
I think that's Luka's. Luka plays at 11-1, and then Julian plays at 6:30 and 8:15. So we'll get done around 10. 9:45.
Where?
I think Frisco. I think Julian's in Frisco. McKinney, Frisco, one of the two.
All right. Was this one of the leaves that Jerry wanted to see fall? We got Lions leaves falling. We have a Micah contract decision. We have a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway to hook you up with during the 7 o'clock expressway. Zach Walchuk in studio for an hour starting at 8 to answer all of your Cowboy and NFL draft questions, the lead up to all the coverage and Pluckers locations tonight. Plus, we have NBA and the Rangers. They know how to score runs. What was that? That's next. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Called Narcos by Blaster Jacks.
Trumpet Boy or something?
Timmy Trumpets, I think is his name. Timmy or Tommy?
Timmy or Tommy Trumpet?
Timmy Trumpets.
Timmy. The first back-to-back home runs of the Texas Rangers season.
Ooh.
As they actually scored and beat the Mariners 5-1 last night on the Fan.
Look at that. Top of the order, not helping out very much at all. 0 hits for the top 3 guys for Simeon, Seager, and Lowe. But they did get on base. They did have 4 walks combined between the 3 of them. But you need to get offense. I mean, they weren't able to score the other night. Newsflash, you don't win when you don't score. But this one, they were able to put some runs up there, get the long ball going. They need the extra base hits. It's a team that had a lot of extra base hits last year. They got them this year, and they got a halfway decent start from John Gray. Didn't go deep.
Yeah.
Didn't go deep, but he kept them in the game.
And, of course, the other part of the back-to-back was Adolis hitting his team-high 7th home run, getting the deke, the little fake-out move from Julio Rodriguez. Adolis was standing near first base thinking that he caught it. Scott Service on the other side in the Mariners dugout, he thought that he made the catch as well. But that actually snapped a 25 innings home scoreless streak from the Rangers. 25 innings of not scoring at home. But I feel good for Evan Carter. He was hitting 200. He was dropped from 3rd to 5th in the lineup. He also added a triple to drive in Adolis. Seattle gave the Rangers an extra out. Gave him an extra out. Adolis got on base. Evan Carter made them pay with the 3-bagger.
Yeah, and he needs to get going. Hopefully that's a spot where he kind of gets some momentum from and continues.
He's like the total opposite of Seager in that Seager, when he gets out, of course, I'm using total hindsight and being unfair. I'm like, take a pitch. And sometimes with Evan Carter, I'm like, swing at the early pitch. It's like an absolute automatic that Evan is going to go up there and take for the first few pitches. And I'm like, okay, try to snap out of this. Swing in an early pitch. Corey, do your thing. You're a technician up there, but maybe take one. It's like total opposites.
They're, hitters are hunters. You might see that. You might see your best pitch on your first one. The pitchers like to get ahead, but then it's like, all right, is it the perfect pitch? Is it the perfect buck? Do you get
the perfect buck?
Yeah, like a hunter. Like they're going for the.
Wow, look at you with
they're going for
antlers analogy.
I did bow hunting back in the day, back in high school, way back when.
Like as a class?
No. Me and my neighbor, we would go. He would take me there because that was the only way I was able to drink alcohol.
A lot of deer out in Jersey.
Tons.
Really?
Yeah, they're usually on the side of the road after you hit them.
Staying on the freeway.
But we had a limit. Like the state had a limit. I think it was either 1 or 2 per season that you could have. Buck. So it's like, do you go after the first one you see, or do you wait for the one that's got the bigger antlers, whatever the hell I call it? I don't know. All right, which one do you go for? Do you just go for the first one you find, or do you wait? It's the same thing with a hitter. Did you jump on the first pitch you see? What if it's the best one you're going to see? You don't know. You might pass on one, and that's the only one that's the only good pitch you see all game. So, it's a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation, but Evan Carter might be, at times, way too selective up there, and that's where he can get himself in trouble.
Corey Seager did have to leave this game. He got hit in the left shin, got hit by the pitch. They took him out. We'll see what happens today because I said shin. Are you dumping me? Or are you talking to Bobby?
No, Bobby's talking to me.
Oh, you're like reaching over to the right. I was like, don't dump me, Pepe. I said S-H-I-N, but Seager had to leave. And then Wyatt Langford was 1 for 12 before yesterday had his first 3-hit game.
Look at that.
Bobby with breakfast?
No, with Wyatt Langford.
Okay.
Needed to come to play because he had been mired in a slump, and we were starting to have conversations on social media about, hey, what's going on here? So I thought he was a savior. And now you're in a situation where the guy may be pressing. You don't like that. Shout out to the great David Robertson, too, who has been fantastic. And Sandler posted this last night. In his 12 games, he's got 14 1/3 innings pitched. a 1.26 ERA, a whip of just a share over 0.9, 15 strikeouts of the 14 innings. He's been fantastic.
I thought you were going to say shout out to the great Jonathan Hernandez, making his first appearance of the season, retired 4 of 5. A stunner last night in the NBA.
On the inbound, Tatum a hard bounce, and game 2 of round 1 belongs to the Heat. Miami wins 111-101.
Did you already hear that call, or is that his call?
That's his call. M2 belong. He's the newer guy. That's not the same guy they had. They used to have Mike Inglis, I think was his name. And now I don't know who this new guy is, but that's what he's. I know he did that last year a lot.
43 3-point attempts from the Miami Heat. And that's how they beat the Boston Celtics in Boston last night, bombing away with 23 of them made.
Right. It's not quite what Kendrick Perkins said, where they have to take 100 threes and make all 100 to win. But they make 54% of them.
Well, speaking of Kendrick Perkins, his new enemies, Shaq called this. This maybe was Shaquille O'Neal's most impressive NBA point ever. He said that Miami would win by 10. He's like, they'll win game 2. Barkley's like, bet. Then he doubled down. He's like, they're going to win by 10. So then he picked up the phone with stacks in his hands afterwards from Pat Riley with all the money that Barkley had to pay up. And then they put the Kendrick Perkins picture on a punching bag and beat up the roach, as they're calling it. Charles was sitting there throwing lefts, and Kendrick Perkins were talking smack at them, saying that they don't watch basketball.
I'm surprised, man. I thought this was going to be a sweep.
Yeah.
Just an absolute destruction, especially without Jimmy Butler, without playoff Jimmy. But, Miami is, they have players. Like, Bam's a good player, right? That's really all they got.
Wait, no, you and Shaq, hero's Luka, according to Shaq.
I don't know if he's Luka, but he's good.
He had 24 and 14 last night.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. They've got guys, but I'm surprised. Like, Boston is just, I don't know, man. If they don't win this year,
I'm here for the playoff meltdown. I am here for it in Boston. Oklahoma City reminded us, we are heavily favored, and we should wipe the floor with New Orleans without Zion. 124-92 beatdown in game 2.
We get the series over with.
I thought this was going to be closer than much closer than Miami-Boston. I mean, it was a couple-point game in the first one. They probably should have lost.
The game, I think we're talking about the series. Like, this should be without Zion. Both teams that are the dogs are depleted. And that's just the problem they're going to run into. They don't be able to win they're going to win 4 games.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway Neighborhood Watch, your favorite local segment of the week. At 7:40, Zach Wolchuk in studio, the host of this year's NFL draft coverage. He'll be in for an entire hour. Bobby already blessing us with he was very excited for the bagel breakfast. Very excited.
Oh, and man, great. Soda, cool.
Yeah, why don't you go get him like a veggie omelet? Go out of your way. Go ahead, stir it up, saute it up.
Teaching him self-discipline.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jerry maybe he got taught another lesson yesterday. He wanted to see leaves fall. Well, there are lion leaves that are falling, and a Micah decision has been made, plus a meeting with Zeke Elliott and a reunion talk has taken place. More great Cowboy news on the home of America's team next.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Choppy was pumped up at 5:30, and Bobby looks ready to go at 6.
Christmas Day. It's here.
NFL Draft Day, of course.
No, Keller plays in the playoffs tonight, guys. I'm gonna try and see if I can be like Kyle Yeomans, those triplets that you have that you're like missing the draft for. You're just gonna need to bring them up there. You know, they have nursing rooms there. I got to get to the Keller playoffs. So, but it is draft day too.
I had a Tolo named James come out to the house the other day to check out my snake fence, and he's like, "Bobby lives in Keller? Like, we're close. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't know." I was like, "No." He's just a big-time random sports supporter around the Metroplex. That's why he leads Neighborhood Watch at 740.
How's the snake fence working? What is a snake fence?
More updates on that later. I'm waiting for my Lion P to come in.
All right.
And then I'll couple it all and do a half a segment. I'm waiting for the lion urine. Then we'll talk about my snake fence. Promise. Zach Wolchuk will join us in studio for an hour at 8 o'clock to preview. He will be hosting the festivities tonight. But before we get to all that, Jane Slater with an awesome tweet yesterday of Snoopy just looking up at a leaf blowing in the wind. Left, right, left, right. Jerry Jones said he wanted to see more leaves fall before giving out the extensions to Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons. And Bobby, it appears like that leaf is coming from the Lions as Amon-Ra St. Brown gets $30 a year in Detroit.
Yep, and that is, I mean, it's essentially, when you look at the contract, it's essentially the Tyreek Hill deal. Like in terms of the yearly value and the guaranteed money that he gets, it's pretty close to what Tyreek Hill got, which I don't think anybody would say. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a really, really good player, but I don't think anybody would say Amon-Ra St. Brown needs to be top of the market, like the very top of the market. You would say he needs to be the very top of the market?
I think if I need one catch, if I need one first down,
in order to remember something, you have to.
I don't know who I choose, how many guys I choose before him to get one first down. His ability to just like out of 3rd and 10, I'm choosing him over CeeDee Lamb. I'll tell you that right now. Now over the whole game, I'll choose CD. I think CD's a better receiver. But if I just need to move a chain, I'm taking him.
He's a gamer. 4 for 120 with 77 guaranteed. Amon-Ra St. Brown, this note from the NFL Network, still reads the names of the 16 wideouts who were drafted before him, before every single practice.
That's corny.
It's very corny. It's also a lie. Nobody does that.
I mean, there are some guys who, like, when they talk about this and you go like, Russell Wilson behavior, which that is. Russell Wilson would say, every morning I have pictures of the quarterbacks that went ahead of me, and I look at them and I talk to them in the mirror and say, you're not better than me, or some crap like that. Like, it's corny behavior, to be honest, but he's really good. Yep. He's really good, and he's somebody who absolutely is a top 10 receiver in the NFL. But again, the market is not exactly like the quarterback market. The receiver market is not one where it's like, well, you're going to be one. Now you'll be one and you'll be one. It doesn't recycle like that. And so when Amon-Ra St. Brown gets 30, that's where we start looking at, okay, this is when you start projecting out a little bit. You might say, you can look at it and say, that's why CeeDee Lamb might be saying, you need to give me 35. And why Justin Jefferson might be saying, that's fine, you need to give me 37.
Yeah, was this a good or a bad leaf for the Cowboys, RJ Choppy? Were they hoping that someone like Amon-Ra came in at 28 and then they would try to tell CD, you're in that category, versus the Jefferson category at 36, 37? What would have been the point in waiting for someone like Amon-Ra to get done? And good or bad development in terms of paying CD in Frisco?
I mean, like, I don't know how this is good. I don't. Now, if he got 20, hey, great, man, yeah. Right? But I don't know how this is good. He's getting $30 million.
Yeah,
and setting a mark for the highest guarantee there is. So I don't know how that's a good thing. This is not a good thing.
No,
for the Cowboys,
it's not. And this was Slater's point to Jerry with the whole back and forth. Now, maybe it's CD who's saying, I want to wait. Maybe CD's waiting for Chase and Jefferson. That's kind of the feeling I was getting from the press conference, that either CD has asked for like way more than 32, or maybe he's just waiting for Jefferson to get his so that he can argue, I need that or more, and then maybe settle in for $1 million or two less. Maybe Lamb is the holdup. That's possible.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of both, but the reality still being that it's the Cowboys, because I think that Lamb and the Cowboys probably, as the Cowboys have a history of doing their discussions, Lamb probably said, his representative said, hey, this. Cowboys said, no, this. And they went, that's so far apart that middle ground is not necessarily going to be easy right away. And so it's one of those things where instead of like us sitting here and just fighting over it or whatever else, fine. We will let the market show you that that's closer to it. So fine, we can wait or whatever else. So CD very well may be saying, we need to wait on these guys, but it's not like we need to wait on these guys before I'll give you a number. It's like, well, okay, then we need to wait on these guys so that you see that your number is not even reasonable.
And the Lions made the Cowboys look stupid again with all in by not only giving 120 to Amon-Ra, they gave 112 million more to one of their own in Penei Sewell. So the all-pro tackle, 4 for 112, makes him the new highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL, and that includes 85 guaranteed.
He's really good. That is a guy that
was a Cowboy discussion.
Yeah, if
draft
he would
topic.
No, if he would have been there, that's who they were picking. He didn't get there, and they end up with Micah Parsons, who's really, really good. So they're not, crying about a bunch about it. But I mean, that year they were looking at, there were 3 picks to go until they picked, and they were looking at Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, and then the draft went, it was like Horn, Sewell, Surtain, they all 3 go in a row, and then you felt like, crap, what are we getting here? They trade back the 2 spots, pick up extra capital, and then take Micah. And so it ends up working out really well
for everybody.
Ultimately, yeah.
Except for Carolina.
Carolina didn't work out very well for it. But ultimately, it worked out the way you wanted it to. Or just you end up having the end result that you want here. But Penei Sewell is somebody who's really, really good. And I think if right now you told the Cowboys, would you like to have Penei Sewell right now? They'd be like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean,
sure.
we would not be complaining if we had Penei Sewell over Micah Parsons.
But this is Detroit doing what?
This is Detroit doing what the Cowboys historically do, which is sign their own guys. And, none of these guys were free agents. They were in their, year before free agency. Like, they don't have to sign Jared Goff today.
Right.
They didn't have to sign, so they didn't have to sign Amon-Ra, right? They just didn't want to get to the market. It's the same situation the Cowboys are in for the most part.
Yeah, it's funny whenever you guys have brought up the point where it's like, specifically, I know Choppy brings this up all the time, the idea of that when you have a cheap quarterback, when you have cheap players here, there, whatever else, you need to take advantage of it by loading up the roster around them and going for it in that window.
Houston's doing this right now.
In a lot of ways, yeah. But one of the big ways that you take advantage, whenever teams say, you want that 5th-year option in the draft. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to trade back and pick somebody at the top of the 2nd round because you lose that 5th-year option. The reason why the 5th-year option is so valuable to most teams is because, like in Penei Sewell's case, which Penei Sewell is 3 years into his career, he has 2 years left on his contract. You can then say, we're signing you to a 4-year extension, which ultimately becomes a 6-year contract. And these years where you have a smaller number, like year 4 here, which is not going to be as big as some of these extension years we've signed you to, we can push a whole bunch of signing bonus way up front, and then we can smooth out the numbers on the back end because we can apply that signing bonus value to when you have a lower salary here in year 4. And that's where the Cowboys historically have just said, no, we want to use the 5th-year option as just an excuse to wait. We want to wait around, and we drag our feet, and it just allows us to buy time and not deal with anything. Detroit is using that flexibility the way you're supposed to. Dallas uses it generally as an excuse to just not get something done until they absolutely have to.
Man, it's amazing though, the culture that Dan Campbell's just done. People want to stay there. I remember a time nobody wanted to be in Detroit. Nobody wanted to be there. Now it's okay, it's a kind of a cool place to go to, and it's all because of Dan Campbell.
Well, speaking of 5th-year options, the Cowboys picked up Micah's at a cost of $21.3 million. That's going to be as a DN. He would have gotten more at linebacker. Edge rusher, I guess. But the league determines that, so the Cowboys did not screw him over. That's a very important thing to point out. The Cowboys did not try to pay him less money. The league determines and says, and there really is no arguing, where did you take the most snaps in the year? It was a DN for Micah, so $21 million. How does that play into a long-term deal?
I don't know how much that plays into a long-term deal, just because if there's anything that Micah's camp, his agents, the people who represent him, have set a precedent for, it's that our guys don't touch the fifth-year option. If you get into year 5, if you're going to drag your feet, you're going to do whatever else. You get into year 5, we're not playing on that. We're sitting out, and so he can play year 4 here. If he goes into next year and they don't have a contract extension done, he's holding out. Like that. That's the history.
Money, right? What's the league rule on that?
League rule doesn't matter because it's basically you get the fines that can't be turned away. But league rules don't matter because the Joneses have already set the precedent in the last year of like, we'll roll that into your contract,
right?
And that's what they'll do. Like I mean, that's what Micah's side will do. He'll say, no, you're going to roll this in for us.
Well, maybe they didn't give CD or Micah their extensions because they were too busy meeting with Zeke Elliott and his agent about a potential return, according to the NFL Network. The former rushing champ and his old team don't have a deal just yet, but they are in talks.
This is good because if you're able to get this done before tonight, then now you've taken the pressure off of having to draft a center in the first round. You can just return Zeke to his natural position.
Dude, Shereen Williams tweeted that, and I was like, damn, Shereen. I didn't know you were going to come that aggressive with it. Cowboys don't need to draft a center now.
Nope.
With the old joke.
I'm that's the depressing thing for this offseason. If you were to say what's the most depressing thing in the offseason, it's not anything they've done. It's not all in. It's not the press conference. It's not the not signing anybody. It's the fact that they would go back to this well. They would go back to this well knowing full well that they're just signing up voluntarily for 2.7 yards a carry.
Well, and maybe like 2 carries a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually...
He's a good blocker.
I'm genuinely... I'm not... near the end, he wasn't even that good at it here. But I actually don't... I don't hate this. Like, if you want to reduce his salary, he wants to come in here, play on a minimum, and he wants to just be a rotational piece coming in, playing like 10 snaps a game or whatever else. I don't have a problem with bringing in somebody who, for all of Ezekiel Elliott's faults as a football player the last couple years, and not even faults, like technically speaking, he's still a good football player in terms of the way he sees the game and everything else. It's just his athletic ability is diminished so much that there's only so much he's able to do. But if you want to bring in Zeke to get you some tough short yardage, whatever else, you want somebody to come in here, show guys good practice habits, set the tone for the running back room, give you an edge, give you something that you're missing, you feel like you're missing culture-wise in the locker room, I don't have a problem paying the minimum for that.
Yeah, this just feels like you talked about Belichick looking desperate in that article last week. This just feels like, Zeke is so desperate to be here. This would be pennies, fine. For a very, 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 very limited role, fine. But it's just another layer to a depressing Cowboys offseason. Now, Stephen Jones said, we won the offseason last year and it didn't help us in the playoffs. So before we all try to look at paper champions, as Mike McCarthy called it, keep that in mind. They won the offseason. Did they win the offseason last year? They won it with fifth round.
Yeah,
trades.
the Cooks and Gilmore pickups were. I would say they were exciting.
I want to say we were like. I don't think anybody said like they had the best offseason in the NFL. Not in that sense, but I mean, if winning the offseason is just coming away with a B+, like to A- type of grade, like I think we all generally were talking about the Cowboys in that range for those deals. We felt like you fleeced those teams, and ultimately I think you got the value out of Cooks and Gilmore.
They weren't like an offseason winner, like top 3 spender, like offseason winner.
Sure,
they made a couple of nice,
pickups,
like kind of sly moves with fifth rounders,
which for them usually, like I mean, if you're gonna sign Cedric Thornton and Benson Mayoa, Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks move the needle and make you feel like you did something more. But those guys were good contributors and gave you the return on investment, I think.
877-881-1053. So that is everything inside the Star, where Bobby Belt will be tonight for the NFL draft coverage alongside Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and many, many others. Wolchuk will join us live in studio for at least an hour at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. If the Dallas Stars get swept or lose in 5, do heads actually have to roll, when you're taking on a team like Vegas. Game 2 last night, and the Rangers are trying to add some pitchers. We'll tell you about it next on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Marchessault gets to the red line, backhands a pass, empty net goal for Eichel. And the Vegas Golden Knights are going to sweep the first two games here in Dallas against the Stars in this best of 7.
Call on ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Feeling a little better this morning than yesterday after the Mavericks late game. I think this one ended at like 11:40, 11:45, but everyone seems to be doing pretty well this morning. I was definitely hurting yesterday, but stayed up for the Stars. Not able to come back on the Golden Knights, and now you're going to Vegas down 0-2. Not good.
I do not remember the drive-in.
Zoned out? Or blacked out drunk?
I didn't drink. I was like very, very out of it. Like I could not wake up. I was switching eyes that were closed.
Yeah.
I would put my hand over one, give that one a little rest.
Get a nap in yesterday?
No, I had kids yesterday. I had to go to the gym. I had kids. I didn't have time.
You don't nap, period, though, usually, right?
No, but I like on a day like where I'm up till midnight or 1 o'clock. It was really 1 o'clock almost, right?
Well, for you it was because you fell asleep, had to get up and rewatch 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, which I should have done because I didn't remember the Clippers being up 6.
Yeah, but no. So yeah, I don't generally, but I generally get more than 4 hours of sleep, and on 3 nights in a row. So that was kind of the issue.
I always like to hear the pay nap time.
Oh, yesterday, it wasn't the 4.5 like it was. What was that, Tuesday? It was only 4.
Okay.
Only 4.
1 to 5.
He said because your naps are usually what, like an hour, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
They used to be 4 though. They used to be They used to be 3 or 4, and now this week they're probably like 3, but normally like hour and a half, 2 hours max.
So yeah, because Peyton said, Peyton, you consistently are 3 hours like minimum on your naps, aren't you?
Yeah, it's usually 1 to 4. But this weekend, man, I'm hoping I'm on the Bobby sleep schedule and sleep for 12 hours because I need it, man.
I don't think mine is. I think I have the most unhealthy sleep schedule of anybody that works here, probably, because mine is like
you don't have a sleep schedule.
Yeah, 4 doses.
It'll be like 2 hours, and then it'll be 6 or whatever else, and then it just builds up, and then on a weekend I sleep for 13 hours.
So do we have the hockey version of the San Francisco 49ers on our hands?
It kind of seems like it, doesn't it? And that was something yesterday that Jane Sweet Babu, I saw tweeted, her man, that he had said, like, the Golden Knights are to the Stars what the 49ers are to the Cowboys. And it's like, man, maybe I don't know hockey well enough. Maybe that's an awful analogy, but it feels pretty right. Like that even when last year, like maybe you shouldn't have been the favorite or whatever else, but then heading into this year, it's like, oh, they're a little more vulnerable. They're banged up, whatever else. It's like, it doesn't matter what the scenario is. They're just not going to be able to beat them is kind of how it feels.
I mean, styles make fights a lot of times. That's, I don't know if this is a stylistic thing. They're just good. Like, they're just a good team. And we've seen this time and time again in sports where if you get a championship, and maybe the Rangers are falling prey to that right now, the regular season, it doesn't mean as much, when you're not trying to prove your first championship. And then you get to the next one and, you have some injuries. You're not really playing maybe the way you had in the past, and you get to the postseason, it's like, all right, time to turn up.
But the Stars didn't play bad last night.
They didn't play bad last night. They just didn't take advantage of mistakes or opportunities, and Vegas did. But Vegas has got, Vegas has 2 or 3 guys that always seem to be around the puck on every single scoring opportunity. And I swear to God, Marchessault and Eichel don't come off the ice. Like, I don't know what their line change is like. They don't come. They're always. They're in everything. They're in on everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, to my untrained hamster eye, and to the things that I can't see through moneypuck.com, Sean, is that, like, to me, it's you're talking about the offensive side. To me, it's just like Vegas seems just in the right spot every single time defensively. Like, what I do know is, like, it's not.
Spittle called it territorial hockey. That they played territorial hockey extremely well, and the Stars struggled to get to their prime scoring areas.
Like, see, that's the thing, is that to me, what I do know about hockey is that in a 2-1 game, the last 5 minutes of the game, you can't have 0 shots on goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's tremendous. Like, that's a lot of what Vegas is doing to stop that.
It's a really good defensive team.
Yeah.
Like that's what it feels like. They've just always got, there's a stick in the right spot, or this guy's exactly where he needs to be. I don't know if it's fortunate, if it's lucky, or if it's just they are that skilled defensively.
Well, I mean, you can have some good fortune. Like, I think it was Robertson who was trying to get a rebound and his stick just missed it, just over the top, right? Just didn't get a good whack at it. I don't look, and Vegas, for their part, they pack it in, especially when on the penalty kill as well as anybody. They kill the penalty off. They did a great job at times on Pavelski, making sure that there's no lanes for him to redirect. They're just a good team. They're all around a really, really good team, and they make you pay. When you make a mistake, they've made the Stars pay. And when they've made a mistake, the Stars made them pay in game 1. They did. They had a couple of goals, but they didn't make them pay yesterday.
Felt like a difference in physicality that the Stars were able to match, just like the Mavericks in game 2. So physicality, and Jake Ottinger played pretty well in net. But now you have more bad news, possibly with some injuries. With Foxa and Marchment, they did not see much action in the third. And Spittle said we're going to find out more in the next few days if they can go on Saturday night. Marchment was the one early on. My Lord. He laid a dude out behind the goal.
Yeah, and there was weird, I haven't seen in a while. It's been a long, long time since somebody lost a skate blade. and we saw that yesterday. You lose a skate blade. It doesn't happen very often. But it did there. And hockey guys, nobody will play through more than they will. You get they'll shoot you up with whatever Toradol you need, and you go out there for your 45-second shift, and you hope to make the most of it, and you go back down and rest.
So game 3 Saturday, but this is not looking or feeling good whatsoever for the number 1 seed in the West. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Rangers beat the Mariners. Get even in the series. 5-1. Wyatt Langford with 3 hits. John Gray with 4 solid innings. Corey Seager leaves with a left shin injury. But we got some pitching news. They go and get, and I agree with Bobby when he sent this the other night. I did not realize that Johnny Cueto was still in Major League Baseball. The Rangers go and get him, and then they acquired a lefty yesterday, Colton Ingram, on waiver claim from the Mets. 27 years old, pitched briefly with the Angels in 2022. Evan Grant says, I'd say this is a Brock Burke replacement, and my guess is Burke has made his last pitch for the Rangers. So Colton Ingram, Johnny Cueto, and Bobby, Max Scherzer, he's back out there working on the mound.
He is. He's back. He's got his rehab start. He pitched on, was it Wednesday? Yeah, yesterday he got the opportunity to pitch for the first time. Struck out 4 in the first rehab start down there for Round Rock.
But 2 1/3, 3 runs, 5 hits, 4 strikeouts.
It's like spring training. You're working on some stuff.
On 52 pitches, just like Blake Snell.
Yeah, you're working on some stuff, right? 4 strikeouts, no walks. That's what I care about. Control, Sean.
You got anything for Cueto?
I mean, you're grasping at straws. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to find lightning in a bottle. Is the Brock Burke thing solely because of the punch? Like they're just mad?
I don't think that they would just totally get rid. I mean, if you are a borderline to begin with, a punch can take it over the top and be like, get the hell out of here. If you have a lot of potential, they'll overlook it. We just done with Jack Leiter?
No, but I mean, here's the thing: is that I wonder if Leiter, not that they're done with him, but they recognize
not
when
done, but
no, right, but they got him up here, and I wonder if they just realized like, hey, let's not do anything to potentially shake the confidence of this guy that we've worked really hard to build back a level of confidence. Like let's bring him up, spot start. You see, it's like okay, let's.
But you would hate Choppy. You hate that philosophy.
I do. If they're the guy, let them fail. You gotta learn how to. This baseball's a game of failure. And I don't think it's gonna. I think it could shake confidence in other sports. In baseball, these guys are so used to failing.
So, like, you would disagree then with the idea that, and I know this is a 50-year-old reference for KNC's best buddy that they have on all the time, but you would disagree with the thought process that the Rangers broke David Clyde by bringing him up here too fast and accelerating him and not letting him grow.
Yeah, I maybe David Clyde just wasn't that good.
No, and that's completely possible. Right. I mean,
but maybe he got broken too.
Yeah, I just
if I throw our fan phenom
Blake Elliott,
mm-hmm. He does not do any shows. He won the fan phenom last week, and we make him host the draft coverage tonight, and he butchers it and murders it in the wrong way. I would think that's gonna mess with him his next few broadcasts, maybe for a while. You get humiliated and embarrassed on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Not that you would, Blake. I'm just saying if. That's my analogy.
I guess what I would say to that is we all sucked our first day on the radio.
Not me.
Yeah, yours was like a year.
I got all my reps on the podcast, baby.
But that counts. That was your first. That was your first.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
We were all.
Yeah,
awful.
but your reps you were pushing buttons behind the scenes. You weren't a full-time drive time in the spotlight. You could chime in, you could chirp in. I was in market 147. Nobody was freaking listening anyway. I knew that. It was my hometown. Like you know, Peyton is not sitting here talking for 4 straight hours. He chimes in here and there. It's not just boom, go host, boom, go start.
Is there any sport? Is there a player that you can think of where you go, okay, maybe that guy was mishandled and broken? Like, can you think of anybody that was that way?
I mean, I'm sure there is. I
agree with you. If Leiter was still up here, responded game 2, nails, I'm like, okay, that's a dog. That's a sign of a dog right there. Talk about the other way that it can work. But
yeah, and I just because I look at it and say, I think you're right most of the time. If you're the guy, you're the guy. But I also think there is a critical point in someone's development where you risk sending them the wrong direction with discouragement and everything else. Like, I know the Cowboys,
like, you weren't going to break it. To me, you were not going to break Peyton Manning. But everyone's not Peyton Manning. Like, Peyton Manning can lead the league in interceptions in his rookie year and set a record, and I'm believing in him for year 2. Andrew Heaney, by the way, on the mound today to finish up the series, 1 o'clock pregame.
That'll either be 8 strikeouts, 1 run allowed, or it'll be 8 runs allowed, 1 strikeout.
6.35 earned run average. So the Rangers trying to make
it's a highway
some, and I think the worst one in the Metroplex.
Ooh, disagree. 35 heading into downtown is the worst.
35 head. 635 is pretty bad.
What's your vote, Pepe?
It's 35. Yeah, for sure.
All right, I thought you were going to say 30 for our drive.
Oh, the bridge. The bridge is bad, man.
The bridge is over. The bridge is over.
The area
Rich people problems.
The area between like
the drawbridge, it gets icy.
Yeah, the area coming from East Dallas on 30, where it's got like that kind of canyony turn before you get to 35. That's the worst. That's the worst in town. That's awful. Doesn't matter what time of day, it's always backed up.
I attacked him for the queso, but I'm going to have to defend him for being cheap in Las Vegas. Someone is scared to deliver food to a nudist and say goodbye to TikTok. It's Thursday, so that means it's the payload next on The Fan. But speaking of driving...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolo's The Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations tonight.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
I absolutely despise politics. I absolutely despise them. TikTok is going down. All because we passed bills along House, Senate, another House, and someone signs and agrees. And I don't understand it, but I just saw the headline, TikTok is going to be banned. And I'm upset. It's just such a content creation there. I'm not part of Gen Z, but Gen Z's upset about it. RJ loves Gen Z.
Is it getting banned? Like, where do we stand with this? What's going on? This is like the third time I've seen it's getting banned.
Yeah.
Well, there's been talk about it before, like, oh, they're working to or they're going to. Like, this is the first time something I think has been signed.
Like certain places have banned it for under certain ages, right?
And this is because we don't want China to have our information.
Yeah, so
and as I told Amanda, I don't want the United States to have my information. I don't trust China any less than our government. So them having my info, everyone has everybody's info. I don't care. I don't trust our government any more than I do the Chinese.
Yeah,
that's my TikTok take.
So ByteDance is the company that owns it, and they have until the end of the year to sell.
9 months to sell, or they face a ban.
They face a ban. So ByteDance is a company that's owned in China. Any company that's owned that is in China.
In where?
China. Is effectively owned by the Chinese government, right? They own, there's no real, like, the personal property thing is not really a thing there. So they're trying to avoid this. By the way, this took 80% of the Senate to pass. When was the last time the Senate, 80% of the Senate, which is basically 50-50, when was the last time 80% agreed on anything?
Yeah, that's my biggest thing about this is that if you're resisting
and did they go on TikTok to see what it actually
no,
was?
but it's funny.
Senate members.
President Biden is, he is still doing campaigning on TikTok.
Yeah, you have to.
You have to, and that's where you have a lot of young people, 18-year-olds, that are going to get their information from.
Sorry,
which
Bob.
is sad enough.
I was saying same sort of thing that if you say like Peyton, you just did, where you're like, I don't understand this. This is awful news or whatever else. Like, generally it like stands out to me when it's like it's overwhelmingly bipartisan in the House and then in the Senate, and a bill that was ultimately introduced by a Republican was signed by Biden. Like, that says to me like everybody has an axe to grind against it. Now, is that totally fair? Not necessarily, but just on a blind read, that sounds like there's a serious problem.
My issue with it is like this comes down to choices. Like, don't eliminate a choice for me. If I choose to be okay with the Chinese government having my information, what the hell does the senator from Cleveland care?
Yeah,
exactly. Well, it's not his decision to make for me. I have a big problem with government making any decisions for me.
I would say that I think that there is a national, and I'm not saying specific to this, but I'm saying in a vacuum, I would say there's a pretty sizable national security risk to like security issues with the information and privacy of a ton of your citizens. Like, that puts in general a lot of vulnerability in place that they probably have an interest in guarding against.
Well, all I know is this would crush my wife. Devastate. Absolutely devastate her. I never really got into TikTok. I'm much more into Twitter and then Instagram and then Facebook. So TikTok never been my thing, but this would break her.
It's such a easy way to pass time, and I'll be real, when I'm doing my business on the toilet, TikTok's always open, and I mean,
so is that what my son does in there for 30 minutes?
At least 30 minutes.
I mean, out with a sock.
It's just, I'm sending, me and Mackenzie send, TikToks back and forth to each other. We have ideas that we share, based on that. It's just, It's just it's a conversation starter. Oh, did you see this on TikTok? It's a news source, basically, and they're taking it away. Again, as long as you're not taking money from me, I don't care what country has my information.
Surprised that there hasn't been a U.S. copycat, so we don't have to deal with this. I know when things get so large, like, we saw what happened to Threads. All y'all told me Threads was going to be so dominant, every media person in town, and that went away, poof, quickly.
Missed that one, Jay.
But I'm just surprised that there hasn't been a copycat that's had any type of
it's
success.
the algorithm.
That's what I was going to say.
Their algorithm is so good.
The algorithms are so terrible on social media. Like the Twitter algorithm's awful. The Facebook algorithm, like they're just terrible. The TikTok one knows me better than I know me. Like it knows exactly what I want to see and what I think is funny. Exactly.
People are the memes. People are saying like, TikTok knew I was this before I did.
Yeah.
Just based on the videos that you watch, and it's like, oh wow.
So there's also a question
really
that at
like
that
golf.
point is, do they know you or are you being conditioned?
That's fair. That's the question. You don't know. I don't know what it is, but yeah, their algorithm is just better than everybody else's.
I have faith though that we'll figure this out. China and U.S. will come together at least.
They do on a lot of issues.
China.
Yeah.
They're well known.
And then I think by the end of the year, it's around election time too. So I mean, does that persuade a bunch of stuff if this thing gets done around election time? I don't know.
Biden signed this. He just cost himself the TikTok vote.
Trump has been against it. Trump has been against the ban this year. He says that it's a First Amendment issue.
That's an issue. I don't necessarily disagree that it's like bad to have our information, but like to me, it's like I should have the right to be okay with China having my personal information. If I want to get on the app and I'm aware of the risks,
not if it compromises national
right.
security.
But if I'm aware of the risks,
yeah, but then that's not your decision to make. If it's a national security threat, which I don't know the details of all that, I'm going to rely on General Bobby Powell over here.
Absolutely.
And I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right, it's the Payload on the Fan every Thursday at this time, 6:40. Look, I'm going on a Vegas trip here.
Whoa!
I know. Back to Vegas. I was there in October, but the F1 race screwed with a lot of my viewing, so I had to go back. I had to go back within a year. So me and the Los Hombres are going back in a month from now.
And no Mackenzie?
No girls on this trip.
Wow.
No girls, just guys trip.
Nice.
Well done.
Just 4 dudes.
Well
guys
done.
being dudes. And look, we want to have fun out there. And look, no one wants a cheap guy when you're going on a trip. You don't want to go to a steakhouse and they just order mashed potatoes and a side dish because they don't want to spend $90 to $95. And I understand
Gotta
that.
lay the cards down.
Got to, but
Split them up.
it's common sense here to save money when you have the opportunity. And you guys know this, and I've said this on air many times. I'm frugal with my money. But I'm all about saving money when it's reasonable. And one thing you do in Vegas is you decide where you want to stay, what hotel. You got the Venetian, you got the Mirage, you got the
Venetian,
Bobby.
Dumbass. Read it right.
Look, and maybe I'm just stupid here, but my friends, we came together. We had a talk over dinner one day, and we were like,
were you all eating dinner over FaceTime?
No, this was in person.
Oh, wow, good.
COVID restrictions are gone. We can meet in person. And we were talking about where we want to stay. And my friend Tommy said he goes to Vegas a lot. He has deals there because he plays a lot. And he had free nights at the Venetian. 2 free nights. We're there for 3 nights. So he had 2 free nights. And the third night was going to be X amount of dollars. But it was going to come out to $75 per person for the whole trip.
Oh,
just
Venetian is good?
it's very good.
Very good. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very nice spot.
Right on the strip. But my friends were like, what about Caesar's Palace? It's more in the center location of the strip. And I was like, okay, well, what's the price for that? It can't be anything cheaper than $75. It's $230 a person.
No.
For the entire trip, not per night, but $230 a person for the 3 nights we're there.
Is Caesar's that much better centrally located, Ralph?
It's across the street
From
Venetian.
across the street?
I showed this last night. I sent Peyton a screenshot of the map with circles. It's like it's catty corner kind of.
Bobby, are we trusting his Vegas sense of direction on this?
I don't know. We're gonna need to ask Ruben.
If he's
I'll wait
saying
for Ruben to get in here
on the strip,
tell us where it should actually be.
On the strip, you can trust myself with a sense of direction. We get behind the strip where the hookers are.
Yeah,
I don't really know where I'm going there.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
where,
sure.
I've never stayed at a hotel where you exit on the back of the strip. Okay. You get out in the front and you walk.
This is
your friends are morons.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Los dumbasses.
It's literally across the street. It's not any closer. It might be a half a hotel's property width closer to the rest of it. But I mean, you are in prime position Either way.
And the guy who goes to Vegas all the time is supporting Caesars.
Yeah, and he has the deal. He has the deal
at the
he can put his foot down and just be the hero and save us all money. And then I was, hit with you're being a little cheap here. Don't be cheap. Don't be the cheap guy. I was like, okay, that's BS.
First of all, the Venetian's a much nicer hotel. Caesars is old. It's getting run down a little bit. They're having problems. Caesars Entertainment is having tons of financial problems. They're probably skipping on the housekeeping. And second of all, you are saving yourselves
$155. And $155 a person.
Yeah,
and the flight was around $270. So I mean that takes the flight
they're
down
calling
half.
you cheap. You turn around, you call them lazy. This is maybe adding 4 minutes to your walk. Maybe. I'm sorry, subtracting to stay at the Caesars.
I think it's worse to be called dumb and reckless than lazy. I don't know. Like reckless spenders.
Yeah,
just dumb in terms of math and proximity.
I'm right here.
And maybe lazy.
Yeah. Well, and this is the thing is that because the big thing
and they
was,
all agree. Like you're the only one speaking up.
Yep, 3 say Caesars. I'm the only one that say Venetian. And I'm like, guys, the price. We're saving money. We have more to gamble with. We have more. Yeah, I know. And it's just
Caesars has bed bugs.
I've seen. I watch a lot of Vegas TikTok videos, and the amount of bad reviews and bed bugs that you see in Caesars properties.
That's a win for you, man.
I know, and the guys are saying, well, it's closer to more resorts around there. It's less of a walk. You got more to do. And I'm like, guys, you sound lazy and fat.
You're on the Las Vegas Strip.
You
There's
sound out of
literally
shape.
everything to do there.
I know. It's like the whole point.
Los Gordos. Sound like a bunch of art majors.
Yeah, so we already got feud building up.
A bunch of art majors.
We already got feud building up, going to Vegas. Real quick here, last story. So this DoorDash driver, she's obviously it's a female. And, you click on there.
Why?
Obviously, yeah.
Why is she?
I said girl, and then I said, female.
Oh, okay.
So I just followed it. Yeah,
right.
Sorry. No offense here.
UNT.
Our majors. And so she got a notice that she was delivering some food to someone. And the guy on the road, hey, I am a nudist. I will be answering the door naked. And she was like, well, then I'm not gonna deliver to you. I don't want to see you naked. Cover up, wear a robe or something. And she got penalized by DoorDash because she refused to deliver service to this guy and made a big deal about it. And it's just, look, I know the guy, you're a nudist, whatever, just cover up. And poor thing on DoorDash for doing this. I mean, penalize DoorDash for this. This is ridiculous. It's a big story. It's gone out there, but she's getting penalized now because she refused to deliver food to a naked man, which, you know what? I'm on her side for this.
No. His body, his choice. I'm tired of the toxic femininity that domineers over men who just want to live their lives. I'm against this.
I agree with you again. So how did the delivery person know that it was a nudist?
Because you can leave on there like notes, I guess. Or
he left a delivery note.
Yeah, he says.
So instead of a gate code,
to his credit, he didn't.
Gate code.
Instead of a gate code, it's I'm going to be.
To his credit, he did not just answer the door and go, "Oh, this is my choice." Though he did say, "Hey, this is what it is," and let her know to avoid it.
And she even said on there, just because you can mark on there, leave at door.
Yeah.
And then he was like, no, I want to answer it. Like, it was just this big deal.
F that loser.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what a jackass. And screw DoorDash.
No girls, obviously.
Screw DoorDash for that.
I'd have delivered.
What?
I still would have delivered. I want to see. Look, I have no problem.
You're a big talker. I don't believe that you're this freak anymore.
I want to see.
You had a swingers resort to go stay at,
and you passed.
And you passed on it.
You could be a freak. You just don't want to sleep with somebody else.
You've been talking about it.
Well, yeah, that's what we'll make.
You've been talking about cameras and OnlyFans and all that.
Make some money off it. But
you got the equipment.
We want to make some money off it, but I got no problem looking. I want to see the yoga guy.
All the latest
Chambers?
The latest draft rumors that Bobby and everybody is talking about with the NFL draft round 1 tonight. We'll tell you about it and where you can see all of us at your different Pluckers locations next.
Let's get you over to Ownwell, ownwell.com, OWNWELL. Ownwell. You want to save some money on your property taxes, kids. That is one of the main challenges when it comes to owning a home. I mean, you got to have the upkeep and everything, but every year, and it happened about a couple of weeks.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is NFL Draft Day, and no one has you covered more than the awesome team that does more homework than anyone else. They just don't read out of a draft guide. It's Brian Broaddus.
We write the draft guides.
Bobby Belt, Zach Wolchuk, and a host of others at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco tonight for round one coverage. Have you picked out your bow tie?
No, I forgot about that till last night.
Did he text you, Broaddus?
No.
Well, then what made you remember?
I just happened to remember. I was sitting there going like, oh, yeah, it's supposed to wear ties for this thing.
There's nothing that says NFL draft like a bunch of dudes in bow ties.
Well, it doesn't have to be a bow tie. It can be a regular tie. And after the draft starts, you can undo it and you can toss it. But I'm trying to think if I'm going to just be, do I be my obnoxious self and like show up in a T-shirt and I'll put a tie around, but I will take it off right after we start.
Those pit stains look like by pick
man,
6.
They'd be big. You know who wears a bow tie every day? You know who wears one? Pudge, our dog. His collar, a little bow tie on it.
Oh,
little bow tie. All of his collars we buy. Little bow tie.
I love.
Oh,
he's a very studious dog.
He's
got a high.
He used to be somebody. He used to be.
He's got a very high Paw AT score.
What are we hearing with the latest rumors and the latest intrigue, Roberto?
Man, I think all along we've looked at this and said Graham Barton, the center from Duke, makes a lot of sense for them. And if he can get to, I should say, the projected center from Duke, he's a guy who's played left tackle the last 3 years. He hasn't played center since his freshman year of college, but that's where everybody projects him is at center. And he's a guy who I think they would love to take if he were on the board. You're starting to get building momentum for, hey, he might go in the teens here. I know we've talked a lot about Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon. Like, well, how comfortable are they with his medicals and other things like that? If you look at, Brian Broaddus' Twitter timeline and you hear some of the things that we've heard in the last week or so, it does not sound like he's somebody that they would consider with their pick, regardless of medicals, that they're not as high on him as other people are. But I think names to watch tonight, Graham Barton from Duke, Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma, right tackle, and a couple other guys. You've got Troy Fatanu from Washington. If he's somebody that slid down the board a little bit, maybe they say, hey, this is too good a value. We gotta go up and get it. We're all in. I mean, that would be all in. You're going all in. You're making a move up while you don't have that much capital right now. If they get wiped out, I would not be surprised. I'm not saying this is the way to go. I would not be surprised if they get wiped out if they took if they moved back a little bit and they took Jonathan Brooks, the running back from Texas, which might cause people to lose their minds if their top pick was a running back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because where would you move back to?
Back into the first or early second?
And you're going to take him in the first?
You might. I don't think that's likely.
But we just met with Zeke yesterday.
Yes, you don't need him.
Well, that's why you might not draft Graham Barton, the center from Duke. Because, yeah, exactly. Because that's what Zeke will fill. But I honestly, I think there are a number of different ways it can go. I'm leaning right now. I think when I'm going to do my final mock draft, I think I'm going to put Tyler Guyton, the tackle from Oklahoma.
Choppy, give us your different scenarios that you plotted out last night.
All right, so here we go. Scenario right here. You're on the clock. There is nobody to trade with. Nobody will trade. Kansas City, no, because Kansas City already moved up and traded with Philadelphia 2 spots ahead of you. All right, so let's just paint that scenario. Lions aren't moving up. Niners aren't moving up. Nobody. Or maybe the Lions do and the Niners do, but you don't want to trade with them because whatever. So, nobody to trade with. They're going to pick, but I'm telling you, they're not taking O-line at 24. Okay. All the O-linemen are gone.
Yep.
Not a scenario that's likely. So, they can't trade down, and all the O-linemen are gone at 24.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they go?
Where do they go? Where would you want them to go?
No, I'm asking you guys. This is a hypothetical. There's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
So, this isn't where we want them to go. It's where you think they will go. So, all the offensive linemen are gone, and you can't trade down, and there's no Roma Dunze has not dropped to them.
Yeah. Man, that would be pretty terrible. I would guess that might be the instance where you do go.
Is there a justifiable linebacker? D lineman.
I mean,
corner.
You'll likely have the top corner on the or the top linebacker on the board there, Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M. You'll have the top running back there, Jonathan Brooks from Texas. It's just those two guys are generally considered second rounders. This is a good corner class. If you've got all the linemen going and you've got quarterbacks going and nobody's coming up to trade with you, there's a good chance one of the corners has been pushed down to you. And so, I mean, yeah, you might go corner. I think at that point they would say, we're taking the top running back, linebacker, or defensive lineman on our board. So Jonathan Brooks from Texas, Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M, the linebacker, or whoever the defensive lineman would be there since there's a cluster of them.
Give me the percentage. And we need to cover this because I don't want to come in tomorrow and say, why didn't we bring it up? What's the quarterback percentage? First of all, do we know who they like? 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks?
No, but I mean, I would guess, knowing the way that they've evaluated guys in the past, I would guess they have it probably close to where I don't know how they would feel about McCarthy, but I would guess it's close to Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix.
Okay.
Oh, Penix. You think Penix is ahead of Daniels and JJ and Nix?
I definitely think Penix would be ahead of Nix, and I'm not sure about JJ. I know there are plenty of people around Dallas and elsewhere around the league that do like Penix more than Daniels.
Wow.
There are people who like him better. Daniels is not for everybody, but the people who like him are going to have him graded very, very high.
He played again. He beat Justin Herbert in a game. That's how kind of old he is.
I could not believe when I saw that yesterday.
He threw a touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk, and in the same game beat Justin Herbert.
You talking about Daniels?
Yeah.
Is Daniels older than Penix? Because all I hear is about Penix's age.
So
I haven't heard anything about Jaden.
Jaden Daniels started at Arizona State. And so he's I think this was his 5th year.
He's 23.
So yeah, he's been 2019. He's a pre-COVID player. He was a freshman starter at Arizona State in 2019.
Well, if you like a quarterback, don't have Peyton Manning anywhere around your organization, as Peyton did the very rare radio interview with his former teammate Brandon Stokely, and you judge whether you think Sean Payton is unhappy with this on the Fan in Denver.
I actually had a conversation with J.J. McCarthy the other day. I texted him, Stoke, after the national championship. I never met him, but we invited him to our football camp, and like Harbaugh wouldn't let him miss a workout, so he didn't get to go. And so I just reached out and said, hey, man, congratulations. Wish you the best of luck in your next chapter. And I guess he thought it was a prank because he never called me back. So I texted him Monday, from the same number, and he's like, "Oh, it really is you. I thought that was somebody was pranking me." And so I just kind of wished him luck, and he said, "Hey, I'd love to ask you some questions." So he called me back, and impressive to talk to, and I know Denver's very interested in him, and it sounded like this is a place he'd love to come to. So, but it's a little bit out of his control.
He'll never be in a meeting room again. Denver likes him.
Was that didn't sound as bad as I read.
It didn't sound as bad as you read, correct. But still, it's like you don't want any of your cards. Now this could be a complete plant. Like Sean Payton could be saying to Payton, "Hey, let's get the word out that we really like JJ." When in reality, we like Drake May, or Daniels or Penix or whatever.
Yeah, you can like Drake May. You'd have to go way up to get Drake May.
But maybe it's Penix or whoever, Knicks that they like better.
I ultimately, like in the last mock I've got Denver trading up for McCarthy instead of Minnesota. Like I had been all this time thinking Minnesota would go up. I think it'll be Denver.
Odds from Bet Online that I got yesterday in Vegas. Caleb is 1 to 500 to go first.
Oh God.
Jaden Daniels is 33 to 1 to go first, then Drake May. But what about number 2? Jaden Daniels was the favorite as of last night, 1 to 5. Drake May 13 to 4, then JJ McCarthy 10 to 1. So is Jaden Daniels trying to voice passively aggressive he hates the Commanders?
This has been a weird week or two. So the Commanders caused some waves by, and we talked about at the time, he
hates Topgolf.
They had a Topgolf outing. Yeah, that's why he didn't show up to the Sandlot charity a couple years ago. That was why.
Neither did Coolio.
They had this Topgolf outing. God, jeez, they had this
dead,
top.
Right?
I'm rubbing off on you too much. That's what's happening here. Yeah, he died. That's why he wasn't able to show up to it. That's why my mom wasn't able to show up either. So anyway, listen.
She wasn't even invited.
No, she wasn't.
At least Coolio was.
Yeah. So the Top Golf outing where they had JJ McCarthy, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. I don't know if it was just those three, or I can't remember if Penix may have been in there too, or Bo Nix, but those three definitely were there. And it was something where there was some commentary that was like, hey, this is a little weird. Why wouldn't you just have guys on their own trip? Why would you do a group outing? And Ron Butler, who is the agent for Jaden Daniels, quote tweeted that with like the thinking emoji, like, what an idea, what a concept. Now you're starting seeing stories that are leaking out about Jaden Daniels is wondering what options he might have if Washington isn't the right fit for him. He gave an interview or there was a talk where he had said that, the two teams that he really wanted to play for growing up, and he has just completely avoided talking about the Commanders very directly. And I know he got interviewed the other day by JP Finley from our sister station in Washington, D.C. And JP had asked him, like, what would it be like? You get drafted by the Commanders. How'd that be? And, he's like, boy, it'd be a lifelong dream come true to play in the NFL. It's like, okay, you seem like you're doing everything you can to avoid talking about this. All the discussion sounds like he's ending up there anyway, and that they'll work it out, and this may be some sort of gamesmanship, but there is a lot of uneasiness about his demeanor towards Washington right now.
Every year it's like, look, everyone has this guy mocked to this team. Like, we just know it's going to happen. What are those fits in the first round where it's like, this team is taking this guy?
Outside of Caleb Williams, of course.
Yep.
You've got a lot of people saying that Marvin Harrison Jr.
Not a dog.
Not a dog.
No, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals is one that we're seeing a lot. It's interesting. There's been a late push where you're seeing, and this happens the last 24 hours of the draft, guys feel a little more comfortable. They can drop stuff at the end. But you're seeing a lot of people who are saying Leatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, that a lot of people are mocking him to the Falcons. And you're just seeing, those are kind of consistent. But it's odd. Outside of, you get out of the top 10, it's kind of all over the map. I mean, a lot of people think the Saints will take a tackle, whichever top tackle is there. Dallas obviously has seen pretty consistently the Graham Barton mock, and Tyler Guyton has become a popular one. The only other one that everybody seems set on right now is the Chiefs are getting one of these receivers in the first round tonight.
Cowboys' first drafted position from Vegas. There's odds on this. Offensive lineman is 1 to 2. Linebacker is 9 to 2. This is for the pick tonight. Defensive line / edge is 11 to 2. Then wideout 9 to 1. Corner 10 to 1. Running back 25 to 1. Quarterback, tight end safety.
Running back is value.
Running back 25-1.
That's value.
They're not going to take.
I don't think they will, but I'm saying I think there's a better wipeout scenario where they take a running back than they do a receiver, where they move back and they pick.
They only they only have one receiver. Let's be fair.
Cooks is a good receiver.
Yeah, he's a good receiver. He's not a number 2. He's true. Like ideally, if you want to have the best receiving core, he's your number 3.
Yeah, ideally.
Well, that's like an all-world receiving core.
Yeah,
I think he's a solid.
He's a solid player, but like he's like I don't know, like because you need 3 receivers. His whole idea is you need 2. No, you need 3.
He is to me about an average, maybe slightly above average too. Like I think obviously there's some where you've got Cincinnati where they have incredible depth.
That's the goal. The goal is to find a T. Higgins or something.
It's the goal, but I think league average around the league, Cooks is a good 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally.
Would it qualify as an all-time disappointment if the Stars get swept or lose in 5? We talked about Game 2 last night and a Texas Ranger ticket giveaway. We're sending you and 3 others to go see the World Series champs in Arlington, the commercial-free expressway. Then Zach Wilczuk in studio to preview the draft, all coming up on The Fan. But how about this?
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Heiskanen and Ben the assists. Here's Eichel to the backhand. Passes to Marchessault, and they score! What a play by Jack Eichel. Brought all the attention to his left. An easy pass for the tuck home by Marchessault. And the Golden Knights have the equalizer.
Vegas Sticks were active, also defended the blue line extremely well, and the Dallas Stars lose both at the AAC. They're down 0-2, heading to Vegas for Saturday night. They matched Vegas's physicality, led the game on a robo power play goal. Ottinger was not bad in net. Stars win 5-on-5, outshot Vegas 59-45. They just could not finish. Getting some of the stats from the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle. Fresh Spits and Suds will be up, but we got a problem. So if they lose, and you can fill in the blank, if they lose in 5, if they get swept,
oh baby,
if they lose in 6, this will be what in terms of a horrific upset? In terms of what level of disappointment should this be put at? Because technically you have a 1 versus 8 here. Right? How does it work in hockey?
So you have your 2 divisions in each conference. So in the case of the Stars, the Central and the Pacific, and the top seed in the Central, the top seed in the Pacific. So Dallas and Edmonton play the wild cards. So Edmonton gets wild card 1, and the Stars get wild card 2. So that's the lowest wild card. And then the 2 and 3 in each division play each other. The 2 and 3 really get screwed in the NHL. They really get screwed because they're playing good teams. But sometimes like the 3 of one, you can have one division so bad that like you're not really playing the 8, but you really are. In this case, you really are playing the 8 seed.
Okay. So when there's an 8 versus 1 upset, God forbid a sweep, or even 5, you're talking about people like losing jobs in other sports normally, just normally. But in hockey, we've talked about 8-1 upsets before. Bobby, how often has it happened?
Looks like it has happened roughly 15, 16 times in the last 30 years. So
it's every other year.
Wow.
It's happened a lot.
So 50% of the time it's happening over the last 15 years? 50% of the time?
Over the last 30 years.
Over the last 30 years.
Yeah. Basically, it's been over 30 years' time, so 60 matchups there, 15 of them, so a quarter of them have been 8 seeds winning.
So that would lessen like the devastation.
I mean, look, last year it happened. Florida,
yeah.
They went all the way to the Cup Finals.
Mavs, said the Mavs lose in 5 to the Clippers, and the Stars lose in 5 to Vegas. Which one is more crushing?
I mean, the Stars are the 1 seed, but Vegas is like they don't match up well, and they're the defending champs. Like I think the Mavs losing in 5 to the Clippers is somehow worse.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what we mentioned earlier, like the idea of could the Golden Knights be to the Stars what the 49ers are to the Cowboys? Like, it might be a better parallel to say what the Clippers have been to the Mavs, like over the last couple of years. And like, this is a hurdle that they need to go over. I guess I felt better just obviously from hearing everybody talk about the Stars, hearing what Vegas was getting back. I felt better. I thought both would win, but I felt better that the Mavericks were going to beat the Clippers. So to me, that would be a bigger disappointment. I think Peyton's analogy last night on Twitter was a good one, where he's like, this is 2016 Rangers again, where they're the number 1 seed and they just get swept by Toronto.
What do you think, Pepe? How bad would this be? Or like, understandable. 1/8s happen. Vegas is not your usual 8. Like, it's not the end of the world as an all-time stinging moment around here.
Yeah, I mean, I get it's the defending champs, but it's just the Stars made this season just look so easy. They were dominant at home, they were dominant on the road, and then to go down in round 1 as the 1 seed, like we've talked about, it would be disappointing. I get the Vegas Golden Knights are the defending champs, and the fan text agrees. 4090 disappointment because I knew Vegas would whoop our ass. 940, not a horrific upset. They are the defending champs.
Yeah.
It's going to be disappointing because it's another Dallas team that's a top seed, like the Cowboys were a 2 seed. Rangers were a 1 seed in 2016, and now the Stars are 1 seed. It would be very disappointing, though.
Yeah, and it would be. Now people are asking about Vegas, like, and how they're manipulating the salary cap and everything, and You heard Subban you kind of talk about that in that clip we played of him yesterday. It's just a loophole they found. And Chicago, the Blackhawks, found the same loophole of Patrick Kane like a dozen years ago or whatever. And that's when Stone came back to the playoffs. So, like, there's no salary cap in the playoffs. So if you have a guy who's on, like, the IR, their version of the IR designated to return or their version of the injured list, you know, they're not, I guess, counting against your cap, so you can add players to replace them, and then you can bring that player back for the postseason without having to cut anybody and having it hurt your cap. And that's what they did with Stone. And like I said, I think it was Patrick Kane. Chicago did that, you know, a dozen years ago or whatever. So is it legal? Yes, it's legal. It's, you know, that's an NHL problem. It's not the Vegas problem. Like that's an NHL thing.
It's just taking advantage of a loophole. Wasn't there talk last year that the Rangers kind of took advantage of roster loopholes in terms of the way they were able to get Evan Carter on the roster?
Well, they were because there was an injury, right? There was a late term.
It's like you can find ways to kind of manipulate it a little bit.
Yeah, technically, I think you have to be on the roster by a certain date in order to be on the playoff roster, unless there's an injury.
And they're replacing the guy who was injured.
And he's not able to return at all or something like that.
Spittle just texted, disappointment, but not all time. Vegas with their insertions of Hannafin, who scored last night. Stone could be playing better than anyone. Amazing, the instant chemistry they have. But the Stars were beasts on the road this year, so let's see. But I'm just asking, if it's a sweep, if it's 5-6, they lose in the first round, is it going to be put in some type of all-time Metroplex category? It's sounding like the hockey heads are saying no. That it would be disappointment, but not shocking because of what you're facing and the consistency of these 1-8 upsets that we just touched on. So I just wanted to ask, because this is not good. 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. Someone tweeted, let's see. It is Atolo saying, Sharif, I wonder if you could be on the draft show for the first round. That's from Outlaw 1354. No, sir. I will be drinking and eating at Pluckers.
Well,
I'm at the Dallas location along with maybe Mike Bassick on Greenville Avenue starting at 6:30 tonight. So go ahead and show up. I think I got a lot of Tolos rolling out. A lot of Tolos rolling out to meet up. Here are the different Pluckers assignments throughout the Metroplex, and then we're going to give away the Rangers tickets, and then we're going to have Neighborhood Watch. Myself and Bassick, Dallas location. Plano, the great Christy Scales. In Addison, it will be Corey Majors. In Grapevine, it will be Eric Chiafalo. Pluckers Alliance, Raph, James, Choppy. In Allen, Kevin Hagelin. Arlington, Gavin and Lucius. Cityview, Reggie Atatula. So those are all the different locations. We're taking over Pluckers tonight for round one.
What is your genuine expectation for when Mike is there and when Mike leaves?
Well, I'm going to give Mike the guilt trip in crosstalk. Like, oh, you're just going to abandon your teammate.
Those work really well with him.
Had a lot of behind the scenes talks to try to help Mike out for many a year. Help him out with some advice. So you're just fine getting up and abandoning me and having me on the microphone throughout the entire evening when you know I love this event and I want to pay attention to it. Okay. Yeah, you do you. So I'm going to try to guilt him. But see, this is the problem with having my wife and son come for a little bit.
Ooh.
Once Mike sees, because my wife is not understanding, and neither am I really. I've never done this. She's like, why would you have me drop you and you're going to take a car home? What are you talking? What are you doing? And she's like, why are you there so long? You're not working the draft this year. And I'm like, apparently you have to stay to the end of the first round. And Chiafalo is side texting me being like, don't drive because people are going to try to get you hammered with the different specials. But when Mike, see, if I was by myself, I think Mike could feel a little extra guilt. But as soon as he sees my wife there, that's his green light to roll out even earlier. Like, oh, I'm not abandoning you.
Nope. What you need to hit him with during crosstalk is like, man, she's had a couple contractions lately. Like, I might have to leave the event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe I should just do that before and say we're going to the hospital and make Mike do the whole thing by himself.
Exactly. Ooh. Pour little Tito's on the floor. Be like, "Whoops, Mike, our water just broke. We got to leave." You're gonna stay.
That's good. I like that.
Good.
So that's what's happening this evening.
Yeah, I've been doing this. What now? We've done this for 6 or so times. Obviously,
5, 6.
We missed the COVID year, but it was at least 2018, maybe 2017 that we started doing this at Pluckers, and it's a lot of fun. And I got the list. I got the list of drink specials ready.
Oh,
I got the.
Hit me with it.
I can't.
Hit me
it's
with
secret.
it. What?
It's secret. You can't let it. But you can't even tell them
why
before the pick comes in. You got to wait till after the pick.
All right, so tell me how this works in terms of like a food special or something.
Okay, so here we go. All right, so you sign up 6:30. You get on the mic at Pluckers. Get there early. Get there at 6:30. Get on the mic and say, okay, you want to be the general manager. You're picking for the team. So you sign up. So somebody's going to sign up for the Bears. You're going to call them up when the Bears are on the clock, and you're going to say, who do you want the Bears? Who are the Bears taking? Give us your best guess. And they say Caleb Williams, and you go, okay. Well, if the Bears pick Caleb Williams, then everybody in the restaurant for the next 10 minutes gets whatever the draft day special is that coincides with that pick. So if the first one is, hey, you get $4.50 Tito's for the next 10 minutes, that's the drink special. If they get it wrong, there's no special.
Dude, it is. I went before, we did all the draft coverage and stuff like that. There
when
is
you're a fanboy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I always have been, according to Slater. There's a Price is Right, like screaming from the stands for like what your bid should be, like to the people who are going up there to make the pick of like, say this, don't pick. And then when somebody picks like a dumb pick or whatever else, then people are like, we don't get the drink special now.
So I have all the specials.
Yeah.
Can I like read some of these? It doesn't matter, right? Like tonight.
Don't say what pick it goes with.
But what does it matter?
I don't know.
What does it freaking matter what pick it goes with?
There's some legality thing there.
Oh, it's a legality thing.
Yeah.
All right, so
he knows Bennett's listening.
These are some of the different. These are some of the different specials for tonight. I won't tie it in with the team. $10 34-ounce Bud Lights. 34-ounce Bud Lights for $10 if you nail that pick. $4.50 Fireball. $7.50 Pluckers Lit. I don't know what that is. $4.
Oh, Long Island iced tea.
Oh my gosh, my brother will fly in for that from Maryland. $4.50 Tito's. $10 Pluckers Nachos. All these different shots. $6.50 Patron shots. $7 frozen margaritas. $5 fried cookies and cream. 10 wings for $14. $8.50 34-ounce Dos Equis. So $4.50 fried pickles. $8 Grey Goose Moscow Mules. $2.25 Bud Light pints. $2.75 Dos Equis pints. $4 fried Twinkies. 5 wings for $5. Blue cheese potato chips. Buffalo Bites for $5.50. Boozeberry. All these things are what the whole place gets to order if someone nails the draft.
If someone nails the pick that coincides with that special.
Oh my God, my partner in crime. He's already here for
Mikey
me.
B.
He's already here for me. Mikey B on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Mikey.
Yeah, how's it going?
What's up?
I was listening to you.
Yeah.
Are you all in?
No, not at all. I'm all in. I am all in like the Cowboys are on getting my son a driver's license this week, as this has been one of the craziest weeks of my life, driving 3 hours a day, making sure that he can get a driver's license. So right now I'm in the car, headed to Garland, DMV. Very nice people there last time I went when my son didn't have anything ready to go to have a driver's license. So now I'm going back there this morning. Then after that, I'm dropping him off in East Dallas at Bishop Lynch. Then from East Dallas, I'm driving to West Fort Worth to the Pluckers today to do the show.
Yeah.
Then I'm getting home. But that's been my whole week of driving 3 hours a day to make sure my son gets where he needs to go so he can have a driver's license.
Yeah.
So I'm giving each team 5 minutes to make their pick. So whatever 5 times 32 is how long I stay.
Okay, 5 minutes. Now you gotta show me how to do this for the very beginning. I have not done this before.
You get on the mic and you yell at the people and you say, 32 people, get up here right now, put your name down, to make the pick when it's your turn.
Okay.
You have 5 to 10 minutes to come up here. If you don't want to do it, fine. I will put the name in, and I will pick it for you.
There's no way Mike is like this harsh, like with all his legions of fans around him, and they're coming up and wanting to talk to him.
That's what they like. They like to be dominated, abused, verbally abused, okay? That is an entire category on the hub, verbal abuse.
Yeah.
All right, people love hearing
I don't
that. They
care
love
if you
that.
put- I don't care if one person comes up here and picks 32 times right now. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get it. All right, you show me
I'm
how.
not here to entertain you all night. That is not my job.
You show me
It
how.
actually is.
You show me how to do it for the first half, and then I'll take the second half.
Okay, I got the first 16. You got the last 16.
Yeah, so I'll be there till 11 or 12. Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sean, I don't even know 16 people who are in this draft.
Hey, as long as there's not a weight room there for you to go in
That's
while
right.
we're
That's
picking,
right.
then we don't have to worry about that. Love you, Michael. Be careful out there driving
All right.
around. Yeah, he was setting all that. Play that violin. Turn that up. He was setting all that up for I got this going on and I got that. My wife is 8 months and 2 weeks pregnant. I moved into a new house and I got a 3-year-old. I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it, but I actually need my wife to go so she understands the chaos and craziness that I hear it's going to be, so she's not ticked off when I stumble into the house at 12 or 12:30. I invite her to come see what I'm getting into.
Sarah will be there.
Because she's not understanding, and I'm not understanding it. She's like, why do you, every other work event, you drive? Why are you Ubering? Why would you sleep at the radio station? So you're basically going out to party and get hammered. But that's what y'all have told me. So that's what I told her. And I was like, you know what? You just need to come for the first few hours. Even if you had to bring Ollie, you need to come see it so she gets it.
It's a bit. Like
she won't say anything once she sees it.
No. You're busy. It's a busy time. It's fun. Like it's constant, right? It's not like difficult. You're not like stressed. It's just constant action.
Definitely make sure that she comes out to see it before pick 24. Because if things go sideways, people are going to be, depressed drinking and trying to get you to join in.
Yeah. The good news is that, what we found is like if the Cowboys pick early, the crowd will disperse late. The fact they're picking late, the whole place is packed until the Cowboys pick.
So I need to trade up.
Yes.
Need to
trade up.
Will tomorrow be this has been the week of hell.
This is the week of hell.
With our jobs. Will tomorrow be the worst day?
Yes, because you'll get to bed probably later. Because
I've been going to sleep at 12.
Yeah, but the draft, look, if you get lucky, the draft is quick, then you get home earlier.
How long is the nap today?
Oh.
Are you going to try and get like 4 in?
I got to get up and do some work. But although a lot will be
like junk drawer, reaction. We got it all set up.
Yeah.
We'll call Jane Slater, make her come on for a segment.
Yeah, Jay met her once a year quota. We don't want to ask for too much. And we have another Texas Rangers ticket giveaway tomorrow, like we do right now. Right there.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Washington Nationals on May 1st. And you want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nathan Eovaldi replica postseason jersey and presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. And it's also $1 hot dog night at the ballpark. Get tickets and info now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Zach Wolchuk in studio, taking over the hosting responsibilities this year. He's going to join us at 8 to answer all of your NFL and Cowboy draft questions. Right now, it's your favorite local segment of the week.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It's neighborhood watch time, and we got a couple of really bizarre stories, like unsolved mysteries type of stories floating around the Metroplex today, and we're going to get into those in just a sec. First off, you guys mentioned you'll be at Pluckers. I will be at the Star in Frisco, so I will not be able to take part in that, but one of our other wonderful partners, RJ Choppy, you know how wonderful they are, Boomer Jacks.
Yes.
I'm going to be out at Boomer Jacks on Saturday night.
Very nice.
So after the draft, after day 3 of the draft, I'll go hang out at the Boomer Jacks on 121 off of Plano. Come on out, and we'll have a good time. We'll either drink away our sorrow or we'll celebrate. But either way, we will be drinking. And also, shout out to the Keller Indians, baby. The Keller High School Indians, who opened the round of playoffs today. Best of 3 series against Pascal High School. That is the official high school softball team of the morning show. Best of luck to them. They'll be playing out at Saginaw. Because I'm tied up with the draft, I'm going to need them to win, like more than normal, because I've got to make the trip for next weekend.
Tolo Joseph Hicks was very excited to think that you lived in Keller. Before I told him no, you are just showing local support.
I don't live in Stephenville either, but I rep Tarleton. I don't live in Keller. I do live. We did get some hell when I started repping Keller so hard from our friends who are softball in that softball community for Marcus High School, which is obviously ours, and they're like, y'all never show up. So shout out to them too. Marcus is in the playoffs. They will play tonight as well. They're in a best of 3 series. I need everybody to advance. That's what I need. And then if I can get them in the final 4, I can potentially get a Marcus versus Keller match.
I'd like to get a rotation of high school sweatshirts and hats for me to wear every day for my wardrobe. So if y'all send it up to the station, I'll go ahead and rock it.
Plano East Baseball gave us those hats at one of the Firehouse stores. And I love those hats.
Yeah.
And like whenever I wore one to a Cowboys game one time, I got stopped I get stopped more for wearing high school gear than anything else. Where somebody's like, "Did you go there?
Yeah.
Did you go there? Do you have people that people just
they're like
they connect with
100
man.
feet away, sir, please."
Exactly. Yeah. All right. What's more important? What's more important, especially with the mustache? Kids crossing a street safely, or someone who set their kitchen on fire while trying to replicate a recipe from the soon-to-be defunct TikTok, RIP. Our Facebook community group post of the week comes from Grand Prairie, Texas Talk Alternative. It's where they keep it real. They're red-pilled over there. It's not the Grand Prairie, Texas Talk where they censor everything. This is like, all right, where it's like the Rockwallian Uncensored, which I am a member of. Those jerks at the Rockwallian still won't let me in the Facebook group, but they let me in the Rockwallian Uncensored, which is the one I want to be a part of anyway. It's counterculture. So here was the post in the Grand Prairie, Texas Talk Alternative yesterday. This morning on Carrier Parkway and Polo Road, I ended up right behind a full-size Grand Prairie Fire Department fire truck. Horn blasting, all lights and sirens going. It was clearly rushing to an emergency. Then we hit a school zone, and it creeped 20 miles per hour all the way through to the end of the school zone.
Kevin Hagelin's big hang-up right here.
Which made me think, critically injured people, most likely in a car wreck, or school children. I know it's the law, but I would have no problem with the fire truck not doing 20 miles per hour in that school zone if there was an emergency. After all, everyone can hear it coming down the road. If you ask people possibly trapped in their car after wrecking, I bet they would say, step on the gas and please hurry. Don't worry about observing the school zone speed limit. And a lot of the comments in there on this Facebook post were like, nope, what this says to me is if they can slow down, you can slow down. That's what it says to me. So what's your thought? Would you want, if you saw an emergency vehicle going through a school zone, do you think they should throttle it back, go 20 and under, or should they be like, no, we got to get to this emergency?
Well, are there any kids on the street, and what type of time of day is it? I learned my lesson right here at this school. As I went down Cole, and I was going to turn on Lemon to go home, and I tried like the little shortcut by the school to turn left. I got trapped with these daggone kids. I mean, I sat there for about 8 minutes, and I'm like, how many kids are in this school? So if there are no kids on the street, if no one's getting out of school, if it's not recess time, yes, the emergency vehicle can blow through the...
What if it's 2:59 or 3:02? Schools let out 2 minutes earlier.
So kids are out there?
Yeah.
Then they have to stop.
Slow down. To me, it's like...
And slow down.
There's no alternate route.
Like the kids kids are hopefully taught, get on the sidewalk, like stay out of the way and part the C for the vehicle.
Crossing guards everywhere. They're helping you out.
They need one over here.
They do. Yeah, this is a tough one.
Let that morning drive guy through. He's important.
Like if your sirens are on and you've got your horn blasting, you would think that even if the kids are kind of in their own world, that's going to jolt them out of it. Then again, they're kids.
Yeah.
Is it an elementary school? Are there kindergartners around? Is it a high school?
Yeah.
If there's high schools there, I don't y'all should be able to walk across the street without, y'all should look. If it's kindergartners, I totally get it. Like they're in their own world. They don't know any better.
903 says, as a firefighter paramedic, we have to slow down through the school zone. The bad part for us is anytime a wreck happens and we're involved, it's our fault. Oh, that sucks. So it's just defaults to being their issue. 817 says, kids are dumb and could rush out to see the fire truck. They wouldn't necessarily stop. They'd be like, oh, fire truck, like it's ice cream truck
like
thing.
A dog.
Yeah. 214. I honestly think school zones are dumb, except for by elementary schools. Somebody says 940, got to slow down. Kids can be dumb sometimes. Ultimately, we all want to protect our kids, but that is what I think it comes down to. I am in favor of, just slow down through the school zone because, or find an alternate route. Like, there's no other way. Do you have to drive through the school
I
zone?
don't think you're thinking like it's 3:02, like kids are getting out. Like hit the alternate route on Waze.
Whoever makes the
Waze alternate
TikTok,
routes?
whoever makes the TikTok algorithm, whatever genius came up with that, come up with some sort of algorithm that adjusts and says this is how you get around these schools.
Waze school zone, fire school zone Waze.
Yeah, let me ask you a life hacks question.
Yeah.
You guys ever ride the wake of that ambulance?
All the time.
Same here.
As much as I possibly can.
Yeah.
No.
Get behind that whale. Get behind it.
No doubt.
The following life hacks are
I will never forgive you, Peyton, for getting that intro canceled. That's what I'm upset by more than anything else.
You won't get behind after a safe distance. The police car.
I feel like usually I'm like, because I'm such a fantastic driver, I'm usually like leading the pack, right? And so what happens is that when I have to pull off to the side to make way, then anybody who's tailgating is right behind it, and I can't just duck right in.
Of course.
So that's the way how that goes typically. So interesting sort of perspective. Peyton, where do you come down on this? Would you want a fire truck rushing to save one of your fellow Rockwallians, or would you say no? Got to slow down for the children.
I think, if it's a paramedic, they got to go through. Hopefully they're aware of their surroundings, and other people will see the kids walking and say, hey, you got to hold back. Like Sean said, I believe, you got to have cross guards and everything. So, if it's an emergency, you got to have the guys go.
All right, so there are a couple of really weird stories.
Then come back for the kids that you hit in the crosswalk.
There are a couple of really weird stories going on around DFW. First one is from a car accident that occurred in Forney on Sunday. So 22-year-old Wade Robinson crashed his car along Highway 80 near FM 460 last weekend. He called his friends, said, hey, I was in a car accident. Meet me up the road. It doesn't seem like it's totally clear, like how, at least from this article that I'm reading from WFA, exactly how like potentially hurt he was, or delusional or whatever else, but he wrecks his car, calls his friends show up, and he's not there. And since Sunday, they have not been able to find this guy. He is just missing. And apparently they went back by the accident scene. They found barefoot footprints in the mud.
Is this like the
around
guy
his car?
Remember the guy who got hit and like flipped back into the car? Like in the passenger seat?
That was the that was was that around here? Yeah, it was. And the guy like drove home with him there or whatever. Yeah. No, so this is actually, they found these footprints, like these barefoot footprints of his. One of his friends on Tuesday, when they were searching the area looking for him, they found his iPhone like way far away from the crash site and everything else. So this guy they're still looking for him. They have no idea where he is. This has been since Sunday. So you're talking about 4 days where this guy, there's now helicopters involved. Police are searching all over the place trying to figure out where's this guy. I think they started looking in some of the water around there, like one of the creeks or rivers, trying to figure out like, okay, where is this guy? But he was headed to Forney from the Skyway, lost control, spun out back of the car, hit the sidewall, and pushed the concrete pillars out all the way. Owens, one of his friends, Dylan Owens, says he called friends to meet him down the road, never made it to him. Nobody's heard from him since. It's just very odd. Like the no shoes, you've got weird. Now, I could imagine if you were in a really bad accident.
That brain trauma.
Yeah, if you're just
amnesia,
disoriented.
They call it amnesia. They could still call it that, or is they? I don't know.
Amnesia?
They have a different. I haven't heard somebody say amnesia in 20 years, so I don't even know.
I say it to you every other
thing.
day in a segment of what we just talked about.
See, that's my short-term memory loss.
I don't know. I mean, either you may not have heard it for 20 years because you have it, or it may be that that's one of those words that people have decided all of a sudden is offensive to them for some reason. I don't know. We can't ever keep track of that. The other bizarre story is out in Frisco. So
we call it loss of collective memories. No,
that's what it is. 29-year-old Jonathan Webb. Jonathan has been arrested after he was accused of starting a Frisco fire, multiple fires that damaged 8 homes. So on Monday, there was a 3-alarm fire, destroyed 1 home under construction before it spread, caused damage to 7 other houses. This is according to Fox 4 News. Investigators say 29-year-old Jonathan Webb was seen on surveillance near that fire scene. They arrested him Monday night after he allegedly set another fire in a different part of town. The fires happened in 2 Frisco neighborhoods 6 miles apart. They say at this time, investigation's still ongoing. We don't have a motive, but he's not talking. He's not cooperating. That's odd enough. You said all these things.
Setting fires.
You're setting fires. You're not talking. They have surveillance footage of it. He's just being completely uncooperative, not getting a lawyer or anything else. What's really odd to Frisco police and Frisco firefighters right now is the fire marshal says the most confusing part of this is he's not from here. He drove up from Austin to set these fires. He's from Austin. Fire marshal says he's being completely uncooperative and that he came up, they can't find any logical connection for him here, why he would have been in those neighborhoods, but is not even from the area, drove up to Frisco to set these fires.
Why would Austin have beef with us to this degree? What would they be jealous of or mad at? Austin, Dallas. What's the big mismatch there?
California. Californians down in Austin. Yeah, I'll move there. No, I mean, they move here too.
Would this be, is the natural thought here, like if you have no connection, you're coming up here, this is some sort of like radical protest of some sort? That's where my head goes. I don't know what it would be, but
targeting someone you hate. I don't know, but that's that's multiple fires.
Yeah, he set them in different neighborhoods.
Did they ever catch the Austin killer? We were talking to Broadus about?
No, the serial killer they think they have down there. I have seen
dumping
nothing.
Bodies in the water.
Dumping bodies in the lake. I've seen no updates on the potential serial killer. Now, I do love those documentaries on serial killers.
Yeah.
I think they're fascinating, and
nothing worse than watching America's Most Wanted, man, by yourself at night, Friday night, John Walsh, and you're looking out your window, you hear like your whole old house creak.
Yeah.
Looking out the window, what the heck is that?
Especially when it's within reasonable driving distance of where the crime was. Like, that guy could have come 3 hours this way if he's on the run or whatever else. And one quick note really quickly, if you enjoy Airbnbs, Vrbo, everything else like that, you cannot get it in Plano anymore. Plano City Council voted late on Monday night unanimously. They are completely banning the short-term rentals in their cities. So they're tired of it.
My neighbors complaining.
Yeah, it's just different ordinances that people say like it's too unregulated, causes too many problems. Yep. So Plano, you are not going to be able to get an Airbnb in Plano moving forward.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday, your best and favorite local segment of the week during the commercial-free expressway. Zach Walchuk, host of the draft festivities, live in studio.
He likes to fart in bed
for an hour. Wooly Bully joins us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
With Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of America's team, and you're going to be reminded of that yet again tonight with round one of the NFL draft coverage on DFW Sports Station. Our squad is going to be set up inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. My favorite Saturday activity, and really Friday. I just cancel out Friday night activities. The wife knows it. Just turn on 105 through the Fan with the app, DallasCowboys.com, and watch all the homework pay off. Because, yeah, you can watch the national draft coverage. And look, I'm not being a homer. There's plenty of things where I'm not listening to the local points of view on things. I'm watching every single Mavs game on national TV. But when it comes to the draft, like everything gets touched on from a Cowboys angle. So when the Cowboys are 10 picks out, 5 picks out, it's like, okay, let's look at the board. Let's see how it narrows down. That's what I love about the draft coverage. And Zach Wolchuk is leading it this year as a member of the G-Bag Nation. Was yesterday first day back at work?
Yeah, yesterday was the first day back from paternity leave.
How did fatherhood affect draft prep?
Ooh, it affected a lot. I did not get to my 200 players that I was trying to get to. I hit about 170.
Okay.
Brian picked up some of the heavy load there with 215. So he went a little bit more. But, I guess hosting it this year, maybe I can go ahead and just be like, hey, what do you have on this guy?
My job's to pass, man.
If I don't have him, try and be the quarterback there. But overall, it did. It cut into some of the film watching a little bit.
Aisha's got it, too, though. Like, she did a lot. Brian's done a lot. So, we got it covered.
Aisha's pulling out the paper. Like, she's still writing everything out. I don't know how she's able to find guys so fast.
That's what RJ does. RJ writes down a lot of things.
Big writer. Yeah.
Big writer.
Big note
Love writing
taker.
things.
Any new girl dad advice for me? I know wipe a certain way, I was told by my brother.
That's something that you got to get into all the crevices there.
I agree.
Yeah, I've been yelled at a few times. Like, you need to make sure you go over and wipe more properly there.
Yeah.
Because it's an unknown world for us.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing there.
Yeah, because I'm just used to wiping a boy.
Right.
Yep. You got to go the other way because it can cause infections and other things. Yeah.
I think you wipe downwards.
Yeah.
Downwards.
This is why I had boys.
Yeah.
I tried. I don't think I've got the genes.
But she's healthy, all good?
She's fantastic, man. She really, really is.
All right, what would you like for them to do? What's your preference for the Cowboys tonight?
I am all about Graham Barton out of Duke, the offensive tackle who is, I learned the phrase, he's a piano player, can play up and down the line of scrimmage, but he's going to be a center at the next level. But I love Graham Barton.
What's the middle key on a piano?
The middle key?
Yeah, that's what Graham Barton would be.
The 24th one.
Is it?
I don't know. How many are there? How many keys are there?
There's 48. I think,
do you know
48.
Peyton?
Just totally guessing.
No idea.
Okay, then why'd you buzz it?
What do you mean the middle? Like what? 8? Like
just, it was a funny. I was trying.
I never played music.
I
never played music.
No, there's 88 keys.
88 keys. So 44.
So he was wrong.
Okay. Yep. Buzz him again.
Yeah.
Back to you, Zach.
Yeah, Graham Barton's my guy. Now the problem is I don't know that he's going to make it to 24. So
I've never heard so much talk about freaking centers in my entire life.
It's
and
crazy.
now he's not even going to make it down to
Players
24.
from Duke. Players from Duke.
Yeah, bizarre. But he's extremely intelligent because he went to Duke, so you know he's smart.
Typecast.
You know he's smart, but but here's the thing: when you watch the Cowboys' run game last year, were they getting any type of movement in the running game? No, not at all. Right? They were getting beat up at the line of scrimmage. Graham Barton is nasty. Like, this dude wants to flatten you. He wants to let you know about it. He's a finisher. He's tough. He's mean. I think he projects much better moving inside at the next level than he does playing tackle. But the position versatility, the Cowboys like. I love his pad level. He's been my guy since the first week we started watching players back in December. I looked at him. I was like, this team needs some attitude. They need some aggressiveness. Graham Barton plays with all of that. And quite frankly, I don't think the Cowboys' offensive line has been the same since they lost Travis Frederick. And I think when you look at the final 4 teams in the conference championships, 3 out of the 4 had dominant center plays. The one that didn't was the 49ers. And they've got maybe the best offensive mind in the sport who's able to kind of maneuver and navigate past that. So I'm all about Grant Barton. I'm going to be praying and navigating all the minefields tonight that he makes it to 24.
Who else would you like to see?
I think Troy Fautanu, the offensive tackle from Washington, would also be an awesome selection. When I first saw him, I think body type, he projects inside to guard. But he's definitely athletic enough to play tackle. And then the other name that we keep hearing, and I don't love it. I mean, I like it as a trade back scenario. Maybe you pick up some extra picks. But Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, has been the name that seems to be projected most in these mocks. And I think that's if you get a wipeout scenario, maybe Guyton ends up being the guy. Certainly, he's played on both sides, left and right tackle. He's got the size, the long arms. And if the Cowboys value a tackle in the first round, they say he's our guy, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I didn't know that Tyler Smith was going to be as dominant as he was. I didn't have him as a first-round player. He's come in and been an absolute badass. And that allows you to keep Tyler then a guard.
So that's kind of the name that you're cooler on, where you're like, I don't love that.
I don't love it, but I can buy in on it.
RJ asked, in the scenario, there's no lineman.
Okay.
All right, there's no lineman to pick. What's your next position and who?
And there's no lineman to pick, and you don't have a CeeDee Lamb scenario where Roma Dunze fell. Because if he fell, it's like, oh, okay, maybe you can do that, but there's no scenario like that.
I think that corner would certainly be a position that I'd look at. I think that corner's pretty deep. It depends on who is there, obviously. I think TJ Tampa is a name at Iowa State that I like a lot that's starting to generate some bottom of the first round option. If they move back, I think Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M, the linebacker, ends up being a name that would intrigue me there. I don't love him at 24. I think that's a little bit high. But if you move back, it's a position of need. He also had 10 sacks last year. He's a guy that's really, really good when it comes to rushing the passer. He's kind of got an innate feel for it. But you talk about speed, projecting him next to Overshown for the next handful of years, you might have the fastest linebacking duo in all of the National Football League with those two.
So these linebackers, right, because linebacker has kind of been, thrown in there behind running back and safety. Stay away from those positions in terms of value. This crop of linebackers, today's college linebackers, do what? What are they being asked to do with the skill set? How many are like the old school type versus what today's NFL calls for?
Yeah, it's weird because this year's class, you've got a bunch of different sizes with them. Some of them are short and stocky. Some of them are tall, but then super skinny. And then you've got guys that all have injury concerns. Like the best linebacker in this draft is, I think, the old school Luke Kuechly mold in Peyton Wilson. But the problem is the dude might not have a couple of ACLs.
This is Broadus' favorite with 14 surgeries?
He's incredible. Right, 14 surgeries. So it's like,
13,
I think
sorry. Yeah.
Some teams might not even have him on their draft board. I don't know what the Cowboys are going to evaluate him as, if he's even an option. But to me, he's got the wrestling background. He can cover. He's sideline to sideline. He's a thumper. But then you've got some of the guys like Junior Colson out of Michigan, 6'3", 247, started as a true freshman. He's got speed, quickness, instincts. I think that's the biggest thing, though, for the Cowboys when you're evaluating linebacker play. You got to get some guys with instincts. Like, you can be a freak athlete if you don't understand what's happening in front of you, which I think we've seen. Like, they're trying to play Marquise Bell from safety to linebacker. Marquise Bell, bless his heart out there, he doesn't know what he's looking at sometimes from the linebacker position. So I think instincts is something that you're looking at here. Maybe a Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I'd wait on linebacker personally. I'm going third round. Give me Trayvon Wallace, the linebacker from Kentucky. I love that dude. He's got the athleticism. He's got that combination of being able to drop back and cover, but also stop the run. I think you're looking at guys now that you want the blend of both. You can't be able to just be a two-down player in the NFL anymore. You've got to be able to flip your hips and run.
You said there that you're okay with Guyton, but you're a little cool on it. What is like the nightmare scenario? What for you do you go like, man, that is just, I am not thrilled about that. That's reasonable, obviously, because I don't think they're going to say, we're taking Cedric Gray, third-round linebacker out of North Carolina at pick 24. But what is the pick that you'd be a little like, oh, damn, I don't know about that one?
We say this, and then like if it ends up happening, it's going to stink.
Yeah, I think last year I said Mozzie Smith.
Now I'm sitting here like, oh, God, he's a Cowboy, and we're interviewing him, and I just said it's at 8 a.m. on Sean and RJ, I don't like this guy. But it's Patrick Paul, the offensive tackle from Houston. Like, I don't see it with this guy. He's massive.
First names. I don't care for that either.
Right? I mean, come on. Long arms, but he's got 2 big braces on the knees that he plays with. I think he can get overpowered, plays a little high. He's not consistent in terms of getting out of his stance, firing off the ball. You know, I think he's a better run blocker than he is a pass blocker. He can adjust on the fly, but to me, his size is really the only attribute I'm looking at and saying, okay, I can see it with this guy because he's very, very difficult to get around, but he needs to improve in a lot of areas. I think he's very, very raw, but to me, that kind of, it's a similar breakdown to what Tyler Smith was comped to coming out. Like, there's traits here, but the guy's not ready. So is Mike Solari looking at Patrick Paul out of Houston and thinking, gosh, give me that guy. Yeah. I can mold him into something special. I am not a fan. The other option would be if they move back and take Jonathan Brooks. I don't want a first-round running back.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I think that's way too high. I think that this is it's not an elite, but it's a deep running back group. If you want to take Jonathan Brooks at 56, fine. I'd wait on running back until maybe you can get an extra 4th-round pick if you move back and take one there.
I want the running back.
You do?
Yeah, because I got 35-1 odds they're going to take a running back in the first round.
Dude, if they move back, Jonathan Brooks might end up being the pick.
Oh, baby.
I think they do love Jonathan Brooks.
Let's do it. So, because because this is a complete deviation from the Cowboys' norm. All reports are they are zoning in on a specific position. Like, they're going to wind up with the 6th, 7th, or 8th graded player at the tackle or O-line position.
Yeah.
And that's something this team has not done. Now, I don't like, I mean, these grades are arbitrary, right?
Right.
But, like, are we all cool? Like, with them just zoning in?
And that's a great question of getting the 7th lineman versus the 2nd in another category. It speaks to what you asked about. Did they force themselves into need over BPA?
Well, and the idea when you asked earlier, like, what's it with all this like demand over Grant Barton? It's because Barton if you got Barton to you are getting in all likelihood the top center in the class. And so that's things that anybody who needs a center in the 23 picks ahead of you that says like, we really need to address this is a threat to take Grant Barton. But because it's a position that doesn't get taken frequently in the first round, it's set up for you to where you might be able to get the top graded guy at that position, and it's arguably your most dire need.
How do you feel about the center value?
Oh, fine, cool.
You're okay with that?
O-line's good. I think O-line in general is a really good. I have no problem.
I'm with you.
Now, it's boring.
It is.
You know, like, fans want guys they can draft on their fantasy team in the first round. It's boring, but
I want the sex appeal.
Yeah, but center's a very valuable offensive line. I think it's one of the most underrated value positions.
Let's do this then. This might be a dumb question. I doubt it because I'm asking it.
There are no dumb questions.
No, there are plenty. There are plenty. It's like I tell my wife all the time. No, not all feelings are valid. Dumb ones are not valid. Rank line. I say that to her about other people.
Yeah.
Rank the importance of the 5 offensive line positions in order in your mind in today's NFL.
Left tackle, center, left guard.
Whoa.
Right tackle, right guard.
Wow. Why left guard over right tackle?
To me, I just think I'd like to have an elite side. You know, I'd like to just go ahead and make sure, okay, I know I'm dominant on the left or at least the right side.
Okay.
So if I have a play in a situation in a game where it's like I need to go and get a yard here, that's the side. 4th and 1, game's on the line, we're running here.
I love that.
And I assume whoever drafts Penix, their right tackle is their most
right,
important.
and that would matter, right? Is your quarterback a right or left-handed player? 100%. Right, you would flip that in that scenario.
Let's line up calls for Zach. You haven't been able to squeeze them into the G-Bag Nation. You can do it on the morning show. Zach Wilczek, host of tonight's NFL Draft, in studio. Ask away or text away at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your questions for the Willy Bully with the draft tonight are next on Sean and RJ. But we all carry around different stressors, big and small, right? When you keep them bottled up. How many of your families have this philosophy? We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to sweep it under the rug. We're not going to talk about it. And then what happens? It gets bottled up, then bam! Explosion after it starts to affect everyone negatively. Therapy is a safe space to get things off your chest and to figure out how to work through whatever is weighing you down, getting it off of your chest.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333, with Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Marchessault gets to the red line, backhands a pass, empty net goal for Eichel. And the Vegas Golden Knights are going to sweep the first two games here in Dallas against the Stars in this best of 7.
Is it over, Zach Wilczek?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know how they're going to rally to win 4 games in this series. I think Vegas is a terrible matchup for them. They're the size they have defensively. They're just the Stars have an inability to consistently set up in the offensive zone. They're losing between the blue lines. I think last night they played about as well as they possibly could have. And to end up being up 1-0, then you get the equalizer less than a minute later, it felt like. It was defeating. Now, the Stars have been good on the road. Jake Ottinger specifically has been a much better goaltender on the road. So maybe we can hold out a little bit of hope that they can bring this thing back 2-2. I just think Vegas is a kryptonite type of matchup for them.
Did you pick them in the series originally?
Yeah, I picked them in 7.
You picked Vegas?
No, the Stars. Yeah, I did pick the Stars. I held out hope that they would be the better team. I do think they're a deeper overall unit, but I think and they matched the physicality last night. Like, it's not like they got totally bullied. And that's why, to me, it was just so disheartening to end up dropping that game where you got a really good performance from your goaltender and you still couldn't find a way to win.
Zach Wolchuk is in studio because we are previewing the NFL draft tonight. What time do y'all get started with this? How many hours is your show not
6
working
o'clock.
today?
6 o'clock we'll get started. I think Gavin and Eric will start off right after the Rangers game, and then Brian and I will be at the Star. So we'll cross with them probably like 5:40-ish.
It's coming at you along with the Path to the Draft, brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Zach Wolchuk will be hosting. Let's take some Tolo phone calls at 877-881-1053. Cowboys, prospect, different schools, different teams. Ask away to Wolchuk right here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Jason in Dallas, you are up first.
Hey, Wolchuk, first of all, congratulations on the new baby.
Thank you.
I do got a question. This first year, I've kind of done my own mock draft, but I'm kind of hung up. I'm wondering if maybe you think maybe Dallas might take like Jonathan Brooks in the second round as a running back, or if you think they might hold off to like the third or fourth round and do like Audric Estimine or Jalen Ryder or someone like that.
Yeah, I do think that Jonathan Brooks is probably the guy that they want. I think Brooks is in play in a wipeout situation like you asked about earlier, Sean. I do think at 56, if Jonathan Brooks is there, and that's a big if, he would be the pick.
Who's his comp? What's his running style? I mean, I don't want to ask Bobby and Broadus because Bijan was Barry Sanders.
Yeah, Barry Sanders.
So I'd like someone
Gale Sayers. These were Gale Sayers.
You know what? I put in my notes, like, is DeMarco Murray a crazy comp for him?
Oh.
I think he's a little bit faster than DeMarco, but he doesn't have elite speed. Like, you do see him get fetched, but he's really good in the open field, and he's a 3-down back.
Do you guys have, like, a favorite running back? Like, that's kind of my guy. And how many different names should we be excited about if they end up taking throughout the weekend, someone at that position? Or is it just like,
I think a lot of it also depends on where they're selected. Like, if you can get a really good, if you get one of the top names in the fifth round, then hell yeah.
So yeah, you mean like more pet cat as like the guy that rather than like the top graded player I have there. Yeah, I mean, I really like Braylon Allen at Wisconsin way more than anybody else does. Like, I mean, Broadus like wants to smack me in the face, I think, every time I talk about the guy. But to me, he's James Conner. That's the type of player that he is. I got him in the second round. He's my third running back. Most everybody else I think has him like in the fourth, typically. But I really like him. So yeah, if they ended up with Braylon Allen, especially in like the fourth, then I'd be thrilled.
Who else, Zach?
Yeah, I got Allen in the fourth. I don't love Allen as much as you. My guy's Jalen Wright out of Choppy School, Tennessee. Like, I love Jalen Wright. I think he translates very well to the NFL. He had a 7.39 yards per carry, explosive, shifty, elusive, 3-down player as well, can catch the ball in the backfield. I think he can pass block. He's got good vision. I think he's a guy whose best football is ahead of him. So to me, I'd wait to the third round and I'd go Jalen Wright and I'd have a party. The other name that I'd throw out would be Ray Davis out of Kentucky, who has one of the best stories in the entire class. He was, it grew a foster care kid, homeless as a child, got a degree from Vanderbilt. Has bounced around from a couple of different schools, played at Kentucky most recently after 2 seasons at Vandy, but he's also a guy, very complete player.
Jimmy in North Richland, you are up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Jim.
Good morning, boys. Except for Bobby, you run the morning show. I got a question about cornerback Cooper DeJean. Is he legit, or is he just flash in the pan because he's that little fast white kid? Is he worthy of the pick? Is he good enough to get to take at that position the Cowboys are drafting from?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say I'm just not playing a white corner, right?
This is a white corner?
It's a white corner from Iowa, Cooper DeJean.
Of course.
Now,
he's little too.
He is small, and I do have him more of a safety than I do a corner, but I think he can play corner.
He has to. He's got to play just one game,
just to say it
just
happened.
to be in the record book.
Yeah, 100%. But he's also a returner, and I think he ends up being helped by these new rules, the new kickoff rules, because he's a guy that had 3 touchdowns returned plus 3 interceptions returned for touchdowns. So he's a playmaker when he gets the ball in his hands. He's a super athlete, thick build. I think he's got some limited fluidity in his hips, but he trusts his recovery speed as well. I mean, he's a super fast guy, big-time athlete. I actually really do like him. He's my second favorite overall defensive back in the entire draft. I think you can do a lot with Cooper DeJean, moving him around, play him in the slot. If you want to play him at safety, you can. Out wide, he proved he can do it, and he's a great tackler, really good form tackler.
Kurt in Maryland, listening on the Odyssey app. Kurt, you are live with Zach Wilczuk in studio.
Hey, guys. Good morning to you. Hey, Zach, my question is with the tackles, sort of with what y'all were talking about. If we do get wiped out, I mean, definitely I like running back. And if it ain't Brooks, what about Benson from Florida State? He's a home run hitter. And I always say if we trade back a little bit to get one of them, because the Cowboys are so, far down in the second and third that seems like where probably the running backs are going to start to roll off the board. So what do you think?
I love Trey Benson. He's my running back 1. I've got him ahead of Jonathan Brooks personally. I like his size. He's got a second gear that I don't think Brooks has once he gets into the second and third level to run away from a defense. He's also a good safety net out of the backfield to be able to just dump it off to make plays in space. He's a guy that I do wonder if teams would say, okay, he's a specific zone scheme fit, like that Shanahan tree, because they did run a lot of polls in the offensive line, the offensive system there at Florida State. They might look at him as being a scheme-specific back. But I love Trey Benson. I would be all in on drafting Trey Benson.
Jay in Dallas, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Morning.
So question. Obviously, this is, as you guys have reported, a very, very deep draft. We all know we don't have a 4th-round pick. I am a fan of trading back. How far back can we go in the first round and get the most return, the most number of picks?
Ooh, okay. I think we've talked about this on the draft show. And Bobby, what did we come away with?
Kansas City is the one that Brian keeps targeting, where he thinks he can go back. I don't have a problem bailing out of the first round. Like, I don't have a problem going back to Washington early. Washington's got a ton of picks. If Washington can give you the right value, they can give you pick 36, and then they'll also give you a 3rd rounder or something like that. I will take that. Like, I'm not hung up on a 5th-year option that the team is probably going to use as a contract leverage point.
A 5th-year option, I guess a lot of it depends on the position too, right? The value of it. Like a 5th-year option for a quarterback is massive.
It's like if Michael Penix Jr. were to slide, and you have one of these teams at the top of the draft that didn't end up getting their guy. Maybe it's New England. They trade back, and they're like, hey, we like Penix Jr. Do we want to move back up? New England's sitting there with pick 34 in the second round. Maybe they want to give you 68 as well in the 3rd. I consider doing that with the Patriots.
Someone's going to fall. So when y'all are doing the show and you're looking around the room like, yo, I know all we do is talk about trade back, compile. Give me a trade up name. It doesn't have to be a total shocker, but okay, like this is happening. Why is he falling? Who's someone you consider going up for?
I think the offensive tackle from Oregon State, Taliese Fuaga, would be a name that the Cowboys have done some homework on. He played right tackle there at Oregon State. Might be the best run-blocking lineman in the draft, period. I do think he's athletic enough to switch over and play the left side. He'd be a name I think you look at if you see a fall. And then the other one would be maybe J.C. Latham out of Alabama. Now, I think he's playing guard for the Cowboys. He was a right tackle.
So just lineman.
It's just lineman. I don't think there's another position that they would consider. I think it's a fear of, okay, we're not going to get one of our top linemen. There's not really a trade back scenario that we're getting calls for right now. We need to be aggressive and move up to get our guy.
So there's not like a stud D end, a stud corner to move up 4 or 5 spots for.
Probably
Corner.
not. Like, I mean, there's a lot of discussion that this draft might set the record for most offensive players taken in a first round.
I think
because
Dame's talking about like 21.
Because it's one of those things where there's not like a super set. The top end of the draft is good, but it's almost all on the offensive side of the ball. There's not like a really highly graded defensive player for me.
Michael in California, listening on the Odyssey app. Mike, you're live on the Fan with Zach Wolchuk with Draft Day upon us.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. I know everybody's good. Everybody's great. You guys work for the greatest organization in pro football, the Dallas Cowboys. Shout out to the whole nation. Hey, my question is, you know how Brian Brothers always says the NFL's a crazy lady. In this draft, sometimes people fall unexpectedly. What if the offensive tackle from Oregon State, Fuaga, please excuse me if I'm pronouncing the name
wrong. Nailed it.
What if he falls to 24 and we're able to get him? Then the second round comes around and one of those centers, Zach Frazier or Cooper Beebe or one of them guys, do you double dip on that O-line and sure up your future right there? You got your future left tackle and future center, and then try to get the running back in the third round. I would like to hear your input on that, Mr. Wolchuk, and congratulations on the new baby. And shout out to the whole Cowboys nation. Let's go.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you can draft with me any day, dude. I'm totally down to double dip along the offensive line. If you ended up getting Fuaga from Oregon State that slides to you, and in the second round, Zach Frazier from West Virginia, who maybe some teams have outside of Barton is the best center in the draft. I mean, the dude is a wrestling champion. He understands leverage, also an extremely intelligent player. I think you've cleaned up, and now you have fixed your offensive line.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line to text and to make the phone calls to get the draft knowledge from Zach Wolchuk, who's hosting the entire weekend, starting with round 1 tonight. Casey and Crandall. Casey, you're next up on the Fan.
Hey, Wolchuk, how's it going? I got a question for you. I kind of see the Cowboys maybe possibly doing a trade back in the first round to like 32, I think it is, with Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
My question, I guess, would be, do you think Tyler Gooden can make it there? And then I'm with you on the Jalen Wright in the third round, but if they pick Jalen Wright in the third round, who do you think they would go for in the second round?
Yeah, I think in the second round, if you go with Wright in the third, you're looking at, it depends on, is there a center there that you want? Is Frazier an option there from West Virginia? Otherwise, I think it ends up being a linebacker. I think that's where you're looking at an Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M, if he can make it there. Maybe another linebacker that they like. Could Wallace from Kentucky, would that be too high? Corner, I think, is an option as well. I think that's a sneaky need. But Guyton, I think, could be there as a trade back. I'm curious to see where he is on some players' boards, because he is a little raw than some of the other tackles in this draft. And to me, I think that there's traits. As I mentioned earlier, he's a freak athlete, 6'7". He's got room to fill out. He can move down the field, get to the second level to make some blocks. I think it's just some technique fixes that he needs. But I think at 32, if you trade back, you get Guyton. I'd be excited about that.
Final calls and questions for Wolchuk. Get him in on the D&M Leasing Hotline, 877-881-1053. Any chance of a quarterback? How does he have the QBs ranked? What's the biggest draft fight that he's had with Bobby and Broadus below the belt? All of it on the way. Thursday edition on Draft Day next.
But first, it's an addiction. Let's just call it what it is. Food is an addiction, and with Soda's help, you can break free and take control.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Final segment of Zach Wolchuk in studio from the G-Bag Nation. He will be hosting the NFL draft coverage. I see I got a wacko conspiracy theorist, Tony, asking me any real reason you're not doing the show tonight. Yeah, the real reason is Zach did all the homework and watches all the players, so and has the chemistry with all the draft show people. So it makes sense for him to go ahead and do it for the entire weekend.
So
there's your answer, Tony.
So just
tinfoil, Tony.
Yeah. So okay, it's tough to keep up with. So when you said what you said about Micah, that's because the Joneses were paying you to say it to lower his value. But now, a couple weeks later, you were going against the Joneses, and what we're not talking about is the Joneses have banned you from hosting the draft coverage because you went against them and talked bad about their play. Okay.
Yes.
Tough to keep up with which side people are taking at any given moment.
It's a fun world. Final questions for Willie Bully when it comes to the Cowboys, prospects, other teams. Fire away. 877-881-1053 here on Sean and RJ. Mike in Corsicana, you're live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Mikey, go ahead.
Hey, man, I just have a quick traits-based question. Look at some of these athletes like Ryan Watt, defensive back, Johnny Wilson, wide receiver. Just kind of wonder, what are some of your guys' strength, speed, size? What are your favorite athletes with traits-based exceptions?
Yeah, Johnny Wilson is certainly one. I mean, you talk about a 6'5" wide receiver. I mean, he might even be taller than that. The wingspan's crazy. He looks like he's essentially a tight end that's playing wide receiver because he's got the wide receiver athletic ability. He's one. I also do really like, I think he's a guy that's probably going to be a little bit later. There's this guy, Cole Burgess, who is a very small school kid that I've got in the 6th round at wide receiver. He's another one that I think would be a traits-based pick. You take a flyer on him late. You mentioned a good name there with Ryan Watts out of Texas, a guy that's got some safety, corner versatility there. So I think, when you're picking at the end of day 3, that's really what you're looking at with some of these guys. So I think you hit on a couple of really good names there. I don't know if you have anyone else you wanted to throw in, Bobby.
I'm trying to he can't play football. He's not good. The Texas Tech edge rusher, Miles Cole. Miles Cole.
Yeah, that's a traits pick.
That is completely traits because he's shown no ability to essentially play football regularly. I mean, he does nothing. He got invited to the combine because
his size is just perfect.
Because people knew the traits. In fact, I'm pulling it up right now, his combine testing. So Miles Cole is an edge rusher from Texas Tech. He's 6'6", 278 pounds with 37-inch arms. He runs a 4.6 40-yard dash. He jumped 35 inches, and his broad jump was 10 feet.
But that's the kind of guy you should take in the 4th round.
But I don't know about the 4th
or 5th.
It's definitely if you're talking about just traits and not what they put on tape. You're just taking a flyer on somebody who's got athleticism. That's him. He's one.
Who's the corner? The Dan Quinn corner. 6'5".
Nashawn Wright.
Chris Westry.
Nashawn Wright.
Nashawn
Yeah.
Wright.
You know, it's like, okay.
But like that, you take that guy in one of the last 3.5 rounds or whatever, and it's like, okay,
Rico,
whatever.
Keith in Maine. Look at the reach of 105 through the fan.
Amazing.
Specifically the morning
The
show.
Cooper Flag people.
Cooper Flag.
He was like the top basketball recruit going to Duke. Cooper Flag, big Maine energy.
Love that guy.
Keith, you're live on the fan.
What's up, fellas? Diehard Cowboys fan all the way up in Maine. Tolo, never miss a show in the morning.
Thank you, bro. Keith, is lobster really that cheap there? Like, are there lobster buffets for real?
Lobster buffets. I think COVID killed the buffet, fellas. We don't have buffets anywhere around here, man. But I can send you guys some lobsters when it's peak season. I can get them around $5 a pound.
How much a pound?
They're clutch. When times are good here, we're around $5, and I'll send them out to you.
Oh God!
$5 a pound.
$5 a pound.
I'll eat Maine
There was
lobster.
a
I will not
time-
eat Massachusetts
Do we
lobster.
shut up and let him give us the lobster? Shut your mouth.
I love you guys. There was a time when lobster was way cheaper than steak, and we were eating it like constantly, like absolutely constantly.
All right, Keith, what's your question, bro?
All right, so diehard boys fan, never missed an episode of the draft show. I'm such a draft junkie that me and my wife found out that we're having a baby, and we're going to find the gender out on Friday, and we're going to do a Cowboys draft day gender reveal.
Oh, yeah,
congratulations.
That's awesome.
That's how jacked up we are. I made a Cowboys onesie and everything. We're ready to rock and roll. But I'll get down to business here. I think I'm on the Barton train. Well, I know I'm on the Barton train, but I've had a JPJ man crush for a long time. I think the draft father, Brian Broaddus, has as well. And we heard medicals were bad, and then we heard medicals were good, and then now Brian's even saying it's not going to happen. What's up with JPJ? Is it maturity? Is it like what's the deal? Is he an Eagles fan? Like what's going on? Why is JPJ not the man crush anymore?
He could be a closet Eagles fan. Maybe that is what it is. I think JPJ, it just depends on, I think every team's got different medical grades on him. I think the thing that we don't have the benefit of is knowing how the interviews go and the board work with some of these players. When you're playing center, the intelligence, you want to get these guys on the board. These guys on the board, they're going to have to make all the checks, much like with the quarterback position. If JPJ doesn't excel in those type of interviews, that might knock him down on some team sports. I think teams see him very differently. Some might have him as the top center in the draft. Some might not have him in the first round at all.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember, too, like, while most of the time, like 90% of the time, we generally, like, watch these players, and the consensus from everybody in the draft analyst community ends up around where teams view them, too. There are also a lot of times where teams just flat out disagree with what it is. I mean, it very well could be the case where even though draft analyst committee looks at Jackson Powers Johnson and says that's a first round type of center, there are plenty of teams around the NFL who could say no, that's like a second round player, or even in some instances, no, that's a third round player.
Sure.
What's your unpopular, where you even feel uncomfortable with yourself, hot take? But if it hits, you'll look like a genius.
I think Dallas Turner, the edge from Alabama, is maybe I think he is the most overrated player in the draft.
Whoa.
I don't really see it with Dallas Turner. There's a possibility he goes as high as 8. He's a guy. He's a traits guy. Like Dallas Turner looks like an Oakland Raider. Back when Al Davis was running stuff with them. First guy off the bus. He's going to go ahead and intimidate you. Long arms, super athlete. But when you watch him play, like to me, the guy on the other side, Chris Braswell, is going to be a third round pick most likely. Just as productive, just as good a player. I don't think Dallas Turner's as good as people are propping him up to
What's your unique quarterback take?
I actually really like Michael Pratt, the quarterback from Tulane. I think he's got the opportunity to be a potential starter in the league. And depending on what system he ends up going to, I think he could be a sneaky, really, really good fit. I do not like Bo Nix at all. I don't get the Bo Nix first-round hype. To me, he's kind of a one-read type of quarterback there at Oregon. I don't see the whole Sean Payton love affair with Bo Nix that's being rumored. I'd be surprised if that happened.
Mitchell and Plano. You got Zach Wolchuk in studio on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Mitch.
My biggest question is, why are all these linebackers getting hyped? I just kind of the first round projected guys. I watched their film, and literally it seems like all of them have struggles in the pass game. Like, what are we seeing here? Especially with Adrian Cooper. I watched him, and he looks like he's trapped on an island every time. He doesn't know where to turn his head. anything of that nature. He just looks unnatural in pass coverage. What are we seeing here?
I don't think there is a first-round linebacker. I think Peyton Wilson would be the only guy that would be if he had a clean bill of health. I think he's a guy that could end up being knocked down to day 3 because of all the injuries. I agree with you on Edgerrin Cooper, though. I think there's times in coverage where he does look a little bit lost. He's a downhill player. He wants to read and diagnose what is in front of him, and he will absolutely smack you in the run game. So I think that there are some warts with all of these linebackers, and that's why, to your point, you don't have a guy that's going to go in the first round in this draft.
Jay in Dallas, you're next up here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Jay.
Oh, son, RJ, don't make me take off my belt, woolly bully. How you guys doing, baby?
What's up, brother?
The boys are back in town, and I'm feeling great. Now, they say it's always sunny in Dallas, but someone may have missed their alarm clock. We've got sleepers. Woolly bully, give us your sleepers in the draft, and one to go on, give us your most fascinating draft story. They didn't believe you, but you believed you. You bet it all on you and trashed in, baby.
And Jay got a new phone for that awesome delivery.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, Jay.
Let's go, Jay. Okay, some sleepers here. I mentioned a couple of the running backs that I liked a lot. I will give you Javon Buller, the safety from Georgia. I think that's a dude that, honestly, I've got him in the first round. He's one of my favorite players in the entire draft. I love him. He's a safety that can come up and play the slot for you. I think he's extremely smart. You watch that Georgia secondary, he's getting everybody lined up. National champion. I also love Christian Haynes, the guard/center from Connecticut. I think he's a guy that's not being talked about enough. They do. Shockingly, UConn still is playing football there. But Christian Haynes is another one of these offensive linemen. We've talked a ton about the tackles, a lot about Frazier, Powers Johnson, Barton, Bo Limmer from Arkansas. Christian Haynes is a guy we need to be paying more attention to as well.
CT in Frisco. CT, you're up next on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, hey, big shout out to you guys for dominating the DFW market and sports. So, major shout out for taking over.
Appreciate it.
I got two takes. One, I think we're sleeping on the rest of the NFL in terms of running backs. I think that the Cowboys are going to have to go 2 for a running back if they really want the guy that they need. And then the second hot take is I think Spencer Rattler is going to go in the second round. What do you guys think?
Ooh, okay.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility that Spencer Rattler goes in the second round.
In NFL circles, I think Spencer Rattler is one of those guys that you're going to take a gamble on him. Like
super upside.
Yes, and he matured a lot going from Oklahoma to South Carolina. I was not a Spencer Rattler guy at all. But I do think you saw his play improve quite a bit.
Oh, like mature as a player.
Yes,
not as a cocky
off
little
the field,
MS.
he seems like a total bleep hole. Like if you watch that QB1, but now this is, again, he's 18 years old. Like it's tough to go ahead and really judge that, but doesn't seem like a great kid when you're watching that.
No, if you told me in 5 years he's the best quarterback in this draft class, I'm not arguing at all with you.
Yeah, he's got that type of upside.
Possible.
Adam in Odessa, finish it off, boss. You are live on the Fan. Go ahead.
Morning.
What's up?
I'm from West Texas. I don't have any lobster. Anyways, is there any sneaky good late round defensive tackles or any linebackers? And also, let's go ahead and draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr. just to piss off the Eagles. Love you, Bobby.
Love you.
What did he say in the beginning of that?
He didn't have any lobster.
Oh,
West Texas, we don't have any lobster.
Okay.
Okay, defensive tackles, yes. Dwayne Carter, another defensive player from Duke. He's a defensive tackle.
Easy F, baby.
4th round, I like Dwayne Carter as an option there at defensive tackle. I think he gives you run-stopping ability, plus he gives you some pass rush. And he's a dude that's a captain. You know, he's a leader. He can be a third-down player that can rush the passer, good leverage, very competitive, can disengage, shed blocks pretty easily. I like him quite a bit. And then the other, what was the other? Linebacker. Okay. Cedric Gray out of North Carolina, I love. If you want a guy that's going to go late, how about Muasau out of UCLA as a linebacker? Instincts, yeah, he's shorter, but instincts, he might have some of the best pure instincts of any linebacker in this entire draft. Looking at him in the 5th round.
Zachary, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You've obviously done the homework. Congrats on getting your girl home and crush it tonight and this weekend. Thank you, boss.
Appreciate you.
Zach Wolchuk from the G-Bag Nation, hosting round 1 and throughout the weekend, starting this evening, brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res. Were you thinking of sending down the savior before last night in Arlington? Next on your home of the Rangers, then below the belt right here on the Fan. But first, let me go ahead. Are you thinking about some barbecue? Oh, man, was I getting...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
3-1 the count. Here's the pitch to Adolis. A swing and a high drive deep center field. Going back is J-Rod. He's at the wall, and he makes the catch at the top of the wall. Or did he? No, he did not catch it. That's a home run. Everyone in the ballpark thought he'd caught the ball. That's a home run for Adolis Garcia, and he has tied the game at 1.
Hey, the Rangers remembered how to score. Nate Dell with the call. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
Doesn't that kind of speak to where things have been with the offense? That they put up 5 runs. We're like, they remembered to score again.
did.
It's like 5 runs was supposed to be like our floor, man.
The average?
Yeah, that was supposed to be the floor, and here we are. We're excited about 5 runs. That's just an upsetting state of the offense.
That home run snapped a 25-inning home scoreless streak. 25 innings with the home scoreless streak. Evan Carter, who was dropped from 3rd to 5th in the batting order, hit a triple and a home run. First time the Rangers went back-to-back all year long as well, and the first 3-hit game in the career of Wyatt Langford, who RJ Choppy was ready to send down yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I looked around the sport, and Jordan Walker is a player for the Cardinals, and he was demoted to the minors. Now, he was a consensus top 5 prospect last year. So they bring him up, and he was, quite simply, I mean, he was not doing well.
He played for them last year as well?
No. He was a consensus top 5. I mean, yeah, he did get called up at last year at one point, but he was like a consensus top 5 prospect during the season at one point last year. But he's only 21, hitting 155, no homers, 4 RBIs, and OPS just a slight under 500. So again, second season with the Cardinals. He was in a 3-for-27 slump over his last 11 games, and he's struggling. He is, quite frankly, struggling. So they sent him down, and it got me thinking, like, all right, so he's doing, obviously, I'll say considerably worse, but considerably worse than Wyatt Langford. Wyatt Langford's not batting 155.
No.
He's batting, I mean, he may not be batting his own weight, but he's batting close to it. Not necessarily as bad as what Jordan Walker was doing.
Or Jackson Holiday.
He started 0-for-17 or something.
He had the worst start in 30 years for a prospect. He started 1-for-30. The last prospect who started 1-for-30, he tied with Gary DiSarcina.
Oh, it's a good name. So, I think there's a problem. One of the things with Wyatt, and I don't know that they're going to fix it, but I don't know that sending him down is the right thing to do either. I understand the whole idea of like, hey, let him go succeed. I mean, we kind of did rush him through the system.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair.
Was 1 for 12 before yesterday.
I mean, do you need more than 40 games or whatever it was in the minors? I don't know.
So there is that, and it's not like he was a high school kid. He was a college player, and college players, they say, can be a little bit more ready for the pros because they're in their early 20s as opposed to 18 years old. And I wonder, and I went and looked, and I didn't see any correlation. So I was like, I wonder on days that he plays the field, does he hit any better? Because he DHs a lot.
Yeah,
and that's tough for a young kid.
Tough. How could it not be tough for anyone unless you're ancient old Edgar Martinez, like
David Ortiz?
You're not in the flow of anything,
right? You're not in the flow, and when you are struggling, because people pointed to his WAR, he had a negative WAR.
Yep.
Okay, that's because he's not getting any boost from defense.
Yep. And also, falling down between second and third and getting thrown out on the base. But I don't actually think that impacts WAR getting thrown out.
I honestly, I have no idea. I'm sure there's a base running WAR. I'm sure it's factored in somewhere because it is a part of the game. But you're right.
Thrown out on the bases like a nincompoop. That's that's a popular Twitter stat.
So, and I wonder, is it time to give him a shot just to play every day in the outfield? Let him maybe you DH Adolis, who's I don't know. He's more of a veteran because they don't really have a veteran presence in the outfield to begin with. But more of a veteran than Wyatt Langford.
Sure. I mean, yeah. If that helps him get more engaged in games or feel like he's
Tavares is hitting 200.
Yeah,
there you go. I mean, you can do that. You could do that.
There's my answer.
But I think, I think that now with Tavares out there, and I know Adolis is he's a good defensive player. Let's not sugarcoat it. Would he be the? Would you think that he'd be not as good as Wyatt Langford in the outfield? I don't know. I don't know how they would.
Wyatt Langford isn't he supposed to project as like a plus defender too? I don't know if he's supposed to project as Gold Glove, but I thought that was like something that we talked about with Sandler.
He can cover ground.
Yeah, he's got the athleticism to cover it, and obviously, like we haven't seen it on display yet, but I think like Sandler had talked about that people projected him to be like a pretty strong major league outfielder.
Yeah, and obviously, Adolis is the Gold Glover, but how much of that was the arm?
Yeah,
versus cover. I never thought of him as a great cover, outfielder.
Me neither.
He had a cannon.
There's some shakiness.
There's some
shaky plays.
Now you may give up the arm strength.
Don't ever run on him.
No, don't ever run on him. And he may give up some arm strength, but if there's a, God forbid, forgive me for saying this, but if there's a Nelson Cruz situation, it's probably going to happen to Adolis as opposed to Wyatt Langford. All that said, we've seen Leote try to track a ball this year. That ain't no picnic either.
Yeah, I was looking at the average because I was looking at Wyatt's average, and I'm like, why are we having this discussion? He's hitting 261. That can win you a batting title today.
but how much of that's for the 3 hits?
Exactly. He went from 235 to 261.
Yeah, and he got to walk. He got to walk too.
So if he has like,
let's say he goes 3 for 4 today.
Two more hits in his next 2 games, like. And we're having a whole different conversation.
Yeah, we are.
It looks totally different.
Absolutely. And
30-point jump.
You were going to have a struggle. He was going to struggle. What happened, and this happens every year, we do this every year, there's always somebody in spring training that pops for every team. And people always lose their minds over it. And then Basic's got to come in here and remind everybody, hey, they're just kind of just trying to throw strikes. They're not pitching to a weakness. They're not pitching a scouting report.
Does always talk about Rugi?
Was
it Rugi always?
Rugi hit 400 in spring training.
Yeah.
Look at how they're pitching Wyatt. They're trying to. They're still trying to figure him out. He got intentionally walked in the opener.
Yeah,
he got intentionally walked in the opener.
Yes.
Why? What was it? Fear? Yeah, sure. But how much of that was? Hey, we don't really know where to pitch him yet, so let's not even mess around with it.
Yeah, and look, I think. We all talked about, and I know Choppy's was a joke largely, where he was like, his OPS had better be 961 as the over, whatever Mike Trout's rookie OPS was. But we got to remember, I remember Hank Blaylock came up here to the majors and struggled for a good month and a half as a really top ranked prospect, and then turned it around. Mark Teixeira came up, did the same thing. Teixeira was bad in April when he first came up. And then he turned it around.
Trout was
solid
bad. His first 40 games were bleh.
That's the thing, is that when people hear about Trout as rookie, you got to remember 30 games that you come up or whatever in your first season, that doesn't count as your rookie year. So if you look at his first year numbers in 2011.
2011, he was a September call-up.
He was in the 20 games he played or whatever, he hit 190 or something like that. He was not very good his first 20, 30 games up. So to me, a little bit of patience. I'm encouraged by he's made solid contact on several different times. It's felt like at times he's been a bad luck out. And then there have been other instances where we talked about the Angel Hernandez thing. It seems like he has a good grasp on the strike zone. It seems like he's patient. It seems like he has a good eye to play. To me, all those things are going to eventually come around and click into place. If the field helps that come into, form quicker with the offensive needs you have right now, sure, I'm all for it.
I think it will. I think it'll give him a feeling of inclusion, a feeling that he is actually contributing.
Yeah.
And when you struggle as a DH, you can't help the team. There's no way to help the team. And you feel like a complete failure. It's
all you do is sit. You have to just sit and think about the next step. That's it.
Right. Instead of getting out in the field, getting your mind off it, getting, hey, you got a job to do now. Right. But Bobby mentioned Trout. His first year is 19 years old. He was 19 years old. He played 40 games in 2011. He hit 220, a 281 on base, 390 slugging. That's a 672 OPS. The next year, he hit 326, 399 on base, 564 slugging. It's a 963 OPS and a 168 OPS plus, and he was robbed of the MVP in his rookie year.
It's interesting. If you would have, it's still surprising, obviously, that he's had as much of a curve, I guess, with the power specifically. Like, I would have thought it was more likely that he'd be hitting 180 and he'd have 3 home runs than where he's at right now. Because, I mean, if we would have said at the beginning of the season, if I would have said, okay, on whatever day this is, April 25th.
Yeah.
Sean, on April 25th, one of Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford are going to have 4 home runs and the other's going to have nothing.
Easily Wyatt.
We would have all thought it was Wyatt Langford.
Yep.
And
I wonder how much he's pressing over that, too.
Yeah. I mean, look, expectations, that's a real thing.
Because he was Babe Ruth in Surprise.
Yep.
I mean, look, we saw it like every level that he's done. He's never really been met with a lot of trouble. Like he's succeeded at every level he's gone to. So that's the other thing, is that you're talking about a 22-year-old kid who's having to work through the psychology of the first bit of like, hey, this is really tough for me to hit these guys.
Heaney versus Castillo in the finale today. 1 p.m. pregame, 1:30 first pitch. Rangers baseball, then NFL draft coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan. Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers and Zerez. And your Dallas Stars are down 2-0 heading back to Vegas.
It could not ask for a worse position to be in. It ain't breaking news. They have been I don't want to say overmatched. Vegas just has not made the mistakes that the Stars have. And Vegas has taken advantage of the Stars' mistakes. Whereas the Stars didn't yesterday. They did twice in game 1. But yesterday, they didn't take advantage of opportunities they had. This is an opportunity lost first 2 games for the Stars. They had opportunities, they had chances, and they didn't capitalize. And Vegas did. And they have the same handful of guys that are always around the puck.
If you totaled up the periods of who won each period, it feels like it would be pretty even, right? Like, this has not been like the Stars getting blown away. Like they had a Maverick type game 2 adjustment with physicality. Felt like more energy right off the jump with Marchment destroying one of them. But like periods wise, if you broke it up, it would not be a big disparity.
No, I think. Look, I think the Stars, they had a really good start. They had a really good start last night. Right, that first 5 minutes, you want to just, if you're the road team, just survive it. And Vegas survived it. And then the Stars went like 10 minutes without a shot on goal. I thought the Stars really played well in the second period yesterday. Let me rephrase that. They had opportunities in the first part of the second period they didn't take advantage of. They had some really good opportunities. And then all of a sudden, it's like, you know what? You're messing around. You're not taking advantage of these opportunities. And watch what happens. Vegas scores before the period's over. And now it's like, okay, now you're chasing. You're spending the whole third period chasing. And that's one thing you don't want to do against this team, is have to chase goals, because they will lock you down.
Chuck was in studio, so we had to move it. The final below the belt before the NFL draft.
The 5 things we need to watch ahead of the Cowboys pick at 24. That's next in Below the Belt.
Right here on The Fan. Did you know one of the best investments you can make is in yourself? Have My Computer Career. In just a few months, you could start
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Will the Philadelphia Eagles ruin things for your Dallas Cowboys in the draft over the weekend? More on that in just a second. Jane Slater has shared some of her whispers, some of her notes that she's hearing ahead of the draft, ahead of round one tonight. We'll have all of our hosts out at the Pluckers locations across DFW, all 8 of them, except myself, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus. We will be live from the Star in Frisco, providing draft coverage there. Sean, you'll be at the Dallas location?
Dallas location.
With or without Mike Bassick? We're not entirely sure. RJ Choppy, you'll be where?
I think that call from Mike earlier during the Expressway, that was a call of support.
It was.
I felt some support there.
I'll be at the Alliance, 35W and Heritage Trace.
So you can go find the guys there. I think we've also, I'll post the link or the screenshot of where everybody's going to be. We'll post that on the Sean and RJ Facebook page here shortly. Okay, there are a couple different angles that I think are important to...
You have any food suggestions, by the way? Mine's on Greenville Avenue, a Pluckers go-to order.
I love...
Although I shouldn't even ask you. You're a boneless guy. But I feel like tonight...
Their boneless, though, are giant, like basically chicken breasts.
Really?
Oh, it's fantastic.
I feel like tonight may have to be a boneless night in terms of this interacting and
it is.
writing and doing work.
Boneless, naked.
Dude, right. What do you...
Let me ask someone that's a man.
What are you doing here?
That doesn't put a bow tie on his dog.
You got. I don't put
boneless,
I don't
naked.
No,
what do you get? Mile 2? What do you get? What do you get?
I get. There's a Cajun rub. There's the chili lime, whatever. There's obviously the buffalo. They have a lot of good ones. But today, because of soda, I'll be on the Cajun rub. I have to do the Cajun, or I can do like one other one, but the Cajun is good.
I think both of Plucker's barbecue sauces are really good. So the spicy barbecue and the honey barbecue are both really, really good. And like to me, they're just Plucker's is so perfect in terms of the amount of crisp that's on the wing. Like, you know, sometimes like you go
Too much breading.
There's too much breading, and like you almost taste like baking powder on them.
Yeah.
Or like sometimes it's overdone and it's too much crisp and it's almost just dried everything out. Pluckers like nails the right amount of crisp to juiciness. And don't grab that, Peyton, please. All right, a couple different angles to look at ahead of the draft tonight when the Cowboys are scheduled to pick at 24. Maybe they could pick at 32. Maybe they could pick completely out of the first round. Maybe they could go up. Maybe that's a possibility that they go up. The first question that you're going to want to watch tonight in terms of how do things fall into place, the number one thing you're going to want to know relevant to the Cowboys is where does Graham Barton go? Just remember the name Graham Barton. Watch teams that are threats to take centers, interior offensive linemen. Those are going to be crucial like pressure points for the Cowboys of does Graham Barton make it down to us? Because I think for the Cowboys, they feel like the best offensive line they can cobble together while using the least amount of resources within the draft this year would be to pick a high-quality center. Because I think if they feel like they pick a tackle or a guard, they're still going to have to go pick a center later on. Whereas if they can just address center right now, they feel like we can get by with TJ Bass at left guard. We can make Tyler Smith play left tackle. We can use up the fewest amount of resources while still putting together what we feel is an NFL-capable, like top third of the league offensive line with that group. And so Barton is going to be really key to how they evaluate this night, I think. So that's a big name to watch. And because of that, when does the run on offensive linemen start? Because that's going to happen in this draft.
And when do you feel like how many offensive linemen could go in round one?
Realistically,
6, 7?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I mean 8 to 10.
How many at what number are we like, okay, this is not an all-pro type projection, and we're just getting a good player? When does that fall off happen?
So it's interesting. This is...
Because I'm going to be ticked off. Now you got this in my head, RJ. I'll be ticked off we're sitting here with like the 7th lineman if they're not like a potential all-pro.
So on mine, I have 18 first-round grades this year. 5 of them, and it's by far the heaviest position where I have first-round grades, 5 of them are offensive tackles. And then I have a guard as a first-round grade. And then I've got Barton and Jackson Powers-Johnson at the centers as borderline. Like, they're right there almost as first-round grades.
So how many of these offensive linemen, I don't care what position they play, could be special?
It's a good question. Obviously, like, when we start talking about ceilings versus floors, like, there's some guys I maybe have graded in the second round that could potentially be more special than a guy who's graded in the first because of what they are. Yeah. So to me, I think special... You're talking about Olu Fashanu from Penn State. I think Talise Fuaga, Kingsley Suamataia, Amarius Mims, Tyler Guyton, Troy Fatanu, Graham Barton. Like, I mean, you're talking about 7 or 8 guys that have like special potential, in my opinion. Joe Alt is the top tackle in this class. To me, he's not. He's really steady and strong, but he does not strike me as a guy that it's like, well, that's a 10-time Pro Bowl over there. It's just. You're getting steady. You're getting a Pro Bowl level player, but you're not getting Tyron. Like, you could get Tyron with Amarius Mims, but you may get Chaz Green with Amarius Mims. You just don't know. And so that kind of a question, the boom or bust potential is going to be really big with some of these offensive linemen. So I think when you start looking at when the run could happen, it's like right around pick 9, potentially, with the Bears. Because Tennessee is thought to want Joe Alt. He's top guy. Nobody's getting near him, the tackle from Notre Dame. So when does the run of guys after that start? You got Chicago, who could take an offensive lineman. The Chargers could take one. Raiders, Saints, even Indianapolis. Like, teams like that could start looking at teams. You're talking about going 4 or 5 picks in a row that are threats to take offensive linemen. And then when that happens, you're talking about really stressing the Cowboys out about what is going to get down to us completely. And that's where I think one of the big questions you got to watch here is, how many of the quarterbacks go before Dallas picks at 24? More specifically, how many of the quarterbacks go in like the top 12?
Vegas sent me total quarterbacks selected in round 1. They put the over-under at 5.5.
Oh, it's at 5? It was at 4.5.
There's a growing sense that like the biggest question to go in the first round is just Nix.
Yeah.
That everybody feels like Penix is pretty much teams are in on Penix. Probably because he draws on his mirror with soap or whatever they say there. But if you get 6 quarterbacks, if you get Nix as the last quarterback taken around pick 13 to the Raiders, okay, you're also talking about 3 receivers in there, Roma Dunze, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison. You're really pushing a lot of offensive linemen down the board. Quality offensive linemen that the Cowboys probably didn't think were going to be there. And that's where you might see trade up. You could see trade up in that instance if the right guy starts sliding down a little bit. In fact, Jane Slater, that was her note. One of her notes that she had up here, she said, if the 2 offensive linemen said if a run goes on quarterbacks, Penix moves into the top 10, tackle slides, they could go up and get a tackle using 2025 draft capital. So this would not be throwing your second in there and only having a first, a third, and then a fifth. This would be you're potentially saying, here's next year's 1. And are you comfortable? That's all that would be all in. That's an all in move. I'm sacrificing future. I'm sacrificing a future first.
What would cause a bigger shock? Just the shock reaction. When we were sitting next to each other and Manziel was coming within that pick and they took Johnny. Now we were inside AT&T, so that would have been louder. But the reaction inside the Pluckers if they take a quarterback at 24.
Oh, it would be. I mean, it would be like
that would send
surprise.
shockwaves.
It would send shockwaves. I don't think it would be.
That'd be more shocking. The Manziel may be like more cheer, but this would be more shocking.
But it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be like angry shocking.
Well, you're not around Bob if you're not around Bobby,
right? But even still, it's a future move. It's a okay. Hey,
Yeah.
maybe there's
that'd be a shock. I just want to make sure we cover the potential shock if they do something crazy.
That would be the biggest shock that they could potentially drop. And other than like trading up to go like, oh, let's go get Drake May at 3.
Yeah.
Like other than doing something like that.
I am.
Then Jerry stands up at the presser with 2 middle fingers, and one says all and one says in written. He has all in on his hands instead of showing us the board.
Tattooed under his eyes like Post Malone has always hired or whatever. All in, baby.
I'd be very disappointed if they traded up and took an offensive lineman. Very disappointed.
And look, I mean, I think if you're talking about, okay, who could slide that they would do that for? Okay, does J.C. Latham from Alabama, do they really like him? Fuaga, who we talked about from Oregon State. They really like Troy Fatano, I think, from Washington, who can play guard or tackle and was probably their best offensive lineman last year on a team that has a really good group of offensive linemen.
Really impressive Tolo knowledge, by the way. All those phone calls that came in the 8 o'clock hour with Wilczek in here, people have done their homework. People do their homework.
Yeah, I'm not just saying this because he's probably listening right now. Like, Broadus has done a really good job of helping to, I think, make our audience passionate about it too and make them want to go put in that work. Like people seem to enjoy it. Next one here. Will they find a team willing to trade with them? Because I think they want to trade back. I think their anticipation, they could go up if things fall a certain way, but I think they would like to trade back and find a scenario where they could pick up extra capital. Will they want to do that if Graham Barton ends up there? Micah Parsons was there at 10 a couple years ago, and that was their best player left, and they said, we'll move down to 12, pick up some extra capital because we're comfortable that he's not going to get taken in these next 2, so we can move back and pick that up. Would they be willing to take that risk with Graham Barton? And then the last one for me is finding out what is the dream scenario for them, what is the disaster scenario, if you're trying to watch this play out in front of them. The dream scenario, I think, is Barton, Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma, maybe Troy Fatano gets pushed down a little bit too. Like, you get a collection of guys that you're really high on, and you can comfortably trade back and say, one of them will be there for us, somebody will make the decision for us, and we'll pick up extra picks, and we end up with a guy we didn't even know if he'd get there at 24. That's dream scenario. Disaster scenario is 7 offensive linemen go ahead of you, 3 receivers. Nobody likes Brian Thomas or any of the other receivers after the top 3. Penix and Nix don't move the needle for teams. It's only the 4 that go ahead of you. And then you're talking about looking at no first-round grades left on your board. You're looking at potentially the best player on the board being, maybe it's a defensive tackle, a three technique defensive tackle, which I know people want defensive tackle, but we're not talking about a 1 technique, a nose guard. We're talking about the Osa Odigizua spot. Like, that's clearly your best, and you can't bail out of the pick. Or even if that's gone and you go, we just got to take Jonathan Brooks here at 24 because we have no trade, nobody left to take here. That would be, I think, the nightmare scenario for them where they don't even get the capital in return.
I do think that I don't buy we couldn't move the pick.
Well, Steven said the other day at the press conference
Takes two, man. Takes two. RJ.
Well, not just takes two. Not just takes two. In order, the initiation call almost always has to come from behind you. That you have to call to say, I want to come up. You're not usually fishing behind you and going, you want to come up for our pit? It's not a good negotiating position.
No, it's not. But when let's just say they get to 23. Okay, so the pick before them, and they see all the guys they want are gone. Then you start the process. You start calling everybody, and then you lower your price. You don't have to get fair value. You're still getting value. If they want to, if Kansas City, who probably wants to move up, hasn't moved up yet, and the Kansas City knows they're screwed, and the value of the move up from 32 to 24 is a second rounder, and Kansas City's like, we ain't going to give you our take your fourth. Then fine, you know what, do it, because you're going to overreach for a player, move back. You need a fourth round pick anyway because you don't have one. There's no shame in reducing your price. You don't have to stick to the fair market value.
Really quickly, Jane Slater says the biggest concern that she's hearing outside of day one is there's a concern that the Eagles, who are picking at 53, even after signing Saquon Barkley, that at 53, 3 picks before you, they might snatch up Jonathan Brooks from you, from Texas, before the running back can get to you at 56.
Below the belt. More of that tonight with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wilczuk, and the rest from DallasCowboys.com, starting at 6 o'clock and throughout the weekend. We crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next.
Get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Oh, man, it is always a great time to head on.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece. Because there is no M, apparently, as the fellas are not in studio. Corey Majors, where are you?
We're at Pluckers off of Loop 820 today in Fort Worth. And we're excited to be out here because we love Fort Worth. And we love Pluckers, man. It's going to be a fantastic evening also, as I will be in the Addison Pluckers.
I'll be at Allen.
And Sean, you and Mike, allegedly, will be at the Dallas location. And I'm really excited for you.
Good luck with that.
I got faith. He'll be there till 15. Although
it would be nice. Till 15? I could see that.
Till pick 15, okay.
I could see that.
Mike, how long? What pick do you think you're going to stay there till with me tonight, Mike?
I don't know if you didn't understand earlier, Sean. Mike is not here. He was here, and he left because he's hungry. So he is
Where
not
are you
here.
again?
At Pluckers, but the kitchen is not open
Till 11.
yet.
Yeah, it won't open till 11.
And so he left.
Yeah, he went to go get me. Hey, he's getting me food too. So I was hungry as well.
Is he
and
buying it for you at least?
I mean, I'm sure I can Venmo him.
No. Did you give him money?
No.
All right, good.
No. I just said, hey, grab me something while you're out. And he called me and said, I'm going to this place. What do you want? And I said, it's Whataburger. We love Whataburger.
God bless you guys.
He should be here
Thank
quickly,
you.
know?
God bless you.
I appreciate you saying that.
Like, seriously. That must be what made the company finally give in and be like, you deal with Mike. you guys, that was Purdy's breaking point. They messed up Corey's last name and you deal with Mike. So you guys, you deserve it. And you do.
All of the money.
And you do. Because this would be Mike right now if I'm like, why are you late to crosstalk? Well, my kid's getting his license. And I'm going to be in another Pluckers tonight. So, like, why? How much time do you want me to spend at Pluckers? And, I'm already going to be working extra tonight, so I can miss some of the crosstalk.
I figured y'all were talking about the Cowboys. I have nothing to say about them, so I just thought I'd eat.
That's right.
Guys, that is my teammate. He is on my show, and I love that man. All right.
No, he's not on your show. Not right now.
I can't believe y'all are taking shots at him when he's not around. Yeah.
He better be buying you the breakfast. Do not Venmo. You better not Venmo him any money, Corey. I'll be mad at you.
Okay. All right. That sounds like a deal. I'll hold out.
What's coming up?
Guys, well, I did find out. I saw they have on tap here my favorite beer. It is Velvet Hammer from Petticola's. So I might be hammered during the show, and I might be hammered a lot tonight whenever we do our Pluckers for me and Addison.
Didn't the Velvet Hammer used to work here?
No, that was the
that's a
Velvet
different guy.
Fog.
Different guy. We do have our friend Sean Merriman hopping on with us. He's got some interesting draft takes that we got to dive into with him. Also, Greg Bibb from the Dallas Wings will join us at 10:20 today to talk about the relocation of their basketball team.
Hey, and hopefully they'll have a team that has an arena in Dallas that tries harder.
Are the Wings moving to Vegas too?
No, they're moving to like Dallas proper.
I'll pay each of you $100 if you can get this guy to ban Bobby from the Wings games. If you,
wow.
Yeah.
He has to say he is banned, and I need to see proof because of Bobby's Caitlin Clark hatred and takes.
Do you have any audio that I could use, like specifically to play for him and be like, "Hey, this is him"?
Just ask Bassick to repeat it. There's your audio. So Mike, Bobby, and Bassick can be banned from any Wings games.
Yeah, done. We'll take care of that real fast.
That's not accurate. I'm a big Caitlin Clark fan. I love what she's paved the way, and that awesome shoe deal she got. And
what type of shoes do you think?
I don't know, pumps probably. Are they
It's
Nike.
It's Nike.
Oh my God,
It's
dude.
Nike, not Reebok. But I see what
I think
you're trying
he's
to
talking
do
about
there.
the high heel
sequins.
Job.
I know.
He's talking about.
I know.
That was good though. Pumps is a perfect
Yeah,
answer.
it is.
You could get out of
You
that.
get away with that
It was
one.
Corey who stepped on it on the heel.
Yep.
Because we know the truth.
Corey, are you need to be banned too? Is that am I picking?
No,
that
I
up?
was
Are you
saying
a
we
no,
know
ma'am?
we know the truth about what he feels. By the way, did Al Bundy have the most opportunities out of all men in the world? Like he had some great.
What do you mean?
Opportunities for what?
cheat?
Yeah.
Super to cheat on his wife. Like super attractive women
yeah.
were always throwing themselves at the shoe sales.
Vanna White.
Yeah, dude, it's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Who else scores 4 touchdowns in one game?
Not many.
I mean,
Eric
not
Dickerson.
many.
We had him on the show yesterday.
Yeah, Eric Dickerson did.
He was good.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, well, that was 6
Too soon. Too soon. All right, I have some fun draft odds because I know you guys are probably going to start with the stars.
By the way, really
no.
really good stuff this morning with Woolchuk. I enjoyed that presentation. That was great.
Thank you, Corey. What will happen first during the broadcast tonight? Nick Saban smiles or Bill Belichick smiles?
Who's going to be on camera first?
Ooh, I think Belichick because he's doing his.
He won't smile.
With Pat McAfee, though.
Yeah, he'll make him smile.
I think he's going to try to sell it. He's going to be more eager to sell the nice guy so he can get hired again.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he wants that next job. Nick Saban's just like, I'm just retired.
Right. Saban is the favorite at minus 150 in Vegas. Primary color of Caleb Williams nail polish.
Pale.
Black.
Black is the favorite. Good job, Kevin Hagelin.
Caitlin Clark Collegiate Gold.
What are the odds on that?
Plus 150.
Is nothing an option?
No.
No, come on.
Black.
So are we? So he's definitely going to do that?
Be real, Chuck. Come on.
Black, orange, white, pink, blue, green in order. Who will the number 1 overall pick hug first?
Dad.
No, his mom. He hugs his mom.
Yeah, that's who he always hugs.
Mom.
Yeah, his
then
dad's
dad.
going to be there, though. Like, his dad is a helicopter dad, much like Kyler's dad was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Will the number 1 overall pick cry?
He's not losing a football game tonight, so probably not.
Wow.
Dang, man.
Oh, that could have got the mom
Bobby-
hug joke, too.
Bobby, if you had the number 1 pick, would you not take Caleb Williams?
No, I'd absolutely take Caleb Williams.
Okay. Yeah. I just was checking.
Yeah, I'd give him some acetone and tell him to stop being a baby.
I thought you were going to ask Bobby who he was going to hug first.
Yeah.
Some random pluckers.
Corey got it.
He'd be like,
Corey got it.
Bobby would be like Tat McKinley. Bobby would be like Tat McKinley.
Yeah, I'm walking up with the big old photo.
That was so amazing. That was the best draft moment I've ever seen.
It's minus 2,000 that Caleb will not cry. Will Harbaugh draft a Michigan player? Will the Eagles draft a player from Georgia?
Oh, the Eagles will definitely draft a player from Georgia.
Slightly yes, minus 180. How many dogs will be shown during round 1? Over under, Kevin, is 2. And the Cats over under is 1.
Ooh, I'm going to take the under on the Cats.
Okay.
I'm going to go over on the dogs. I'm assuming this is for the draft pick and not including like the commercials and stuff.
Yes, during round 1.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Or the girlfriends.
Dang,
Yeah,
dude.
so I was thinking the same thing.
Who will be traded first during the draft? Ayuk, Kamara, Sutton, Hopkins, T. Higgins, A.J. Brown is on there. Over under 5.5 trades for round 1.
And don't you hope it's under, right? Because then that just slows the whole thing down.
Yeah, let's
if it's over.
Pick.
Yeah, I also think I realize because the pomp and circumstance, I think the Bears should be picking at 7:01. They should at 7:01. They should say Caleb Williams is the guy.
Yeah,
But they
That's
tell him,
set-
I hate they tell him not to.
That's never happened.
I hate they do that.
7:03.
David Carr signed his contract
Washington.
before he was even picked. It was ridiculous.
Which highlight will ESPN show first? Luke May, UNC basketball, or Marvin Harrison Sr., NFL?
Harrison.
Yeah.
Harrison is the heavy favorite at minus 100.
Can they say his name, though?
Well,
can they say
I
his
guess
name?
it depends on who goes
That's
first,
Reggie.
right? Is that what they're saying? I guess because if Drake May goes before Marvin.
No, because if it's coverage and they're just kind of talking about guys like leading up to the draft, they might go like, oh, and then Marvin Harrison, and then they'll like show him outside an auto body shop in Philadelphia or something.
Car wash.
Kevin,
Whatever
you're
it was.
Kevin, you're the money guy. Was the Amon-Ra St. Brown leaf the type of one that Jerry wanted to see fall yesterday? 30 a year.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't think I don't know if the Cowboys magically think these Leafs are going to be like discount Leafs that are falling or what, but I have now got CeeDee Lamb pegged as the contract at 4 for $128 with about $86 million guaranteed.
4 for $128.
Was that 32?
Yeah, 32 a year with 86 guaranteed, which would be a record on both fronts.
Yeah, we need to slap that on the wall of takes, by the way, because he threw that one out there yesterday. So we need to slap that. Sean, I believe I put a check mark next to yours, where you correctly
won.
got the Mavs over the Lakers and that. So
In
I
your
think we need to
face,
slap this one
Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie. Okay, is this RJ? This is not true with this legal news coming out.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein's is it Weinstein or Weinstein? Weinstein's felony sex crime conviction has been overturned by the New York State Court of Appeals because they said that the judge erroneously allowed testimony from 3 women whose allegations weren't connected to the case. So this would have been a objection, relevancy kind of thing.
So are they just going to retry it then?
Yes. Now it goes to he is entitled to a retrial. Now he's not free though, because he's currently also serving a separate 16-year prison sentence.
Oh,
so he's not going anywhere
That makes
yet.
sense.
Okay.
But what this does is the other sentence was a 23-year sentence.
Yeah.
So he's been in jail for, I guess it was just last year, February of 2023, he was convicted in L.A.
Now, does this make him innocent to you, Choppy, just like OJ was?
Well, on that case, yes, he was not charged he was not convicted by a court of law. So yes, technically, he would be a free man in that case, but he still is guilty of the other one.
All right, like they got OJ in the hotel room.
So I'll ask you, did Dez catch the ball?
Technically,
no. Did he catch it? Like for you, did he catch it?
For me,
yeah,
no, because the NFL says he did.
Okay.
At least he's consistent.
Common sense says he did, but common sense says a lot of things about Harvey Weinstein and O.J. Simpson.
Okay,
what
what
is
is
common sense?
What does common sense tell you about those other cases? We'll see if we can get you on the jury.
Which other cases?
The other cases that you literally just mentioned.
Common sense tells me that Harvey Weinstein is a creep and a rapist, and common sense tells me I think it's pretty clear what happened with OJ.
They're going to try and get this case like refiled in Tarrant County and pulled shop on there.
Common sense would tell me that Bassick is right there now for crosstalk.
I haven't seen him yet. I don't. I swear, I'm not doing a bit.
Bassick is going to be my number one star witness in my Odyssey court battle.
Like he's not showing.
Oh, I mean, just all the things.
He'll never show up.
All the
Police
things.
are on their way, mofos.
I hope he's bringing you that bagel, Bobby. That bagel, man, that bagel knocked
We
me
talked
out.
about it last week. The steak, egg, and cheese bagel is back at Mickey D's.
Whoa.
And man, it was, I told you, I didn't undersell it. It's good stuff.
It was fantastic.
Sticky, isn't it?
What?
Sticks to the ribs.
There you go, Reggie. Mark that.
Exactly. All right, boys, have fun at Pluckers. We'll see all of y'all tonight. Bobby, have a good draft show.
Love you all.
The K and C masterpiece for now is up next on The Fan.
full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner can help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, when you buy one bottle, you can get one bottle free. A great deal to help you go a great deal farther. Find Chevron Techron and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any one of our 6,300 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Sean said he assumed that we would start by talking about the Stars. I guess we probably should, as we're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820 if you want to come see us. By the way, Reggie will be at this very same Pluckers this evening, holding down our path to the draft and our draft coverage brought to you by Pluckers.
Kevin, I feel right at home in the studio right now because Pluckers just turned on all their TVs, and most of them are on Charmed.
Because they were watching NBA last night.
And in our studio every morning, I'm always so surprised. Sean and RJ will leave it on Charmed all morning long and not even watch anything else. And we're like, hey, we got immediately, Mike, what's the first thing we do? We go grab the remotes and start changing it to MLB because we like sports.
Heck yeah, MLB Network. Sometimes ESPN and then NFL Network.
That's right.
Those are the 3 channels that we usually switch into.
Yeah, but I'd feel right at home right now with Charmed on. So, Kevin, that is the way the hockey went down last night.
Yeah, look, I guess let's go ahead and
do that hockey.
Yeah, those girls on this show are so weird wearing low-rise jeans. They're supposed to go above your belly button.
Get those mom jeans.
I don't know why they're wearing those jeans that really like accentuate a woman's hip area and everything.
Let's go to cut number 4 because the Stars didn't accentuate very much last night either.
Heiskanen and Ben the assists. Here's Eichel to the backhand. Passes to Marchessault, and they score! What a play by Jack Eichel. Brought all the attention to his left. An easy pass for the tuck home by Marchessault. And the Golden Knights have the equalizer.
And the season's over.
Yeah, just an abysmal result for the Stars against the Knights. And I know 2 of the games were in overtime. I think are they 0-5 against Vegas this year?
I heard that the coach for the Dallas Stars is now 2-9 versus the Vegas Knights as the Stars coach.
And unfortunately,
they own him.
Frequently this is what he does. Is he makes a lengthy playoff run, and then afterwards they get wiped out pretty quickly, and he has struggles getting back to the same spot.
Good regular season teams. Usually good regular season teams, but you're right.
Should we have 2 coaches? Like he can coach next year and
during
then
the regular season. That's a good idea.
And then we change right there. Didn't we do that a while back? I did hear him, after the game too, say, "Look, we believe we're going to go on the road and play better." And after watching what I felt was a moderately inspired team last night, because even on their forecheck, even when they went into the boards, it wasn't like they were going into the boards excited to go in the boards and lay somebody out. It was almost as if they were like, "I'm sorry I did that." And that was kind of a rough part for me to watch throughout the night last night. It was moderately inspiring. I don't believe they're going to go on the road and be any different. But, Mike, you did ask the other day, are we a little concerned that we do have home ice advantage because of how good we've been on the road this year? And so now here we are in this situation.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're going to win at least one at home. Maybe the Stars win one. I guess the Bruins blew a 3-1 lead last year. I remember that because they had so many wins.
And the Knights have been very good. That's the problem.
The Knights are better than us.
Yeah, the Knights have been excellent at home and mediocre on the road, and yet here we are.
Yeah, they're a championship team that's deeper than they were last year.
Yeah, they might go back. Honest to God, they might go back to the Stanley Cup. Like they might represent the West in the Stanley Cup. That's how good they are. It's unfortunate that that's who you drew. It's the team that you can't beat. Maybe you can beat Colorado. Maybe you can beat Winnipeg. You can't beat Vegas, and unfortunately, you got them in the first round. Last year, you were down 3-0, and you kind of made it a series when they're like, we got this thing.
Yeah.
Right? So same thing's going to happen.
So we will switch our focus to the NFL draft. NFL draft tonight. Corey, you will be at the Pluckers in Addison, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mike, you and Sean will be at the Pluckers in Dallas.
Yes, next to Michael's.
Yes. And then, which makes sense for you.
Yeah.
And then I will be at the Pluckers in Allen. I hope you come out and join us, especially in Allen, because we did really bad last year. So we need a reprisal. Reprival?
Dude, you're the one trying to use the big word. All right, so don't look at us and ask.
All I know is we were the 24th best team last year, but they gave us the 2 seed because the Cowboys are favored in the NFL.
We were talking about this off air. So does Jerry think if we win the Super Bowl, then we get the number 1 pick?
No, he misspoke. All right, he misspoke. It is odd that he was like, "Hey, guess what, guys? I'm going to go out of here in this press conference and I'm going to throw out something that I didn't think of until just a moment ago." That was one of those things. But no, he misspoke, and Kevin, as we were discussing that moments ago, I think that's a better idea. Give the best team the number 1 overall pick because then that inspires some competition.
Nobody would be tanking.
Nobody's tanking because everybody's going to go out there and try hard.
He was probably tired. He was up till 2 a.m. looking at all the contracts of his team and all the other contracts in the NFL.
All right.
And trying to make sure that he gets it all right like he always has.
So for this draft, I saw an article on The Ringer. We just haven't had an opportunity to talk about it. I wanted to run through a few of these, and you can tell me what, if any, of these traps you're worried about when it comes to the Cowboys. Or if you want to talk about any other team, that's fine. Number 1, the we know ball trap, overrating one's ability to evaluate talent.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely, and that's kind of what the Cowboys have done to themselves here, right? Is that they have trapped themselves and forced themselves into offensive line because they didn't go and say during the free agency we're going to add to that position.
And I do think the Cowboys are pretty good at drafting usually.
Especially offensive linemen. It seems like they've done a pretty good job of that. But they pigeonholed themselves as like they forced themselves to do this.
This guy's different trap, ignoring historical evidence to justify a selection. That is where I think the Cowboys get in trouble.
Yeah, the Cowboys definitely do that for sure. That's part ego there, Kevin.
Number 3, the plug-and-play trap, overrating the possibility that a prospect will be able to make an immediate impact.
I think that's a the fans, not our station. I think that's a fan problem, is that sometimes the players are ready to go and sometimes they're not. You want your players to be plug-and-play, and I don't think the Cowboys do that a lot. I think they hope that that's the case, but then they get into a situation they're like, oh, crap, he's not ready.
Do you think they've painted themselves into that corner where, I mean, look, the Jones family didn't guarantee, like, hey, all 3 of these guys need to be starters, but they did say for their first 3 picks, like, it would be ideal if they were all ready to go.
Yes, they have put themselves, but they do that a lot, Kevin, because of the way that they treat the offseason. Like that, like every year, it's like we are heavily reliant on the success of our picks, and that's why I'm surprised that they don't try to acquire more picks throughout the offseason, because it feels like if you're going to invest that much in these guys have to be good, then they should be good for you, and you should have more picks to use from them.
This is one I think the Cowboys avoid. The C.J. Stroud, Puka Nacua trap, looking at rookies from last year and thinking that you can get the same version of that player. I do think the Cowboys avoid that. Well, obviously they're not looking for a quarterback, but at least I hope they don't look at last year's best players and go, yeah, our guy can do that.
Yeah, I don't typically hear, a lot of the times, Kevin, what you'll hear is this guy reminds me of Eric Williams. Or this guy reminds me of Flozell, or he could be the next Charles Haley. And so they're trying to give their fan base, their audience, that opportunity.
Are the Cowboys guilty of this next one? Because I think yes. The LOL college coaches trap. That's operating under the assumption that your coaching staff will be able to get more out of a prospect than his college coaches could. I know this goes way back, but that's where like the Marty B pick falls. You know, very highly rated high school recruit, very highly rated going into college, not particularly productive. And then the Cowboys are like, no, we got it. And then
We're better than his college coach.
Yeah.
Our guys are better than that.
And then they didn't.
I don't know, man, because I feel like, do the Cowboys really have faith in their coaches all the time? Because they go there. We were 2 years into Mike McCarthy, and it was like, oh man, we're done with this one, so we got to move on. So sometimes I don't think they have faith in their college, even their coaches.
What do you mean? Thought of this? Isn't it funny that Jerry, hire maybe strong personality or strong assistant coaches as your offensive and defensive coordinator, but he won't do it for the head coach because he doesn't want that person to get the credit for the unlikelihood. But if the Cowboys were to miraculously win a Super Bowl, he's like, I cannot have a person that is considered the reason why we won at that position.
Although every successful business, every successful battalion, every successful football team everybody knows who the leader is. And everybody goes, all right, we're following that dude right there.
Yes.
He's the one. So we're rocking with him.
And they don't care if they get the credit or not. They're like, were we successful? Was the business successful? Was the battle successful? Was the whatever? This last one is really interesting, and I want to get y'all's take on this. Avoid the best player available trap. And what they're saying here is picking a player based on who has the highest grade and ignoring importance of positional value. So, like, let's say
that's not their trap.
But I just want to see what y'all think about it in general. Like, let's say there's a safety with a tiny, tiny bit higher grade than an edge player or your left tackle or whatever. Do you go best available, or are you like, man, these positions are not built equally?
Well, I mean, does that safety that you just said, is he better than this current safety I have? Then that's
okay.
Like, that's where this conversation comes into play and I think Steven's right in that respect of best player available at position of need. Like if now you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have too many positions of need, because then you might get stuck drafting a Shante Carver. But if you make sure that you're pretty stacked across the board and you're like, okay, we can take anybody, then Kevin, yeah, that's where the conversation does come into play. I don't think they get themselves in that conversation too much because, unfortunately, they've left themselves in some bad positions of need this year.
And then, okay, so let's talk about those positions of need. I feel like there's been a lot of discussion for the Cowboys that offensive line, running back, you feel likely that those will be, I don't know, I feel likely that those will be two of the top three picks. Maybe y'all.
We already know.
Yeah.
The 3 picks, we already know the positions for the Cowboys.
So you are sure that in some order or another.
Yeah. Offensive line, linebacker, running back will be the first 3 picks for the Dallas Cowboys, no matter what.
And that's the thing too, is the way that the draft kind of sets up. It's more of an offensive draft than it's ever been before. Like this lays out as all the best players are on the offensive side. Your defensive players are going to be 3rd round picks.
Yeah.
I mean, even like Edgerrin Cooper, Kevin, I love him. I think there's a lot of really good qualities about him. I saw that goal line.
2nd round pick.
And that's kind of, but people are already like, could he be a 1st round pick? And this dude is probably a legitimate 2nd round pick, maybe a 3rd round pick in other good defensive drafts. But that's where, he could be one of those options there.
And I do not want to rule out, I don't know if this video is going to come out where we give our 1st round predictions. I do not want to rule out that the Cowboys trade out of the 1st round. I could absolutely see that.
Let's trade up, all right? Let's trade up and collect more picks at the same time. How do you do that? I saw Kevin Costner do that once. How do you pull that off?
What I don't even remember the ridiculous way they got back to.
You don't
him.
rewatch it every year?
No, that movie sucks.
You're
it's
lying.
him picking out that piece of paper and is like, no matter what, draft this guy. And was like, well, then what was the whole rest of all of this maneuvering about?
I would like more people to text in and tell Kevin how much they love that movie, Draft Day,
Hey, if
especially
you
on
love that
Draft Day.
movie, tell me again how they traded the pick and then got the picks back. Or I honestly don't remember.
He just demanded it, and Kevin. What he did was he found out that he had that quarterback was going to fall apart. All right, and he was
nobody
like,
went to his birthday party.
because nobody went to his birthday party. He didn't care about what happened on the field. Actually, there was a moment whenever he threw a touchdown pass and nobody celebrated with him. He just ran off to the middle of the field to celebrate by himself. That was the moment that he was like, "Hold on, what's going on here? Tell me about his birthday party." That's when he learned all that information. He was like, "I don't need this anymore. I just want my picks back, and I can get my linebacker."
What a terrible movie that
It
is.
was brilliant.
How many times? When's the last time you watched that
This
movie?
morning.
No, you
Woke
didn't.
up eating Fruit Loops.
Oh, you didn't.
Every once in a while, it's on one of these TNT channels that you might catch 5
Okay.
minutes before
I
the next
bought it on
commercial.
Amazon Prime.
Did you?
Yeah, man. I was like, I have to
Like
have it.
Forever? You
Oh,
bought the
yeah.
Forever package?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
He wasn't going to buy it, but then he took out a sheet of paper in his pocket and said, "No matter what,
No
buy
matter
this
what,
movie."
yeah. But I just can't wait for Draft Day 2. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
From the 817, Kevin Costner was actually all in. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
That is true, actually.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will power rank the MLB power rankings, but also Dallas Wings president and CEO Greg Bibb next as we are live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820 on 105.3 The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece wherever you go on our
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And Wale going to work on Alicia Gray. The little hesitation to stop the change of gear.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820. If you want to come see us, Reggie will also be doing the draft coverage this evening if you want to come hang out with him. But right now, we bring to you Dallas Wings President and CEO Greg Bibb. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Was yesterday a nerve-wracking day at all, or did you already know, hey, everything was going to get approved by the city council, we were going to get the 15-year agreement, and we're moving the team into the city of Dallas?
Well, we've been working on this deal for the better part of 2 years, so we felt confident going into the city council session, but you never know, and it's not finished until it's finished. So we were relieved when the vote was taken and the city council unanimously approved the deal for the Wings to come to Dallas.
If it hadn't been unanimous, would you have had words with anybody, even if it did still pass?
I wouldn't, but I would have been bummed.
Okay. Now, can you walk everybody through the deal and when this all takes place? Because obviously y'all had just discussed selling out your season tickets over in Arlington for the first time. Can you walk us through when this takes place and where it's going to be?
Sure. We're not going anywhere for the next 2 seasons. So the 24 season, which starts with training camp this Sunday, and next year, 2025, will be in our current home, College Park Center on the campus of UTA. Been a fantastic place for us to be for our first 8 years. Will be great for the next 2. But then starting in the summer of 2026, we'll be playing in a completely renovated Dallas Memorial Auditorium, which is part of a decade-long redevelopment of the Convention Center District in downtown Dallas.
Can you walk us through why this was important? I know there are financial incentives involved. Is it bigger arena? Is it actually being in the city of Dallas? Like, what were some of the reasons that y'all decided to try to go seek this out, or why you think the mayor reached out to you?
There are a lot of good reasons, I think, for both us and the city of why this is a great deal, and it's going to be a fantastic partnership for years and years to come. But I'll start with, I think, the 2 most important. Number one, this opportunity gives our world-class athletes a facility to train and play in that they deserve. And number 2, it gives our fans, the best fans in the WNBA, a world-class venue where they will be able to come and support their hometown team.
I was kind of curious how the college game and how the college tournament has spiked intrigue into the next level. Then not only the draft, but the next level of play.
It certainly has helped. And listen, I'm Caitlin Clark's biggest fan, with the exception this year of May the 3rd, July the 17th, and September 1st. Those are the 3 dates she'll be here to face the Wings. But she has done an extraordinary job, really for the last 4 years, but in particular the last 6 months, in grabbing a whole bunch of people who weren't paying attention to women's basketball and bringing them on board. Now, with that said, I will tell you that the momentum around women's sports and the WNBA and the Dallas Wings started long ago. We've experienced growth year over year, every year, going back to the pandemic. And to the credit of Mayor Johnson and the city of Dallas leadership, again, those conversations started over 2 years ago, long before the phenomenon that's been happening for the last 6 months or so got started.
I'm curious, since you mentioned those dates, that May 3rd one, that is a preseason game, but that is Caitlin Clark's first ever WNBA game, whether it was for the preseason game or the regular season ones on July 17th or September 1st. Was there or has there been any discussion about maybe moving that game to the American Airlines Center, because some other WNBA teams have obviously moved some of their games to facilitate that?
We certainly explored opportunities to play that game in a bigger venue. However, after really thinking it through, our partners at UTA, College Park Center, the city of Arlington, they've been fantastic partners, and they've been with us step since the team arrived back in 2016, long before women's basketball and the WNBA was getting the attention and engagement and fandom that it's getting today. For that reason, and also for the reason that we have season ticket holders who have been with us since day one, who have sat in the same seats and built friendships and communities with the season ticket holders around them, we felt best not to disrupt that. Our home is our home for the next 2 summers, and we'll play there. Are we leaving some money on the table by making that decision? Probably. But I think sometimes the long-term decisions are the best decisions.
What is the plan next then to capitalize on some of the new faces that are coming into the league and then combine that with some of the faces that have been around and really market and grow that as you go along?
Listen, last year was a record year. This year is either already broken all those numbers or very close. And I'll just give you a couple that are hard for me to wrap my head around. Year to date, so April 24th this year versus April 24th last year, we're up 173% in season ticket sales. We're up 1,221% in individual ticket sales, and we're up 222% in total ticket revenue. We've sold out the preseason game. We've sold out the home opener. The second game on May 18th is almost sold out, and there's a handful of other games that are very close to selling out. I tell you all that, though, to say there are still plenty, as they say, good seats available for the balance of the summer. We play 20 home games at College Park Center. It still remains one of the best values in all of sports. Our average ticket price is about $40. There's only 6,251 seats at College Park Center, so no matter where you sit in that basketball-specific venue, you're going to have a great seat and an opportunity to see the best 144 women's basketball players on the planet up close and personal.
Specifically about y'all's team, all of that is phenomenal for business, absolutely. But as you said, for your loyal fan base, how excited are you about the team and the product that y'all will put out, and what kind of postseason potential does this 2024 team have?
Yeah, we've been building this roster for the last 3 or 4 years. We did it the hard way. We kind of tore it down and rebuilt it through the draft primarily. And there's a lot of pain and suffering, as you know, that goes into that on the front end. But we've gone through those struggles, and now we have a very good young core group that has gotten better every year. Last year, we made it to the semifinals. We were a top 4 team. We lost the eventual 2-time champion Las Vegas Aces. We have some of the biggest, new, brightest stars in the game, in Enrique Ngumbawale and Satu Sabli, amongst others. So we feel very good that the growth of our business is converging with the growth of our team at the same time.
Man, appreciate the time very much. Preseason opener against those Indiana Fever, May 3rd, and then the regular season gets going against Chicago, May 15th. Congratulations on the new arena deal as well. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks for having me, guys. Look forward to chatting again soon.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Wings President and CEO Greg Bibb right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, you know, he did say one thing that I was like, I get it. When he goes, we lost to Vegas. They're a tough team. You could see how Dallas teams would lose to Vegas, right, Corey?
No, I can't.
The Raiders.
The Raiders are good. They're a good team.
Maybe, I don't know.
Dude,
does that mean
the A's are going to be like unstoppable?
Yeah, they probably will.
When they get to Vegas, they go to Vegas
without spending any money.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Does that change?
And then you're going to really say never count out the A's.
Yeah.
Don't count out the A's.
All right. Are you guys ready? Because the Rangers won yesterday. Do you want to do some power rankings for Major League Baseball?
I love power rankings.
I don't have the standings pulled up, so I'm going to try to do this without
Okay.
I'm going to do a standings.
Who is the number 1 team in all of the lands?
In my world, I lean towards Baltimore, but I also saw Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my 2 picks right now. I will go with Baltimore being like, you know, just a little bit of contrarian, thinking I'm going to be wrong here.
Yeah, I'll go with Atlanta.
Corey, you are correct. Atlanta is number 1. Fear not, though, Mike.
I got this.
Baltimore is number 2.
All right.
Dropping that deuce.
What?
Number 2.
All right.
What did you say in between there?
No, I think that sounds
okay,
right.
all right.
I saw the game last night.
All right.
That was for the Stars. No, the Rangers game was good.
Oh, man.
All right. Who goes after Atlanta and Baltimore?
The New York Yankees.
Oh, that's a good pick because I was thinking Dodgers. So I think we're going to hit 3 and 4 here. But let's go with you. Yankees first.
You were wise to listen to Corey the first time.
I'm trying not to look at his computer.
This time, Mike,
I'm wrong at 4.
you were unwise.
It's not the Astros.
It's the Yankees.
I think the
Excuse me.
Astros. Wait, the Yankees
The
have
Dodgers that are number 3, and the Yankees are number 4. So you guys are knocking it out with the 2 pods
Dodgers-
at a time.
Hold on, this doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm looking at the standings, Kevin. That's why.
What? Just because the Yankees have a significantly better record
The
than the
Dodgers are 15-11.
They got Shohei.
The Yankees are 17-8. Like that's a. I'm going to give that a 5-game swing.
Do the Yankees have Shohei?
You know what's amazing about the Yankees is they don't have Garrett Cole pitching, and they're still doing that good.
That's
like last
true.
year, a lot of their weakness was, yes, some of it was hitting because of Aaron Judge's injury, but a lot of it was, gosh, like after Garrett Cole, what are these guys doing? And the guys that are doing it this year for them are doing well.
Now I'm a little concerned that the Yankees aren't 5.
No, he already said that.
The Dodgers are 3 and the Yankees are 4. So you're right.
I was so
You
caught off
should be
guard.
concerned. The Yankees are not 5.
Yeah, all right.
You pick the Rangers at 5?
Guardians.
Wow.
Mike?
Coming on up in the world. I don't think the Rangers should be a top 5 team in baseball right now.
Except for John Gray and his 4
I
and
don't
2/3
have
innings.
I don't have the standings pulled up, but the Guardians have a better record than the Royals. Are you
They're
correct?
17-7 right now.
What are the Royals?
15-10.
Okay, I'll go with the Guardians, even though for some reason, maybe I'm feeling Bobby Witt Jr. right now, I just think that I would maybe rather take the Royals into the playoffs than the Guardians.
Kevin, I just want to throw this out there real quick. The Guardians have the best run differential in baseball right now at 47.
Ooh, then they're at 5.
And
They should be
the
at least.
Royals are 3rd at plus 38. So
But
like,
if you'd maybe rather take one other team.
All right, picking who's in the NL
Milwaukee?
Central. I got to look at standings. 'cause
Milwaukee.
And these
I don't
came
think
out
it's the
this morning.
Rangers.
These came out this morning. So
yeah, it's got to
The
be
Brewers,
Milwaukee.
The Brew Crew.
it's the Philadelphia Phillies come in
Well, they're
at
15
number
and 10.
5.
Plus 8? That's miserable. They're not that good.
Yeah, but the Philly Fanatic, I think, had a birthday.
They're on a
'cause-
2-game losing
Does that
streak.
factor into the power
Yeah, Bryce
rankings?
Harper gave him a new glove.
I don't know, man.
All right, the Philadelphia Phillies
They're placating to their audience.
come
right
in
now.
at number 5. East Coast bias,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's what it is.
Philadelphia Phillies are 5, but you guys were close on the other one. So
Cleveland rocks.
Then it goes Guardians at 6, Brewers at 7.
Royals
so still
at
no Royals.
I'll give Royals at 8. I know that they're about to play the Royals here pretty soon, the Rangers, so we'll get a first-hand look at what they're doing.
Well, guess what, Mike?
The Rangers are at 8.
At number 8, the Royals will. Well, Kansas City will never be royal. It's the Chicago Cubs
All right.
at 8.
We took 2 out of 3 from them.
That's right. Now, are you going to pick the Royals over the Texas Rangers?
For now, if I'm seriously looking at the first 25 games, I would say the Royals are a better team than the Rangers right now.
ESPN disagrees.
Good.
The
World
Texas
Series champions.
Rangers
And
are
that's why they're the
number
worldwide leader in sports.
9. The Kansas City Royals are 13 on this list.
So they believe.
They're the opposite. They're like, this is a fluke. And it might be.
I'm betting also like the Royals were probably so far down in the rankings
Like
to start the
22nd
season
to
that they're
start
like,
the
we
year
can't
or
just
something.
vault them just because of what it.
That's
what's
true,
happening
but
now.
last week they were 13,
Oh.
and they're still at
Well,
13.
this is stupid.
Oh, geez.
So
How many experts do they have here, Kevin?
I don't. That's a good question.
You're welcome.
Because it just says the article is by ESPN, so I guess every employee
AI.
got a vote
They
for
fired
AI.
enough people that they're
Oh,
just
man.
AI in this thing.
So Toronto is 10, Arizona 11, Cincinnati 12, and Kansas City 13. As we usually do, who is the worst team in all of baseball?
The South Side.
The Chicago White Sox come in dead last.
Oh,
followed
man.
by the Colorado Rockies and Miami Marlins.
No. Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
The Oakland A's are all the way up to 27.
Okay, Kevin, how far down is the dirtiest city in America according to Google?
Houston?
Houston.
Houston?
They're probably going to put them at 20. I bet they don't rank them below 20.
I bet they do.
Good.
They're 22nd. They were 17 last week. Houston 22nd. So just think about this for a
All
second.
right.
In the power rankings, Houston is 22nd and the A's are 27th. So we're not that far away, and the A's definitely have a better record than the Astros. So
If we want to stop there, I can tease my Nuggets with what we just left off
Tease
with.
it.
That sounds weird.
Okay, never mind. Yes, Mike, please go ahead.
Would they trade with us? Next.
Babe
Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhort. Joey, how you doing, buddy?
Babe, I'm fantastic. As the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, we have a saying, go.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820 if you want to come and see us. And right now, you get to see some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Kevin, let's see how good your memory is. The Houston Astros power ranking right now is
22.
They have a very bad record. It's worse than the 22nd. I guess Jerry would say 22nd worst record, I guess.
22nd best
They're
record.
the 22nd best team, so they get the 22nd pick.
Yeah. Okay. I do think, I'm starting to believe this, and I probably shouldn't. I am sorry if I jinx this, Ranger fans. I'm starting to believe that the run is over for the Astros.
Okay.
It's to go to 7 ALCSs in a row. Can you imagine if the Rangers now went to 6 more ALCSs in a row?
Honestly, I can't.
No, it's almost impossible. They've done it. So congratulations to the Houston Astros with 2 different managers. I don't know, is it 3 different general managers? I think.
Yeah, I know Dana Brown popped in here.
Yeah, Dana Brown's here now, but then they hired a guy after something, and then he left after they won the championship in 22 because of financial, like they weren't paying him enough. And so I look at the Houston Astros, and here's my question. Let's just say the Houston Astros, which I think there's a strong possibility. They get to the All-Star break, and they say, guys, what a run. We are now, Alex Bregman's a free agent. Jose Altuve, yes, we have him under contract. I'm not saying we can trade him. He's a 5'10 guy, so he'd have to agree, and maybe that's too big of a thing for another organization to take on Jose Altuve. It's really weird, but maybe they would just look at it and go, we don't want to take on that. We've been booing them so crazily for such a long time.
And their farm system is also
Their farm
really
system
poor.
is horrible.
Yeah.
That is why they can't win it all, because they do not have anybody to replace their injuries. So I ask you this. If you are the Houston Astros, I'm going to bring up a local kid here. I think a person like Ryan Presley, who's been their closer for the last 3 to 4 years, who is now their setup man, he's off to a bad start. I can't say he's off to a good start. He's off to a really bad start. But let's just say he starts finding it. He's pitching pretty good in his role in the 7th, 8th inning, and you could add a person like that. I think Hader, you had your chance. They're not paying. The Rangers want nothing to do with that contract.
Yeah.
Would, if you were running the Houston Astros, and this goes to a question in all sports, and you know that you are now having to rebuild, and the Texas Rangers call you up about a player that they like, they're offering you a strong offer, maybe out of all the offers on this certain player or players, it's the best offer. Would you, if you were the Houston Astros, trade a good player to the Texas Rangers to help them possibly repeat, win the division, whatever you want to say.
I don't think they would. And
you say they.
Yeah, being
Okay.
the Astros.
All right.
Yeah, answer it both ways.
I don't think I would either.
Would you call if you're Chris Young? And this is two different questions.
Okay, yeah, I think you can be
You're
the
in-
opposite. You
You're
can
in
be
Chris Young's position, or what you think Chris Young would do. What would you do if you're the GM of that team? Would you call the Astros and say, "Hey, I want your guy"?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you think Chris Young's probably
Yes.
doing that too? Okay.
Yeah. No, absolutely I do. I'm in the stubborn fan mode of, I wouldn't want to help them. If you're the Astros, you don't want to help them win another title. I'm okay, I think, trading with the Astros because I'm like, that's fine. Like, take whatever prospect if I can win now.
You're willing to give them what could, like, maybe they're like, hey, we want to, I don't know,
Brock Porter.
Okay, and then that dude turns into their ace they build around. You're okay with that?
If it serves my goal now, I really think I am. As long as I'm not paying some intrastate tax or something because they're like, oh, we don't want to trade with you unless you do that. I'm not doing that. But if it's like a fair and square deal, I'll live with the consequences. It's the same thing with Cole Reagan. It's like, I know nobody cares about Kansas City Royals in terms of a rivalry,
Until they win
but
the World Series.
yeah, that's great.
That was the Rangers' main rivalry in the 70s.
Okay, well, in the last 50 years, the Royals haven't been particularly relevant rivalry-wise with the Rangers. Sorry about that, Mike. My apologies to your dad as well.
Yeah, man, 50 years ago, this was the team we were trying to knock off.
My
And they were
apologies to your
getting in
father as
fights
well.
and everything. Toby Ayers throwing double play balls at Hal McRae's head. Come on, man. You don't remember that?
I'm too stubborn with
Guys were
this.
beamed up when they charged.
I
and
wasn't
stuff.
alive, so no, I don't remember that.
I'm too stubborn with this, Mike. I wouldn't trade with the Eagles. I know we've like swapped 5th round picks with them and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of.
That's how we got Micah Parsons.
I understand that too. I'm not a huge fan of moving around with teams that I consider my rival.
Okay, so you're saying
because that takes away from the rivalry.
if you were the Astros, you would not trade to the Rangers. But if you were the Rangers, would you call the Astros if you see
No.
that they're 15 games under 500 and you're like, hey, there's 3 or 4 guys here that we're interested in?
No.
That's the part I would do.
And I'm limiting myself. I know I'm doing that. It's stubborn.
I don't know his contract, and I don't think they would make him available. Can you imagine if they were like, I know the Rangers, we're looking strongly into trading for Dylan Cease. They ended up not getting him. Let's just say Framber Valdez is available. Now, it's going to take a big package to get him. You're going to have to trade 4 premium prospects probably to get somebody like that as long as he's healthy at the time. But are you saying you wouldn't call about Framber Valdez?
Well, this is
he has
weird.
nothing to do with 17.
This is weird to me because
Christian Javier.
I would probably trade because the A's are a rival too.
Yeah.
I would probably trade everything for Mason Miller. I'd be like, yeah, go ahead. So I guess so. Maybe I am, but maybe not the 35-year-old closer. But for Mason Miller, I would do that.
Okay.
So maybe I'm not that stubborn.
And once again, don't want to jinx anything, but you guys brought up yesterday, stating factual things, Bruce Bochy, never under 500 as the Rangers manager. And then Bruce Bochy came on, and we threatened him about that.
Is that?
No, I don't think we told him.
I think your friend Leslie is where I got that stat from. I think it was her, or maybe it was somebody on the
I've
pregame
heard that
show.
one, and it's obviously true. Last year they started off 40-20, and then they swept Philadelphia to start the year, so they start off 3-0. So I don't recall each day of each record, but by the time you got to game 20-25, they were well above 500 and never in the threat of really falling below 500. This year, now 13-12. I have that record right. So they are still above 500. Bochy has never been below. This is going to be an interesting day game today here on 105.3 The Fan, 1 o'clock pregame, 1:30 game. Then we go to G-Bag Nation /draft coverage. But Luis Castillo's pitching yesterday. Once again, Miller, right? Kid from Blinn, then Texas A&M. My son was like, that's awesome because, I'm like,
That's
hey, man,
where he wants to go.
that could be your path too, So you get a big win there. John Gray, I don't want to say he struggled because at the end of the day, since, at the end of the day, the Cowboys might have a new player.
That's right.
At the end
or maybe
of the
they
day,
trade down.
John Gray gave you a chance to win.
He did.
So I think that's what you're asking from guys like John Gray. For Evaldi, you almost say pitch us to a win. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like the difference between you pitch us to a win, you give us the opportunity to win. There's the home run yesterday.
It did look
Adolis
like
Garcia.
he caught it.
So It looks like he catches it. He won't show his glove or anything. This is Julio Rodriguez when Adolis Garcia hit his home run. I wish Julio Rodriguez would have kept doing the bit. I wish he would have gone into his glove, thrown the ball into the shortstop, not having a ball, invisible. Throw it. The shortstop, J.P. Crawford was hurt yesterday, so I'm not sure who the shortstop was. They throw it around. They give the fake ball back to the pitcher. At what point does brains kick in and go, they're not throwing a baseball around. It's just fake. In the stands, would you be like, because sometimes you don't even notice the ball when they're throwing it around. You're just noticing the action of what they're doing.
Let me ask you a question then. Would there be any way that in a pregame at all the stadiums, you could try to wedge a ball under the fence so in case this situation came up?
In the right padding area?
And then when you're looking disappointed, you just snag the ball from there and hope they don't check the replay.
I hope you're right. I got it. I feel like you might run into a Sammy Sosa situation where when he broke his bat, he stopped running to first and sprinted for the bat in the middle of the field. Like, Sammy!
Because of the course.
Yes, hold on. You are giving this away that you are not using a proper bat.
He's like, I couldn't believe it.
He's like, I didn't. I thought I forgot I was using my batting practice bat in the game. I was like, Sammy, I'm pretty sure you knew when you started sprinting for the bat once it broke.
Kevin, you would have to wedge a ball in every corner of every pad, and then somebody's running into that.
I know, and then the balls fall out, and now you're not sure which ball to throw in.
Easy.
Like, crap, there's 4 balls.
He couldn't trace it back to you. Just yell out multi-ball.
Right.
Let's see what happens.
And then, like, if you learned anything from Sammy Sosa, act like you don't see those balls on the ground, all right? You just act like they're not there, and you just play around them.
Rangers activate Josh Spores from the injured list.
That's right.
Oh, my. And, hey, by the way, Hernandez pitched pretty good last night.
He did.
That was a great sign. I was worried coming in that situation for John Gray. Really good job. That's a good sign. It's one game, only one game, but that's a good sign for a pitcher who has lacked confidence taking a major league mound to have that good of an outcome, hopefully to be good the rest of the season and build on his confidence.
Because you're way more concerned about the mental side with
100%.
him, right? 100%.
His stuff is
awesome.
So good. But he gets so, I think, mentally defeated when things don't go the right way. Last nugget, thank God we're not the Pittsburgh Pirates. They took Paul Skeens number 1. He did give up a run for the first time this year in AAA. He has 17 innings pitched, 34 strikeouts.
2 strikeouts an inning?
Yeah, 2 strikeouts an inning. 0.53 ERA with a whip of 0.88. And they are not calling him up, most likely, from what I understand, till mid-June because they don't want him to accrue the service time. They also want him to maybe avoid being a Super 2, which means you can hit arbitration a year early. Wow. So they, instead of having the possible Cy Young winner up and Rookie of the Year this year, they're like, Pass. We will wait till mid-June to call up arguably, possibly the best pitcher in all of baseball.
Business is brutal, man.
So, man, that is crazy. For the Rangers moves, yesterday it put Austin Pruitt on the injured list to recall Grant Anderson. They've now sent Grant Anderson back down to activate Josh Spores from the injured list. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, we're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820, about to open this place up. Coming up next, puck around and find out Stars Golden Knights Game 2. Next on the Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And focus. Every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
RJ Chiappa here for Gaylord Golf Mecca, a less than 2-hour non-stop American Airlines flight from DFW to Traverse City, and just an hour drive to America's premier golf destination. Here's Paul Beachnaw.
We have such a wide range of accommodations. We've got some of the finest resorts in the Midwest. I would argue that Treetops Resort in Gaylord has 4 of the best golf courses at a single resort as any resort in North America.
Visit GaylordGolfMecca.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820, and somebody brought up a really good point. Normally, it would be puck around and find out, but people have suggested perhaps it should be pluck around.
I like it, yeah.
And find out. Either way.
So you want me just to walk over to people's tables and pluck at their plates?
Hey,
maybe.
We got about 4 more days to do this hockey talk, and then we move on.
All right. Since you said that, Mike, let me ask you a question.
Saturday, I know, is game 3.
Because I was really mad that the Stars lost yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Was there any part of you, because this is how I reacted for just a second.
Okay.
I was glad that Vegas scored the empty net goal when it was clear we weren't going to score, because I was like, man, screw the Stars. What are we doing today?
I mean, when that puck went in, I obviously turned it off and started getting ready for bed. I think this is the tough thing. I know you asked a different question, but I'm sure a lot of Tolos are with me on this. With the Mavs and the Stars being considered West Coast teams, they are wearing me out sleep-wise.
Yeah.
And so I can't go to sleep after the game's over. There was way more of an adrenaline rush after the Mavs win than there was after the Stars lost last night, but still I was engaged enough that it takes me a little bit of time to kind of relax and fall asleep. But I was hoping, I thought maybe they had one more run, but I'll tell you what, when they pulled Ottinger, did they even get, maybe they got one good look?
They got one good look. There was a play off of Miro that I thought was pretty good.
But there were still, a lot of I'll give Vegas credit. They do not allow passes to get where they want to go.
Yeah.
They are so good
right.
at disrupting just passes. Who gives a crap about them shooting the puck on net? We won't even allow them to do that. We're going to make it so difficult for them to pass the puck that we're not even going to allow them to even get a chance to shoot the puck.
Yeah, they're really good, stopping your forecheck from doing what it wants to do, and that's creating a good shot, setting up in their zone. They're like, we're not even going to let you try to set up in our zone. And then on the flip side, you score a goal on them, and you're like, all right, we got this. And they're like, hey, watch this. We're coming back right in your face. That was, to me, Kevin, a massive failure on the Stars' part to allow that to happen. You cleaned your sheet really quickly there, and then you got it dirty just like that. And it looked like the Vegas just said, hey, look, they're focusing right now on their offense. Let's go take advantage of their defense.
You're 100% right. I made sure to note that. That's going to be important in any game. But two things in particular agitated me about this Stars game. Vegas scored 82 seconds after Dallas scored on the power play. And we talked about it at game one. Vegas flipped the script in terms of special teams efficiency. They were not good on special teams in the regular season, and the Stars were really good. Well, you sure wouldn't have been able to tell that in game one. So here you are, game two, bang. Robertson scores, special teams goal on the power play, feeling good. 82 seconds later, Vegas scores. And that was the trend. I realize the third period, it's an empty net, and it's always going to happen like this. But you realize all three of the Vegas goals were in the last 2 minutes of periods last night? And those are two things.
They flipped it because it was all in the first 2 minutes in the first game, pretty much. We were bing-bonging, and then they immediately ding-donged us.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a very good. Yeah, that was
who's
very
ever
good
hitting the button hit ding dong every time they scored.
And that's something that we used to talk about last year is the response goal and the late goal. It feels like anytime you score a goal in the first 2 minutes or the last 2 minutes of a period, it's going to be even a little something extra. I realize the goals all count the same, but they get a little extra pep in your step, either out on the ice for the period or to finish up going into intermission. And the Stars failed at that. Corey, you're right. They failed when Vegas got the immediate response. And now these teams have played 5 times this year, and the Stars have lost all 5 times. I realize that the 3 regular season ones all took place by December. And so you didn't see them the back half of the season. You didn't see them post-Tanev or anything like that. But you've played Vegas 5 times, and you've lost to them 5 times.
And it was another night, too, where it felt like the fans wanted to get into the game, but being tied 1-1, they couldn't feel comfortable enough to lift, and to get to that point where they were just like, we're going to make this the loudest arena, and now the Stars going to go on the road and deal with somebody else's crowd, and
that will be a loud
arena. They say, yeah, that's going to be a place that they know what championship hockey's all about. They know that feeling.
It's just the worst being the 1 seed and losing.
Yeah.
I get it. Vegas isn't your typical, I guess they're not called an 8 seed, a wild card team, but
they're wild card too.
Yeah, it just really stinks that you had the best record in the West and you're probably going to lose. You're either going to get swept or lose in 6. Maybe they'll do it like last year. Well, the Vegas will feel sorry for us. They're like, look, we feel sorry for these guys. We beat them every time. Let them win a game or two as long as they don't slam our heads in the ice. And so
they're really nice hockey players.
Yeah, but this is over. I get what Spittle's saying.
You're locked in.
Spittle's hoping he can keep doing a podcast right now. Like that, it's over. It's 100%. They're better. There's no doubt in my mind. They're better.
I just after here's the thing, my problem, Kevin, and maybe it's 2 different things.
Is it that this is the team you wanted to play?
No, I didn't want to play this team.
You did.
Actually, and that's maybe it's 2 different things.
It was the Kings or them? Was that the choice?
Yes. And I was very displeased by this.
Maybe
matchup.
planning. Well, I didn't care who you played, and now the Stars are proving to me that it doesn't matter.
You would think we were going to lose to the Kings?
Don't lose to anybody.
Oh my gosh!
But
I think that we're mentally effed in our head when we see the Vegas Knights, and then they do, like to your point.
Yeah.
You score, and then they immediately answer. You're like, they're better than us.
Yeah,
Guess
what?
They're human, and they're trying their best. But their human brains are also telling them, too. Every time we do something positive, they answer.
Yeah, and that's where, that mindset of maybe you want to go into it and treat it like it's completely separate series from last year.
Yes.
And you're like, you know what? We're not going to dial everything up to start this series because we're going to ease into it. And Vegas is like, no, we don't ease into anything. We're a good hockey team. And the Stars, I wish would have just I wish they would have been playing middle of the playoffs hockey already. But they aren't looking like that team right now. They aren't looking like they're prepared, let alone for the physicality, but for the speed of the game.
This is. These last several playoff runs from DFW teams are really going to throw off my entire idea, and Reggie, you're going to love this, of momentum going into the playoffs, because the Rangers could not have been going into the playoffs worse, and they won the World Series. The Stars could not have been going into the playoffs better. Andre, the last month, is playing out of his mind. The team, out of their mind, and they're getting smoked.
I guess the
in
Mavs,
the series.
They were the best team in the last 20 or 25 games of the regular season in the whole NBA.
Well, then that means they're going to lose based off of new momentum going into the playoffs. So, Reggie, I might be ready to defect over to your side about
I'm going to be honest. I hate saying this, and I don't even know what I'm doing on Saturday night, but I'm probably not watching.
Game doesn't start till I think 9.
Yeah, I'm good. They're done.
What?
I'll text you updates. Don't worry about it.
Too? I think so.
Yeah, because it's in Vegas, so you probably have a 7 o'clock start in Vegas. They're not going to want to start that thing at 5 o'clock in Vegas.
Yeah, but they're like, hey, we'll start at 9 o'clock in Dallas. They don't give a crap, I guess.
Do you think if we would have won those games, they would change?
No.
No, because you have
just kidding.
It also,
Who's
Kevin,
Boston
because
playing?
it's also our fault that nobody
Like-
takes the Stars seriously. So that's a big factor, is that we don't
Oh,
we
my
don't talk
gosh,
about
is that
the Stars.
true?
That's what somebody said, and I LOL'd it.
Like, I will say this. If the Mavs can win the first round and they play Oklahoma City, guess what? We're going to have some early times.
Yes. We got a Central Division opponent, or a Central Time Zone opponent.
So then Denver and I guess Minnesota. That's freaking Minnesota. They're in our time zone too.
Fun. I will say this, Kevin. The Mavericks definitely have more of my attention, and I was really hoping for a 9 o'clock game on Friday night. I know that sounds dumb, but I was hoping like it would be a very late game because I would like to get all the kids taken care of and settled.
Yeah.
Because Adrian's going out of town this weekend. Dad's by himself with all the kids. So like last night was the night where Adrian looked at me and she was like, look, there's about 6 minutes left in the second period. Do you really want to watch the rest of this? Or give me that wink, you know? And I was like,
I did not.
I was like, well, Adrian, is it because I winked at you whenever I said that? I'm sorry about that.
That did
man.
not help.
I really kind of made you uncomfortable there. I get it. But yeah, that was that moment where I had to make a decision of, do I want to be let down by the Stars or let down by nothing? Because everything's going to be wonderful, and I'm going to go to sleep on time.
Now, this will kind of feel pointless, but I wanted to tell you a positive thing about Chris Tanev. And the NHL,
He's on the team next year.
yeah, the NHL tweeted this out as well. Joel Hanley was claimed by the Flames on waivers, and he got a text from somebody he had never met before offering up his house for the next 2 months. It was Chris Tanev, and he was like, hey, you're coming here. I got traded. I got a house there. Would you like to stay there? And Hanley took the offer. His wife and son spent the remainder of the season at Tanev's house, and Hanley said it was great, especially because we have a 2-year-old, to already have the housing situation taken care of.
Yeah, that is good.
As if you need another reason to root for Chris Tanev, well, there you go.
It won't because they win.
Yeah, that's fair. So you want to go to a Stars team that did win. I was going to throw this out there. Friend of the show, Paul Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. He's having an autograph signing with Brett Hull on Saturday. So
got to have Hull.
That's right. And by the way, if you want to get your kids to go do something and maybe be quiet in the car, from 12 to 1:30 at Worth Collecting in Waxahachie, Brett Hull's going to be doing autographs and everything like that. Is it because I said the walks?
No, it's because you said, and maybe be quiet in the car. Why do you think they're going to be quiet in the car? Like, they're talking to you. They want your attention. They need your attention.
Oh, maybe that's because sometimes we'll give Noah the control of the radio or the phone.
And it's MC Hammer the whole time?
Yeah, or Danny Go or something like that.
Give him...
Not... Like, he can have it.
He's turning the knob to
I'm sorry.
105.3 The Fan.
Yes. I meant in terms of what he wants to listen to, not like he doesn't want to listen to this podcast about whatever. So
Get off my back on reading, Dad. Let me run the remote here.
We love Worth collecting. They always contribute great stuff for Peace-a-thon and My Possibility. So if you're interested in talking about a player that won with the Stars, Brett Hull, Saturday, worth collecting in Waxahachie, 12 to 1:30 if you want to go check out that autograph session.
Who is Hull like on that list for you when it comes to the Stars? Because he was always kind of that hired mercenary that arrived here. Not he wasn't Madonna. Madonna was our guy. But and I know like right now we're looking at Seager and Simeon like, oh, those are our guys. I mean, they won our World Series. They were with us when we were bad. But like, is Hull that guy for you? Because when I think of Hull, it's always like the family lineage was a big deal there.
See, I think he's one of our guys because we have a shared memory, not only of winning the cup, but I want him to autograph something that says "not in the crease." Or something like that with a little inscription, just to really anger the Buffalo fans.
You were up there in at the AAC in the media box with me whenever we saw the picture of his foot clearly in the crease, and we're just like,
what year was that? 99?
1999.
Doesn't that seem like a long time ago?
It was.
That was 25 years ago, Mike.
Yeah, it was a long time.
That was a long time ago.
I did like their jerseys, the kind of star-looking jersey. I think
you like
that's
the
cool
Stars jerseys that look like a star?
That was 4 years after the Cowboys have even been to the Super Bowl, and they did win. Congratulations, Dallas Cowboys! You won that one.
We did it.
But think about it.
I don't want.
How long ago?
I don't
the
want to
Stars
think
won the
about
cup,
it.
And they've been to how many cups after that? 3.
Kevin, don't. You just need to go to break.
Okay,
but the Cowboys have been to how many?
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to answer
I can't believe you didn't see this coming the whole time.
I'm sorry. You're
but
right.
Washington hasn't been to an NFC Championship game. The Cowboys haven't. So I'm going to guess the Washington Capitals also haven't been to a Stanley Cup in a long time too.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
They did.
But we're the 24th best team.
You're right, Corey. That is.
You should have seen it.
That's on me.
Puck around and find out.
That is my fault. Coming up next, we will talk with NFL All-Pro,
All right.
MMA promoter turned wrestler, Sean Merriman, right here on 105 through the Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-858-0815. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-858-0815. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-858-0815. That's 800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
O'Reilly.
You need parts? O'Reilly Auto Parts has parts. Need them fast? We've got fast. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Cloudy day today, a little windy, high 82.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
The upcoming segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
It's baseball time again in Texas. Celebrate the new season for our world champs with some thirst-quenching Texas beer from Revolver Brewing. Located at Texas Live, enjoy an ice-cold Blood and Honey or a specialty Revolver Brewhouse craft beer. RevolverBrewing.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820. The doors are open if you want to come see us hang out. But right now, it's NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter turned perhaps wrestler, Sean Merriman right here on The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
We're doing great, and I know we got to get to the draft as well as several other things, but TNA Rebellion, you pop up, and all of a sudden you're in the mix once again on the wrestling scene. What's the story?
Yeah, so I have my multi-sport streaming service, Lights Out Sports, launching in about 2 weeks. And TNA has they got a channel, right? And as you know, and I think most people know out there, is I've been, around the wrestling business for about 12, 13 years now. So that'll always be in my heart, always. And I think we got a nice pop out of the crowd and kind of some raised eyebrows. And that's the point, right? I think we shook things up. So it was fun. TNA is great, and Lights Out Sports will be launching here in the next few weeks, so you guys make sure you check that out on all major TV platforms.
More fun, at least in wrestling, to be a bad guy than to be a nice guy?
Any day of the week. That's why I used to love playing the Raiders so much and walking into that hostile environment. And some of these other great fan bases out there who just have the emotional and attachment and the passion to what goes into what they do, man, because ultimately the fans control everything we do, right? And so anytime you can get them to react, it's always great.
Were you right before Twitter blew up whenever you got drafted? I can't remember, Sean.
Yeah, no fives. I think Twitter came out in 07, 07, 08. So I got the tail end of it. I remember we couldn't tweet like an hour or 15 minutes before meetings or after meetings. We couldn't tweet 2 hours before the game. So there was no live streaming in the locker room before and after the game in my day. So
okay, all right. And can you imagine these kids back in the day, the way that they will call out players and stuff, not only on social media but in videos? I think I saw you post something about DK Metcalf, and some kids walked up on him and started saying Jalen Ramsey was his daddy. And I was just
gosh.
can you imagine being drafted at this point and seeing Twitter just blow up like that?
No, and that's what I posted, man. And kudos to DK Metcalf, because he showed nothing but restraint and was respectful to the kid outside of walking away. And it's just a weird time, man. It's a weird time. A lot of these keyboard warriors now are in person feeling comfortable enough to disrespect a guy like DK Metcalf. I mean, look, if I was in high school and DK Metcalf came to the field, first of all, I'm asking for a picture or an autograph or something. And then if he's willing to spend 10 or 15 minutes with me while I ask questions, that is a gift of a lifetime. And it's, it's getting worse. I said on Twitter, it's getting worse and worse. And I could not imagine having to deal with that as a current player.
Everybody's trying to get clout, Kevin. They're all trying to get clout. So
I guess, but I would also want to be like, holy crap, you're DK Metcalf. How's it going?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I shake your hand or something like that? I just think that would be neat. Now, in the past couple of days, and I'm hoping you can reset for our audience that didn't hear it, you were talking about a couple of different things involving drafting quarterbacks and playing them right away. Everybody knows Caleb Williams is going number 1 this evening, but what is your take in terms of if the Bears should play him right away, or theoretically first-round quarterbacks playing right away?
I never approved of that. I don't like it. You're kind of throwing a guy in the mix without necessarily being ready and saying, hey, get ready and just get ready for live fire. And if you look at some of the most successful quarterbacks who had to sit back at least for 4, 6, or 8 games or whatever it is, that, and mind you, 4 to 6 games in the NFL and being able to catch up to the speed of the game and getting that practice tempo and, getting some snaps and live action and easing your way in it is a lifetime. And, one of the examples I use is Joe Burrow. I believe, because of Joe Burrow being thrown in the mix right away when he came in with no offensive line and no weapons, it accumulated to him getting hurt. And so we don't like to see that. And I get it that they want to get their, number 1 draft pick on the field, get them, acclimated, get them ready to go. But also for what, right? If these guys are going to be there for 6, 10 plus years, why rush him on the field if he's not completely ready yet?
To go along with that, the Cowboys, they're very heavily in the conversation of offensive linemen. And, Tyler Smith turned out, but it took a year for him to turn into the all-pro guard that he is. What was the biggest, difference from the rookie offensive lineman that you went up against? Was it strength? Was it the second move? What was the thing that you were like, I know I can take advantage of this kid?
I'll tell you the difference. I came in, and I don't know if you guys remember Roman Oben, right, who came from the Giants. He came over, I think he was at Philly for a little bit, and then he was left tackle. Roman came in, and Roman was in his 12th or 13th year, bad leg. I mean, he had a rod in his leg, couldn't bend, couldn't get out of his stance, but somehow, some way was blocking me every damn day in practice. I couldn't understand. And so what I realized is these guys are pros. They watch film. And after the 3rd day of training camp, 4th day, I said, Roman, how will you what are you doing? And he said, look, when you put your foot this way, when you lift your head this way, when you're coming off the line of scrimmage this way, this is what I'm doing. And I said, wow, right? Wow. And that's what you get from a vet and a guy that would never be able to see that as a rookie. And that's the difference in the game. That's why I believe the guy shouldn't get on the field too early.
Now, it wasn't surprising to anybody that the Cowboys picked up the 5th-year option on Micah Parsons. And I saw you joking about this on Twitter. You think you still got a little something left to go ahead and bounce out here with these numbers?
Yeah, I think when my 5th year got picked up, it was $2.75 in the bag of Pringles. So the times are different. But I'll tell you this, man, he's more than worth it. I hope, and I know there's a lot of commotion, a lot of speculation, and his podcasting and him doing other things, but let's not take our eye off the ball here. He's one of the most explosive, if not the most explosive defensive player in football. And, there were times last year where he wasn't used correctly, and I'm screaming at the TV to, get him off the line of scrimmage, move him around. Why are you doing that? There's a lot of that last year, and I hope that Zimmerman comes in this year and figure out the way to make him active and put him everywhere in the field. So I know there's a lot of speculation, man, but he's more deserving of it, and he's deserving of that next big contract.
How important is it for a player, like we'll just say Micah Parsons, like somebody who is your best defensive player, to also set the best example in terms of practice, in terms of, everything else that goes into being an NFL player?
Well, look, all those other intangibles are nice, right? I think that the most important thing is does he show up on game day, right? Let's go from there, and then we can kind of add into being a team leader, being vocal, doing the right things off the field. I add all those things later, but let's say first and foremost, does he show up? And the answer is yes. The second part of that is that you started getting to opinions on what you think a player should be like. And that part opinionated, the guy's not getting in trouble off the field. He's not doing anything to put himself in a bad situation or the organization. You're entitled to your opinion, but your opinion is just that. It's an opinion. Does he show up on game day? And the answer is yes.
Now, you talked about Lights Out 16 coming up Saturday, May 18th. And I know you were excited about that event, but more immediately, how excited are you about the brand new app? I know you mentioned it just a second ago. Can you reset for people who might have missed it? The Lights Out app, when's it coming out and what can it do?
Yeah, so we had a big fight. First of all, we got a big fight in Long Beach, California. We'll be live around 6 p.m. Pacific, but this time, you can get more information on that at lightsoutxf.com. But this time, we're going live on my new multi-sports streaming service that I'm launching in 2 weeks called Lights Out Sports. You'll be on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, LG TV, Philips, you name it, Apple, Android, will be there, along with 15 or so plus channels, World Poker Tour and Glory Kickboxing, top. I think, we're talking to Top Rank right now. We're talking a few other big combat sports leagues. Gosh, man, this has been a fun. iHeart also, talking to Fox Sports. This has been something that they're making for me for over a year. As you know, the streaming services are constantly changing. And so what I'm doing is aggregating all the sports to one platform, to a Just Sports, All Sports platform where you can go and just watch that. So, be on the lookout, Lights Out Sports. You can download it everywhere. It'll be on every major platform here in the next few weeks. We'll be live for the first time for Lights Out Extreme Fighting as well.
Awesome stuff, man. Appreciate it. As always, love when you jump on with us. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir.
I'm just kind of curious because my kid is, he's becoming an MMA fan. I know you're a big MMA fan. When do we get one of these in our neck of the woods so that we can
we have one with XKO.
Okay.
I don't think they have the streaming service, but several UFC fighters have gone from XKO. We've done, I've been to a bunch of those events out there, so
okay,
check them out.
All right, sounds good.
Now, can I switch gears just for 1 second? Did you see how close the Sixth Man of the Year vote was in the NBA?
No.
So Naz Reid beat Malik Monk. He got 45 first-place votes to 43. They had the exact same number of second-place votes, the exact same number of third-place votes. It was the closest vote in the history of Sixth Man of the Year voting. And then
in your face, Roy Tarpley and Antoine Jameson.
How many people get to vote? Yeah,
those are our Sixth Man Award winners.
And Tim Hardaway Jr. tied for 9th. Somebody voted him third place.
Remember, 30 games into the year, Tim Hardaway Jr. was the favorite.
I do.
What happened?
He kept shooting.
And whenever he does that,
he should keep shooting. I'm not telling him to keep shooting, but we know he's not a great shooter. He's a streak shooter. He's going to shoot 45% for maybe 2 weeks, and he's going to shoot 5% for a week. And you have to live with those ups and downs with Tim Hardaway Jr.
For the Clippers, Norman Powell finished 4th in Sixth Man of the Year, and Russell Westbrook finished 7th for Sixth Man of the Year. So there you go right there. Coming up next, we're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820, and it's time for Gridiron Gravy and some NFL draft prop bets. Plus, are we seriously still doing the Zeke thing? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Do it!
From the Dallas City Secretary's office, reminding residents of the City of Dallas bond election propositions A through J on the May 4th ballot. Early voting begins Monday, April 22nd through Tuesday,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Will be at all of the Metroplex Pluckers. Reggie will be at the one we're at in Fort Worth off of 820 tonight. Mike will be in Dallas. Corey will be in Addison. I will be in Allen. And right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
So before we start, I'm just going to remind everybody to come to the Pluckers. We're in Fort Worth right now, so you can come see us right now, which, I mean, it's big time. Got some big-time Dallas Cowboy fans here. They're ready to draft already.
They're dressed nice.
The beers are flowing like wine here.
Well, hold on. Can't they just flow like beers?
I don't know. I've heard.
Why did you look towards me? I'm the last person who would know the answer to that.
But I remember being at a Pluckers about 5 years ago. I was with Gavin for the draft. And you know what I remember about it?
The wings.
I remember Taylor Hearn made his big league debut for the Texas Rangers, and it didn't go so well. He's like in Seattle. So it's weird what I remember about that. I can't remember that year if it was Leighton Vander Esch. I can't remember what draft it was, but I remember, like, can you turn one of these TVs to the Ranger game? Because Taylor Hearn's starting in Seattle, and I want to watch it.
Yeah.
And that's what I remember about it. But tonight, I won't have that issue because the Rangers play at 1:30 today.
Yeah,
that is true.
2 years ago, the Mavs were in the playoffs, and they had a game that night. And I remember everybody was like, hey, can we get most of these TVs turned onto the Mavs game instead of the draft? And I was like, this is wild, but everybody was invested, man.
The Yankees were in town. It was Rangers-Yankees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, man, it's always a good time, though, because they got all the TVs, bro.
Look, I hope you go out to all of the Pluckers. Come see us. If you know a lot about football and the draft, please come to Allen, because last year we got pick number 1 wrong.
You can't go to Allen.
You'll be in
Mike.
Dallas.
You have to be in Dallas.
We got pick 1 wrong last year because it was a great Tolo, and he's an awesome dude, but he goes, now I got a feeling they're going to go Stroud. And I'm like, but they're not. They should, but they're not.
Here's the deal. Just look on your phone at Twitter about a minute before the pick is made, and they tell you exactly who it's going to be, and then you get all 32 right.
To be fair, you try and do that. I was in Allen last year, and we did not have great success with that either. It was a weird first round, don't get me wrong, but we didn't have great success with that either.
All right, let's go to the draft. The Patriots have said they have received trade offers, but, quote, nothing too serious yet. We talked about the potentially high price they want for pick number 3. Do you think that it's going to shake out? I know quarterback 1, 2, and 3, but do you think it's going to end up going everyone stays at 1, 2, 3, and this goes Bears, Washington, Patriots for Caleb, Jaden, and Drake May.
Yeah, those teams I think all need quarterbacks, and I don't think that other teams that don't or that are looking for something else, or even those quarterbacks, are willing to give the price that those teams are asking right now.
Whoever drafts Drake May, it's official. You are 4 years away from actually being a competitive football team.
Well, hold on.
Because you're going to have 2 to 3 years of Drake May and go, oh my God, we've drafted Daniel Jones, Mitch Trubisky, and then you have to wait it out for 2.5 years to go, we stink at this. Then you have to draft a new quarterback, and then you hope that that rookie quarterback's good.
Do you think that the Bears are the best situation to go to as a rookie quarterback right now? Because out of those teams, Kevin, like Dan Quinn still has work to do to build that team. The Patriots still have to build that team.
So, because they were pretty good. I mean, not pretty good. They were not terrible last year.
I agree. I do think it's the Bears. But, this is the but. Detroit's really good right now, and they are signing their players. It matters, how much Jared Goff wants, because if he wants a Dak Prescott type of contract, he'll screw over that franchise, and good for him. He'll get his money, but then you can't win if he's making that much money. Look at here. Then if you go to Green Bay, Jordan Love looking really good. Minnesota, they're off to the side now, so you don't have to worry about them. Washington, I'm just wondering this. I'm throwing this out here. The Cowboys are in football purgatory, and they love being there. And then you look at the Eagles, and I'm not sure where the Eagles are at right now. They're kind of in this weird place, too. The Giants are horrible and going to be horrible.
Yep.
So I'm not saying I think Chicago's better, but you can look at Washington and go, if we get this right, and he's the right guy, and we can build a team around him, we don't have anything in this division that looks scary right now for the next 3 years.
I haven't. Well, I'm about to change your mind with this next news item. I haven't seen an update yet today, but Josina Anderson has reported that Ezekiel Elliott, for some reason, is around the Cowboys facility, and they're talking with the potential of the deal working out. I just want to point out, don't clap for that. I just want to point out.
Hey, where are our weaknesses? Name them.
Running back.
No, where else?
Offensive line.
There we go.
You think they're not signing?
What was the last play Zeke ever had in a Dallas Cowboys uniform? What position?
The center.
He was the center.
He got run over.
We tried it for one play and it didn't work. But you give him a whole offseason to prepare to be the Cowboys center?
No.
All right, you know what? I'm more in on that than I am on him being the running back
Well,
here.
and as I told you last night, Kevin, here's my hope. We just get it done with quickly and move on. All right? If we're going to I don't care if we actually do it or not, honestly, because it would be a Cowboys move to do it. It would be a Jerry Jones move to do it, to say, hey, I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of spice into this mix on draft time, because an offensive lineman at 24, because we're the 24th best team, is not the splashy play. What's going to get people talking about my team? It's going to be signing Ezekiel Elliott. So let's get him and move on with our lives.
I would like to go to the movie, if I have this correct, The Little Giants. What was one of their best plays of the championship game against the Cowboys? Now, it would be for the Cowboys. Doesn't the center fake snap?
Puerto Rico?
Yeah, and the center runs.
Yeah.
So Zeke snaps the ball to the ground, and then he picks it up, and he runs and hopes that nobody realizes he has the ball.
Okay, can I just bring up one point that is particularly agitating about all of this? The Cowboys last year had $5.8 million, I believe, dollars of dead money. This year, the year of 2024, when they might sign him again, they have $6 million of dead money for him already on the cap.
Well, let's make that live money.
Let's liven it up.
I don't think that is how that works.
Bring it back to life, like Evanescence.
You can't work with
told
dead
us.
money.
I don't think you just get that money back.
Isn't there a rap song about dead presidents, though?
Yes, that is a thing. I don't know if that is relevant to this. Corey, if you put five...
Wait, raise your hand here at Pluckers. We do have a 49ers fan. He's probably going to raise his hand really high here. Who wants Zeke Elliott back as a Dallas Cowboy on league minimum contract? 49ers fan or Cowboys fans?
A few Cowboys
So look,
fans.
it's probably 40% Cowboy fans want Zeke back on league minimum here.
Did you say he was going to raise his hand real high because he's super tall?
No, because he's a 49ers fan. You don't think the Niners want Zeke Elliott back running the ball for 1.3 yards a carry?
Kevin, how do you feel about the methodology of that poll?
I do not think it was scientifically sound.
There's Twitter, and we go off of those.
That's a good point.
Valid.
Corey, if you bet $500 on Caleb Williams to be the number 1 pick, you would win $1.
$1.
It is now up to 1 to 500. So if you bet $500 on him, if you bet $500,000
I would have to be
him,
rich to make money.
You would get $1,000.
I would have to be rich to make any money.
All right, so if you were, let's throw Mark Cuban out there. He might not be able to do this because he's, I don't know what he is, but somewhat of an owner of an NBA team. If he took all of his money, let's just say he took, how much did he just sell the Mavericks for?
So let's say he has $5 billion.
He took $5 billion to Vegas, and he said, I'm betting $5 billion on Caleb Williams to be the number 1 overall pick because it's pretty much a lock. How much money does he walk out of the casino with?
I believe $10 million?
$10 million. I'm taking my $5 billion.
Okay.
Can you imagine if something happened wrong? Caleb Williams doesn't make it to the draft somehow, some way, and you just lose. You're now Rocky Balboa in Rocky 6, and now you're having to retrain to be a boxer.
Now
he's going to have to go house to house and start selling coins or whatever he did to start his life off. What did Mark Cuban do? He sold newspapers.
Trash bags.
Trash bags. He sold trash bags.
Not coins.
I
don't know why coins is so much more ridiculous than trash bags.
Yeah.
Here is one GM's breakdown of Caleb Williams. I have read this quote so many times. I'm still not entirely sure what it means. He scares the S out of a lot of NFL teams. One GM told me it's like if Prince played quarterback.
Because
I don't know what to do with that.
Prince didn't seem to like humans.
He's difficult to understand. Did you hear that story from Conan about Prince? Have you ever heard this, Kevin?
I don't know.
Maybe this will help you understand.
There's a
this
great
little more.
Kevin Smith story about
So
him, too.
Conan, yeah, I love that one. But it's similar to this. Conan O'Brien is standing there at Stevie Wonder's birthday party, and he's like, there was a rumor going around that Prince was going to perform with Stevie Wonder. He said, so I'm standing there off the side of the stage, and Prince is just standing next to me. I just turn around, I can feel a presence. He's standing right next to me, and I look at him, and I was like, hey, and he goes, hey. And he goes, I hear there's a rumor that you might be playing tonight with Stevie Wonder. And he goes, no. And he's like, oh, okay. And so he just stands there for a second. And he said he turns around, and a guitar was just placed on Prince, and he starts playing, and he winks at him and walks out on stage. And he was like, he wanted it to be a surprise for everybody, even Conan. So maybe that helps you out with your.
And Prince didn't show up to the "We Are the World" situation after the Grammys.
So maybe that
watch
helps
that
you
on
with
Netflix. They really tried to get Prince to be part of.
I don't think I have seen it. Is it worth? Is it worth your time?
It's decent. I mean, it's not like the groundbreaking, awesome thing, but it's pretty good. And then you realize they tried really hard to get Prince and somebody to try to get, and then she felt used because like I'm only here because you guys wanted Prince. You guys don't really want me.
We need to do a Prince segment. Is that
maybe you need to get CA if you're going to do that.
Call CA up now.
He's dead.
But well,
CA is still
Chris
alive.
Arnold's still alive.
Yeah, I know.
Today.
Prince is.
I don't want to spread any rumors like that. Chris Arnold is alive and well.
You're talking about Prince.
Yeah.
By the way, over-under tonight for offensive players selected 21. The record is 19 in the first round.
21 offensive players picked. And tonight, we learned 21 is back for the Dallas Cowboys. And not old Deion Sanders. He can't play anymore.
With his
But Zeke
multi-shoe
Elliott,
contract.
how many times you're like, God, I wish we had Zeke on this play last year.
Never.
Well,
literally not one
you're not a
single
true Cowboy
time.
fan. He's going in the Hall of Fame.
No, he's not.
He's going in the Ring of Honor.
That I believe.
What?
By the way,
I mean, he had 2 good years. I think that qualifies. And then after year 3, he's like, I'm going to get really fat and get out of shape and hang out in Mexico, even though I have 3 years left on my contract. Then Stephen Jones, 3 years later, is going to bash all the media for saying, hey, you guys all wanted him. Like, no, we didn't. You weren't listening. Just like watching Micah Parsons get punched in the chest by boxers right now.
By the way, it was the stomach. By the way,
close enough.
The odds are overwhelming that the Cowboys will take an offensive lineman with their first drafted position. 1-2 on your money there. 9-2, they'll take a linebacker. 11-2, a defensive lineman or an edge. So overwhelmingly, Vegas thinks that the Cowboys will take a offensive lineman with their first pick. But
Can you bet on second or third pick overall for Cowboys yet, or does that come out tomorrow? Like after
I
the
haven't
draft
seen
is
numbers for it. I'll look into that because then you want to bet
Well, I wonder
whatever. Those
aren't bad odds. They're taking an offensive lineman.
Yes.
Like it's locked in.
Yes.
The Cowboys have a board of only offensive linemen. Then after the first round or their first pick is over, then they'll move on
running
to
back, linebacker.
Yeah, and either one. Now that'll be a little bit more difficult because you're 50-50 on those picks, but
Right.
you know in the second and third, that's what they're taking.
Now, we're going to give an opportunity to the people. It's NFL Draft Day. What player or trade will the Cowboys get going at pick number 24? Let's talk about it next, live from Pluckers in Fort Worth off 820 on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Fort Worth off of 820. Happy NFL Draft Day, everybody. The path to the draft for The Fan is brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res. What player or trade do you think the Cowboys will get going at number 24 today? 877-881-1053. A couple more quick notes for you. Washington is going to retire the jersey. No, they're going to retire the jersey of Darryl Green. They're not retiring as a franchise.
You thought they got a brand new owner, and he's like, we're done.
Yeah, we finished. We did as best as we
don't
could.
work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really sold us a crappy stadium.
And
we
then-
can't figure this out.
That's what you did there.
In case you missed it, Micah Parsons' fifth-year option was picked up by the Dallas Cowboys. All right. Who wants to start on this? Do you think trade down?
Corey.
Do you think stay? And who they're going to trade? I'm guessing Mike thinks we might take J.T. McCarthy, as he just
I don't know
said
what his
a minute
name is.
ago.
He just has a stupid haircut, and he's the next Mac Jones. Way to lead a talented team to the national championship game.
And throw like 11.
I can't hear. Did they win or
11
lose?
times. What?
They
Yes,
won,
they
right?
did.
Michigan
Yeah.
won. Yeah, because then their coach quit. He's like, I've done so many illegal things. I got to get out of here.
I actually don't think you're wrong about that. But
Most coaches do
Yeah,
that in
that's
college.
what Pete Carroll
sports.
did at USC. He's like, I've done so many illegal things. They're about to come down pretty
Like,
hard on
look
me.
at
How's
Jimbo.
that NFL thing going?
Jimbo did it. He was like, I have done
Yeah.
so many illegal
Yeah.
things, like all the money I stole from this university.
Whoa.
Rutgers Magoo did it.
That's
that was in the
Urban Meyer.
NFL, though.
Urban.
Oh, he did it
but
multiple
he
times.
was
in college.
illegaling it
Yeah.
up, too.
Kevin, here's my dream scenario. All right, my dream scenario is J.C. Latham falls to you. Okay, if J.C. Latham falls to the Cowboys, I'm a happy guy. Now, that is an offensive lineman that you're like, okay, I can plug him at tackle. I can feel like I'm good with guard there. He's just a consistent player. I really like what he does. There's other names that I would love, like other dream scenarios that I would love as well. But here's my prediction for this, if that's the game that we're playing right now. They are going to trade down and still get Amarius Mims from Georgia, who has, 8 games of college tape to go on?
Chris Mims' son?
No, I don't think it's Chris Mims' son. But I don't know, Mike. So I really, I haven't.
7-footer UT.
Yeah, I didn't do the family.
I think it was a lottery pick of your Chicago Bulls, right?
Would you want to? I mean, he's very tall, but would you want a 7-foot offensive lineman?
Why not? I mean, can he block?
Yeah,
Like that's it doesn't
think of his arm length.
Yeah, dude. Cowboys love arm length, so that's the guy that I'm like, give me a Georgia Bulldog with eight games of tape to run off of. That's what I'll take.
Okay.
And I need an extra pick. I think the Cowboys need to be better at collecting picks along the way and not just 7th round picks.
I do have a couple of trade
Don't
options.
they have a zillion picks in 25 because they let all their free agents go and said we're out?
Yeah, we'll see how it all works out.
Don't they have 12 picks next year?
They're expected to have 4 compensatory picks. Is that what we're looking at?
So 11.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Your draft coverage next year is going to be off the charts.
11 picks? Come on.
We'll be picking number 1.
Mike's going to know exactly which guy for every single one of those
The
two.
Cowboys have built together a foolproof thing where they know as long as there's not a major injury, they're 8 to 12 wins.
All right. Do these trade downs do anything for you then? If you want the Cowboys to pick up extra picks, they engage in a trade with the Houston Texans. They trade pick 24 for pick 42 and pick 59. So now you would have 3 second-round picks, but no first-round pick.
That's a lot of second-round picks.
It is.
And I could probably – I mean, this is a deep draft at a couple of different spots. I could hang with something like that. I don't know if Jerry loves it because he's not getting – maybe if he signs Zeke – so you sign Zeke. Hold on, Kevin. You sign Zeke, and that's your splash for round one.
Come on,
so you
baby.
can get all the headline, like all the conversation tomorrow is about that.
You're right, because he is going to say, we got a first-rounder. Do you remember Zeke was pick number 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he hasn't
and we're the
fallen that far
24th
off.
best team.
So, yeah, I think that's if that's the case, then I'm okay with that. Kevin.
All right, I have one other trade proposal for you. What if I traded – it's not going to sound good at first. What if I traded the Cowboys' first-round pick for a second and a third? But I make the trade with Carolina, so you get the first pick of the second round and the first pick of the third round.
You guys have no faith in Carolina, do you?
No.
Bryce Young.
Why would I'm serious here. Carolina doesn't have a first-round pick, right?
And they need it.
So they would trade more picks
That's
just to get into the first round?
That's right, because they got somebody they covet and love in the first round.
Once again, at least we're not the Carolina Panthers.
You know what? Every day,
Mike?
Every day
See?
I'm okay with that. I'm Kevin. I would probably be okay with that. Considering now that's a gamble though. Like that. I mean that is a real gamble. But like as Mike just said, they're not good. So
that is true. Now
Bryce has been really keen in on, by the way, on Kansas City being a trade target, Kevin, because they are Rashee Rice's situation. Maybe there's a receiver available to them, and I don't know how prepared you are to throw out a scenario conversation there, but going and getting their pick, and I don't know exactly what you could pick up from them from there on.
Ideally, it would be a little bit of an overpay, but sometimes that's how it happens in this situation. You could pick off Kansas City's second-round pick with that.
In a first swap?
Yeah, by going from 24 to 32.
I wouldn't hate that.
What I think is probably more likely, though, is you get a third and a fifth from Kansas City. And so how would you feel about that? Because there's been a lot of discussion for the Cowboys that after the first 3 rounds, they don't have another pick.
They don't have their fourth.
Exactly. So would adding another third be – I realize all of these conversations, Corey, are contingent on – depends on what the board looks like at the time. Like, I definitely understand. Like, if you really want Graham Barton and he's still on the board, then you're probably going to make that pick. But let's assume they still have some flexibility and some players that they like on the board. Would you trade down from 24 to 32 knowing you picked up a third and a fifth along the way?
Yeah, not having the fourth is a key factor. And also, Kevin, I think – when you're talking about this, the pie conversation's a big factor too. And the Micah and CeeDee Lamb thing means that you have to invest in draft picks and cheaper draft picks. You don't want a bunch of top-tier first-rounders. So if that's the way the Cowboys are going to approach this at the moment, then stack me up some fifth-round picks. Stack me up some third-round guys so that I can turn that into something. Because I still have a lot of holes in a lot of places too that – like, are you completely happy with Jordan Lewis as your slot cornerback right now?
Right. I think I am because of maybe other needs on the team, but I get it. Like, if you got an opportunity to upgrade, you're probably going to want to take that opportunity to upgrade.
Or potentially future upgrade.
Yes, true. From the 903, I can't remember if I already said this or not, their dream scenario, trade down, pick up another third or fourth, and still get Graham Barton. So there's a variety of names that have come up. I was just going to run down a few mock drafts for you. Calvin Watkins has got the Dallas Cowboys taking Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon.
Was that today?
I think it was yesterday.
Okay, because 2 days ago he had somebody else. And so that's interesting that today he did say, he was like, I'm going to change this in a couple days.
Okay, and then Charles Davis also has the Cowboys taking Jackson Powers Johnson. So that name has come up, offensive line. You brought up this name a few minutes ago. USA Today has got the Cowboys taking Amarius Mims out of Georgia, also an offensive lineman. This is the one that I would really not like this pick at all. CBS Sports has the Cowboys taking Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver out of Texas. I think that is an overdraft, and
you're going to get feed on that one. Overdraft fees. That's a joke.
Okay, I did not. I'm glad you explained that.
I'm with you 1,000%, Kevin.
I was not going to get that.
After the combine, I saw that name pop up immediately, and I think maybe you were out of town, and I kind of lost it, and Mike may have been like, hey, you need to calm down, Corey.
Oh, goodness.
Because the dude didn't match up with anything that you need, anything that what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
All it is, hey, we're trying to get leverage on CeeDee Lamb, and that's a dumb thing right now. You have to build a team.
If you were going to get a wide receiver, if you were going to get a Texas wide receiver, why wouldn't you go AD Mitchell as opposed to Xavier
Yes.
Worthy?
First of all,
Speed.
I agree with you. I mean, that's
He ran
great.
a 4.2, man.
That's great.
What are you,
He's
Al
the
Davis?
fastest-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Reggie, look at the history of Jerry Jones.
They're not that different. That's a fair point, Corey. If that's what you're getting at, I'm not in on this. Somebody asked another trade scenario. Would you take 36 and 67 from Washington for pick number 24? Now that actually is pretty fair, especially with the updated trade chart. That's about down the line. It depends because I will tell you, theoretically, I think so, but we talked about these names. If Guyton fell from Oklahoma or if Graham Barton was there from Duke, and it's like an offensive lineman that you, I don't know if covet's the right word, but you really, really like, then you say no. And so for things like Washington, you're probably waiting until a couple picks before or the pick before to really know if you'd be able to pull the trigger on that. But that would be a fair deal.
So you have, because I saw CBS Sports had my guy at the Cowboys pick. All right, Amarius Mims.
They did.
At 24.
Correct.
You, Kevin, I don't want to give this away too much, but there's supposed to be a video posted of our predictions, and I believe I heard you say trade down. I said trade down and get Mims because I'm trying to collect picks, hopefully. I don't know if that's going to work. Would you take Guyton at 24, or would you say, no, I'm going to get more out of this?
I would, but I also think Philly is in on him. And, Philly picks 2 picks before you. That's not to say for sure that they would take him because who the hell knows what the board will look like. But I could see Philly taking Guyton, and if that was one of the people that the Cowboys really wanted, then maybe they would be more inclined to trade back. But, yeah, if Guyton was there at 24, I think I would feel comfortable going that route.
What's your favorite aspect on him? Because I think he's, 6'7"? You were like, don't take a 7-foot guy.
I know, and we talked about Mims is really tall as well. But the thing, and it's
long arms, yeah.
It's probably the body type that I'm thinking of because somebody texted in, and I was like, that probably is what I was thinking. And they go, could you imagine Wemby as an offensive lineman? And, I realized they are built nothing alike. But I was just imagining,
I want Wemby as a receiver.
Yeah, but clearly Ellie De La Cruz is doing just fine, and we talked about O'Neal Cruz, just giant people for the positions that don't normally have the most giant people. I always wonder, in terms of height, I always wonder how those extra 2-3 inches kind of wear on, well, you know what?
Reginald, you know what to do.
Shut up.
Just wanted to let you know. You know what to do.
I really hope that I bailed out before.
Just wear it out.
He didn't finish the sentence. He's good.
I don't know. We can work something out.
And then it's interesting because Mitchell for the 940. Give me Mitchell out of Texas, CeeDee Lamb replacement. I would be stunned if they moved on from CeeDee Lamb. Stunned. That just doesn't fall in line with what the Cowboys have done historically at all.
Dez has been working out, I hear.
Mike, stop it.
Bitch.
Stop it. Listen.
Zeke tonight.
No.
Dez tomorrow.
Golly.
And then Romo.
Do you think Witten's tired of coaching state championships already?
No, he's loving that. He got to coach his sons to a state championship.
Okay.
They say Romo's not putting in the work anymore behind the mic.
I'm telling you this. I realize
because he's focused on the field again.
No,
is that
golf.
what you're saying? Okay.
This would be the dumbest thing ever. But could you honestly imagine all the attention the Cowboys would get if they announced that they were bringing back Zeke, Dez, and Jason Witten to play? It would be preposterous for football reasons, but that would be so dumb.
That'd be awesome.
Would that be your favorite day of work, Mike?
Yes. Yeah.
I think your head might explode from sarcasm if that happened.
I'm waiting for Jerry to go all in, and you can't tell me there's no all-in better move than Zeke, Dez, and Witten all back together. The championships that they brought us earlier in their prime, and then to have this time off. Think about it.
Oh my God!
Their bodies have healed from all that NFL time they've had off.
This is such a stupid conversation. Although I think I might have changed my mind about Wemby from the 2-1-4. I mean, Wemby on the goal line as a wide receiver seems 100%
tackle eligible.
See, how about if you do the Walter Payton and you hand it off to him and you just say jump,
reaches over, and dunks the ball
just
on
fall
that.
he would
forward,
break
bud.
in half. The moment an NFL player smoked him, like, you'd be like, where's his ribs? And they're like, they're inside his stomach right now.
For the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.
How do you make pads for a 7'4" guy?
Very carefully. Coming up next, more stars, but also, why are playoff tickets seemingly more expensive in DFW than other places? Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1.
to the back issues that obviously we saw him run into in Game 2.
I think the Mavs will be fine without Hardaway, but I do like him as an option for Jason Kidd. I think Jason Kidd in Game 1 was like, all right, let's see what you have. And he's like, I'm not going to let you miss 7 shots in a row. I just can't do that in this situation. I know the Mavs got blown out, but it's like, look, I'll let you play for 2 to 4 minutes, see if you make the 3 to 5 shots you take. If you're kind of 1 for 5 or 0 for 3, I got to take you out of the game because it's the one thing you can do, and I just can't live with you trying to get hot.
And you got to play some defense. And he wasn't.
And so Gafford does worry me. I don't want Hardaway to not be an option for the Mavs, but it sounds like maybe in these 2 home games he might not be an option for the Mavs.
I'm worried. All we have for now is Game 3, but you might be right.
I'm worried about Gafford because I know how important he was to the second half success of this team, and I know he stunk in Games 1 and Game 2. But I don't want to give up on him because I've seen so many good quality things from him in so many different Mavs games against so many different Mavs opponents, and I just have this faith that he just had 2 really bad games to start the playoffs. It doesn't mean he's a bad player.
For the Stars, I'm just curious, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow. If they win on Saturday, does that, like, I hear your perception right now, and it's fair. They've lost all 5 games in Vegas this year. If they win on Saturday, does that change your thought process
I think
at
they
all?
still lose the series, but they would have to win both.
Okay.
So, it would give you the hope of we've
you.
taken care of 50% of what you have to do. And I know I'm going way back in time. The Mavericks lost to the Houston Rockets at home when they had Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. Then they went to Houston and won both games, won the series in 7. At this point, I would say that the Stars have to win both games in Vegas or it's over. I just don't see them winning 3 in a row against Vegas. So, hey, I hope my pessimism, I threw out a T in there, but hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully the Stars are way better than what we've seen in these 2 games. And I'll say this. I thought in a way you could look at it, obviously not the scoreboard. You could say, gosh, I think the Stars might have outplayed the Knights last night. Not by a lot, by a little, but it doesn't matter. At the end of every game they play, Vegas wins. It doesn't matter how much better you play. There's one stat that matters in analytics, and it's the scoreboard.
You're right. Now, this stat comes up a lot that matters to fans. Playoff ticket prices. Now, we've talked a lot about this on the secondary market, and I just made a couple of notes about basketball, and this was as of last night. Secondary ticket market for NBA games. Home team, Boston, $106 for the cheapest, for the get-in price. Oklahoma City, $68. Orlando, $53. Philly, $78. Pacers, $49. Mavericks, $118. Only surpassed, at least at the time, by the Lakers, who were at $146. And we see this at times with the Stars. We've talked about this in the past with other DFW teams. At least in the secondary market, why do you think it feels more expensive here than other places?
This would have never happened, Kevin, if Mark Cuban was still the owner. He loved to keep the prices low and be in the red every year.
But he can't control the secondary market.
So,
well, theoretically.
So right now, Philadelphia, Sportstown, USA, we love it. We're passionate. $62 to go see the Knicks, and you have a lot of Knicks fans there too. That's only a short train ride away,
and that's dropped overnight from 78. So just in the course of today, it's dropped $16 more.
I don't know. This was my question yesterday that I wanted to do this topic on. Why is it? Is it that we have more money than all these cities? Do we really have more money than most cities in the United States of America? Because I feel like LA has way more money, but yet it's way cheaper to go to the Clippers game. Now, I get the Lakers are their team, so it's a little bit more. That's the only team? Boston Celtics and the history of the Boston Celtics, Philadelphia 76ers, New York Knicks. How are we more expensive than these places?
Well, and because you look at Game 3, get-in price, $122, and somebody just texted in, I've got a training class in L.A. next week, going to go to Game 5. Tickets are $80.
Yeah.
So even then, it's cheaper. Here's what I've always thought. I'm not saying that Dallas doesn't have a lot of money, because clearly there are pockets where they have all of the money, but playoff is an event. And the thing that Dallas folks love more than just about anything is being at an event. And if you can say, hey, I was at this playoff game, then you get seen.
I'm asking a stupid but serious question. Is it intentional that the person that has the season tickets behind the Stars bench has to bring a big boobed person with him? Have you noticed that?
I don't know that to be the
Over
case.
the last
Like
6
that
years,
girl doesn't care. I don't think she cares about the Stars. I'm just throwing it out. There's over a 50% chance she doesn't care about the Stars.
But we don't know,
she
to be
has to
fair.
show 50% of her boob to get those tickets.
I don't know. I will look into
It's just
it.
a weird,
I'm honestly
but
not sure.
To your thing of an event,
yes,
it seems like a Dallas Stars regular season game. You're not seeing, and by the way, it's freezing cold in there. You're not
It's ice,
seeing
Mike.
big boob girls at regular season games on the first row cheering on the Stars. But man, those boobs come out for the playoffs, and you're just like they're not fans. I can't imagine that they're fans of the Stars, or they've been this hardcore fan that's watched 60 of the 82 regular season games, and finally they get the best tickets, and they're like, you know what? I can't wait to cheer on the Stars, but the way to do it is to show all my boobs. And so, but you saw that in multiple places in the arena last night in premium seats. So to your point, I do feel like the money doesn't even take like a person who wants to cheer on the Stars. They just want to be at the event.
Okay, and I'm glad that you said that because somebody sent this text in. I hear you. I do not agree with this from the 940 because we don't know when we'll be back in the playoffs, so we got to spend to see it. With some teams, maybe, but like the issues that you run into with DFW right now is the Cowboys have started to get more into the playoff groove. I'm not talking about success, just in terms of making the playoffs. The Stars were in the Western Conference Finals last year. They had the second best record in the NHL this year. The Mavs have one of the best players in the NBA, and the Rangers are the defending world champions. It feels like now is a time where you can be like, I'm not saying we're all making the playoffs every year, but you have to have some confidence, right?
So let me ask this person. The Minnesota Timberwolves have been out of the first round last win.
Yeah, and their ticket prices are still low, right?
Anthony Edwards is who? $60 to go to a playoff game.
That
in
is
Minnesota.
weird to me.
And guess what? It's probably 12 degrees in Minnesota right now. So it's not like
Even in April?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
It's miserable playing baseball in April and May up there.
So there aren't any big boob women up in Minnesota.
No,
I don't know. He said they were
Here
still
in
showing
Dallas,
them.
as long as it's under 60 degrees,
Oh,
that's
okay.
when to bring them out, I guess, for the playoffs.
From the 940, Mavs games are almost a social scene at this point. And then from the 817, hey, remember Randy Galloway said in North Texas, the beautiful people want to get out there and be seen at these events. That's exactly where I fall on this. Is I think it's a happening, and I think that's where people go to the secondary market and the prices go up.
And it is smart if you're a season ticket holder, because those tickets behind the bench, the tickets that are the premium seats of the Mavs game, those are season ticket holders. So what they're doing is, and they have to have a lot of money. You do have to have a lot of money to spend approximately for, let's say, 2 tickets behind the Stars bench. I'm guesstimating the ticket price on the face value is about $300 a ticket. So you're paying $600 a game for 41 games. Math?
Sorry, say the math again, because we got to check
for 41.
600 times 41.
So 24,600.
So you're paying every year $25,000 to go to Dallas Stars game for 2 tickets, pretty much on the glass. How much are the big boobed? And she's not paying.
She might love hockey. I don't know.
Well, then where was she for the other games?
I don't know.
So that person who probably has a lot of disposable income goes to the season ticket holder market and goes, all right, these probably jack up to probably $500 face value for the first round.
Crazy.
So it's like, all right, $1,000. And then this person's like, you know what? I'm going to give you, in Dallas, I guess this happens more. I'm going to give you $4,000 for the $1,000 tickets total. I will really pay and help you out for next year, since it's going to cost you $25K for your season tickets. And it ruins, and it is what it is. It's just weird that in our marketplace, it ruins it for like me with children that really want to go to the game, and they don't mind if they're in the upper deck cheering, but somehow in the upper deck where your boobs aren't going to be seen,
right, of course,
it still costs like $200 to go to these games.
And I think that's where like the quote unquote real fans, you hear from them a lot, because they're like, I would go. I'd be fine with sitting in the third deck. Like, I don't care, and I'll be loud the whole time. But even then, these tickets aren't easily accessible for me. Now, Mike, You will love this text in particular, and they signed their name, so I feel like I can say this. Big boobs attract big paychecks from the 49ers guy at the bar. And so, I think he's I think he's with you. And then, all right, look, we're getting some pushback.
All right.
I will say one thing. Some people have said, hey, I travel a lot across the country, and we talk about this all the time. Like truck drivers, people who work at auto plants. We have a huge amount of listeners there, so thank you guys very much. The people who are traveling say, hey, Dallas does fairly well. But then somebody added
like
this.
You mean financially we have a lot more
financially
money?
We do well compared to a lot of other places.
CEOs and stuff. I mean, we are a tax-free state.
And businesses love this place because of it. From the 314, Kevin, you have to understand the sugar daddy scene in Dallas is off the chain. I am not disputing that. I was just not aware of that. So I'm not saying that you're wrong, Mike, that never happens. I just don't know one way or another.
For example, Sunday. This is game 4 for the Mavs.
Okay.
Philadelphia, $109. That's a pretty expensive ticket in the upper deck, and that's before taxes and fees. So just add $50 to all of these tickets after you go through Ticketmaster or whatever. All right. The Mavericks, $134. That's a $230 tip. Pacers, $42.
Wow.
Suns, $87.
Man, that Pacers one is
right.
wild.
No, I'm not. No, I get we're a much bigger city than Indianapolis.
Sure.
But it's just weird to me. You can go to, besides the Lakers, Boston, Philadelphia, New York might top us, especially as these playoffs go along.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, it is weird. And then if you go to the NHL, I don't have it pulled up, and I bet...
I have numbers for that,
I bet
too.
Game 5 tickets are probably dropping tremendously right now.
And actually, Stars tickets last night were shockingly cheaper than you might have guessed, but they were still higher than Tampa was 80, Edmonton was 114. They were still higher than Edmonton, and you would think, like, Canada, obviously you have one of the best players in the league, you got to go see it, but they were way behind Boston.
All right, so here's my next question, Corey. If you are a big-boobed woman,
oh my
text
God, we
in,
gotta
which
go.
I'm not.
And I want to know,
maybe,
is this what you want from this man? Is to take you to a Stars game? Like, I don't know. I mean, Big Lou's on number 2.
Look, there's daddy issues.
And
there's comfort.
And I'm just wondering,
security.
it doesn't seem like that looks like a loving, lasting relationship they could possibly be in. It seems like I need to find the biggest boobs that are going to be exposed the most.
Oh, my God, why are you still talking?
To be in round 1 of the playoffs.
Hey, I'm going to give you guys some time to ponder that. Coming up next.
Well, text in.
It's
877.
Yeah, what's the number?
881.
And
1053.
There you go.
Off the top of my head.
That backfired in my face.
972.
No, okay, that is definitely wrong. All right, coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on 105 through the Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening and supporting the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey.
8:20, we're going to lead you into Rangers baseball. So right now, it's baseball time in Texas with Jared Sandler. Hey, Jared.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I know there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and we need to get to it, but you have a World Series ring. How about that?
Pretty cool, huh? And, yeah, I kind of unfathomable, but I feel compelled to just express gratitude to the people who actually contributed to that experience, right? Like
I knew you would deflect.
Guys,
I get you.
I do mean this because this is not like, hey, these are talking points when you get asked about. Like I was talking with Emily Jones about this, and Emily's obviously been a part of this a long time, but and you guys know this, when you're around a team on a daily basis, you really get to see how the sausage is made and the work that goes into it, the commitment, the sacrifice. And it's not just about the Corey Seagers and Marcus Simeons and Nathan Eovaldi's of the world. They get a ton of credit, deservedly so. But I'm thinking about the Bobby Bandelos and the Adam Brenners and the Theo Hoopers and names you probably haven't heard of, people who work their tail off, Jacob Newburn and I shouldn't even named one because now I feel like I got to name all of them. But there's so many people who
just saying everybody else.
Yeah, and everybody else, and so many people who make it all possible. And Mike hopefully has an appreciation for this as a player. Like, I'm not a player. I never was, and I don't contribute to anything that this team does to win or lose games. And I got to enjoy this incredible ride because of those people, and I am incredibly grateful for those people. And every time I look at that ring, I hope I never lose sight of that, because it was an incredible journey, and there were so many people who put their careers, I don't want to say on the line, but their careers are kind of riding on their performance on a daily basis, and they had a great year, and we all benefited from it.
Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, I did want to add, will you let me, like the Stanley Cup, will you let me just have it for a day, and then I'll get it back to you? Can we rock that?
Yeah, we can figure something out. I will gladly show it if you'd like to see it, but yeah.
Okay, let's go and mark what he just said right there.
Sandler, I'm going to brag a little bit. I got to see CJ's, and I know yours is the same ring.
Yeah.
Did you ever figure how to get it to stop spinning? Because CJ couldn't figure that out.
No, I think you got to take the batteries out of the case. Otherwise, it's supposed to have the light and the rotation in perpetuity, and then you just replace some AA batteries whenever it runs out. But I don't know how to have it on but not
AA batteries.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
In a ring?
Like, no, the box. The
awesome.
Oh, okay. The box is pretty cool too.
The box is almost as cool as the ring.
That's cool. That's awesome. Good job, Jacob and Beverly Hills.
Jason
and Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
So how's Max of Arlington, Texas doing in Round Rock?
Well,
what was your report?
Yeah, he's back. He's back here. We spoke to him today. I actually got to talk to him about some of his relegation comments. And the great thing about Max is if he's got an opinion, he's got an opinion. And there's nothing half tushed about anything he does. But yeah, he felt good. I think he's on track to make another appearance here in a few days. For I believe it's going to be with AA Frisco. And so I think everything's moving forward. I know everyone's inclination, understandably so, is to look at the box score, and we want to see 3 perfect innings with 9 strikeouts. But I mean, you guys know, you guys have been through this enough. When a guy's making a rehab appearance, the box score doesn't always really tell the story.
Yeah.
Especially, this is kind of like the equivalent of his first or second spring training start. And so it's just the fact that he was able to get to 52 pitches, come out healthy, and be ready to go for his next outing is, I think, the big check of the box.
Jared, I know that we'll talk during games. I will say, about after the 4th inning yesterday, I was getting concerned overall about the offense. And then they broke out the back-to-back home runs, and they were able to get 5 runs on the board. But right now the offense is just a hair above average in Major League Baseball. Do you think it's going to stay that way until Josh Young gets healthy?
That's a good question. I mean, so I think Josh Young aside, would we still be having that conversation about the offense if White Langford was performing not up to Mike Bassick's expectations, but like half of that?
I picked him today. He's going to do it.
Yep, you did. And what if Corey Seager, who is clearly playing like a guy who missed all of spring training and is battling through stuff. But, what if his performance was 90% or 80% of what it was last year? I think we have a different opinion of the lineup. And that's not to say that Josh Young isn't going to make this lineup better, and he will undoubtedly help this group against left-handed pitching and help make in-game decisions maybe tougher for managers when they've got lefties available in the bullpen based on where you are in the lineup and where Josh is. But against righties, again, not that Josh can't contribute. He absolutely can. He does. But I think a lot of it has more to do with maybe the way that some other guys have not performed up to expectation here of the first few weeks than just Josh's absence, if that makes sense.
Makes it look a little flat.
Now speaking of Corey Seager, obviously not playing today with the...
He's batting second, right?
Yeah, he's, unless they made a change, he is DHing today.
Oh, Ruben lied to me.
Us up on that one.
Okay,
all the great things Ruben's done.
I was going to ask if you think he'll be back tomorrow, but I guess
will Ruben be back tomorrow?
I guess that question is now irrelevant, so I'm going to shift to this. How good has this bullpen looked? I know while we were talking about the offense, how good has the bullpen done? Maybe the whole season, but especially these last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, they have been really good. And I'll tell you this, there was one bad outing against Houston. The bullpen gave up 7 earned runs, I think over 3 innings or something. You take that out, and the bullpen ERA this year is around a 3.6. And that's not shut down. You got no chance if you're losing after 5 innings type of feel to the bullpen. But, that's a good bullpen, and that's certainly leaps and bounds above where this group was last year. Now, we're a month into the season, so still plenty of time. Yeah. But I think if you look at the individuals, you got to love what you've gotten from Kirby Yates and David Robertson. I think Jose Leclerc, since being moved into a setup role, not a closer's role, has been really good. And then, how about Jose Urena and what he's done? And gosh, I'm excited every time Cole Winn takes them out to see if maybe the Rangers have tapped into something with Cole Winn.
Or what about Jonathan Hernandez yesterday?
Jonathan Hernandez's slider yesterday looked about as good as I've seen it. That was a really good pitch. And Jacob Latz, one bad outing. Gave up the grand slam to d'Arnaud, one bad outing, but he's been really good other than that. So it's a bullpen that's definitely deeper, and it's a bullpen that should hopefully give people optimism that it can be way better than what this group was last year.
Jared, I don't know. We kind of discussed it a little bit. We were having some fun with it before the game. I don't know if you got any more reaction from Adolis on the Julio Rodriguez missed home run ball. Was he mad about it? Did you happen to get any comment on that?
Yeah, I did. I didn't get to see Adolis before the game. Those two, and I don't know if they did this past offseason, but I know that the previous 2 off seasons they've worked out together, so they're good buds. And so my guess is it was more like the way you would get fake angry at a friend or give them grief. So I don't think there's any genuine animosity, but yeah, I think Adolis was like, come on, dude, let me know. What's the deal here? And I was thinking, that's a great strategy. If there's any uncertainty as an outfielder, I'm always going to act like, I might have caught it, I might not have. Because what if Adolis, departs the base paths? There's no downside to doing what Julio Rodriguez did. And shout out to the 6-shooters. They were jumping up and down from their dancing perch out at center field. They were the only people in the ballpark who I think knew that was a home run.
What do you think if Julio would have then fake thrown in a ball? And from your I know that it was Eric Nadell's call, but you might not really see him throw in the ball. You just might look at him reach in the glove and make the motion, and from 500 feet away, you might go, well, and he caught the ball.
No, for sure. Eric and Dave Raymond, if you listen to their calls, they both thought he caught it. And to the naked eye, it looked like he did based on the initial reaction. It looked like he did. You didn't see a ball bounce up. Usually, if they don't catch it, you see the ball hit the ground, the cement beyond the fence, and then bounce back up. But I think, and sometimes as a broadcaster, if you miss that, you're kind of kicking yourself like, gosh, I should have waited a split second. But I think that both Eric and Dave saying that he caught it really encapsulated what the feeling was like in the ballpark, because 98% of the people in here thought that he caught it, and they captured the surprise of Julio not catching it, especially because it went off his glove. But yeah, outfielders, I think sometimes they play tricks, and they don't realize that there's some broadcasters up here that are just trying to do their job and work hard.
Carter on pace for 30 home runs.
Colton Ingram picked up by the Rangers, and I think it was Evan Grant I saw maybe ask about this. Is that going to be a wrap for Brock Burke, or how do you think this is going to play out?
Yeah, I think so. So Colton Ingram, obviously brief big league experience. He's a guy who gets a lot of swings and misses, and he does walk guys. That's been a bugaboo for him, but he's been really good against lefties. And the Rangers, I think, would love to have another option in the bullpen now that Kirby Yates is closing. And Mike did such a great job pointing out in spring training how great he is against lefties. But now that he's your closer, you want another option, potentially to face lefties in the middle innings. And maybe that's Colton Ingram, right? I don't know when or if he'll be up. He's obviously got to earn it, but he does provide that as a possible option to join Jacob Latz as a lefty in the bullpen who can get lefties out.
Thank you very much, as always, Jared. We appreciate your insight.
You got it, fellas.
There you go, Jared Sandler right here on the Fan. Remember, tonight, Pluckers, you can find Mike in Dallas. Corey will be in Addison. I will be in Allen, getting you ready for the NFL Draft. Coming up next, though, we got Rangers, Mariners. First pitch, 1:35. Pregame starts at 1 o'clock right here on 105 through the Fan.
I want my picks back.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.